The dYdX Foundation and the dYdX ecosystem is working on growing the dYdX ecosystem. We are very excited about the launch in the coming weeks of dYdX Unlimited, which brings systematic liquidity for long-tail assets, permissionless listings, as well as plenty of other infrastructure upgrades for the good of perps trading. So if you have any projects coming up, think of getting listed on dYdX. It's free of charge, and liquidity will be generated by the mega vault of dYdX.
Hi everyone, my name is George. I'm the founder of Euclid Protocol. We're building a unified liquidity layer that allows you to tap into any source of liquidity that exists on 50+ networks across Cosmos, EVM, and Solana. And yeah, into a unified source of truth to be able to swap for the lowest slippage in 3 to 4 seconds cross-chain without the need to bridge your assets from the chain that they already exist on.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zion. I'm the CMO at Neutron. So Neutron's building a very tightly integrated DeFi ecosystem with protocols like Drop, which is a liquid staking protocol backed by Lido, as well as Mars, which is a pretty powerful credit protocol built on Neutron and others like that.
Awesome, perfect. So yeah, when I saw the title, like Make DeFi Great Again, I was thinking like, yeah, actually DeFi is pretty great already. The issue is like, I mean, personally, I use DeFi a lot, but mostly on Ethereum actually, to leverage and like lending protocols and so on. But it feels like there's not really like a big DeFi ecosystem right now in Cosmos. So yeah, maybe we can start with you, Zion. Like, what do you think about, yeah, is DeFi already great? And like, what about like Cosmos ecosystem DeFi and Ethereum DeFi? Is it great already, but not on Cosmos? Or what do you think about that?
Yeah, so I think there are definitely some elements of DeFi that are already great. I think we still have a long way to go, though. I like Matt Levine, who's a finance blogger, his definition of a good financial system being one that creates and distributes abundance in life. I think there's a lot of earnest builders in the space that want to build products and services that ultimately enhance people's quality of life in some way. I think in DeFi, there's still a lot of room to grow in that respect. I think, in terms of like what can, ultimately get us to return and ultimately surpass the level of like success and excitement that we saw around like DeFi summer, will be, that'll kind of come through like a confluence of both political and product factors. So like on the political side of things, I think we ultimately need to see some clarity around like what constitutes a security, and also like what is the path to registering a security, if that's like the route that like a founding team wants to go with. Because obviously like crypto is a global industry, but ultimately we've seen the adverse effects of like Gary Gensler and the SEC sort of like regulating through enforcement action, like carpet bombing the industry with like a plethora of lawsuits and like what that's done. And so I think like it's not anything one company can sort of do, like that political side of things, but I think as an industry we need to sort of lobby for like progressive regulation that actually pushes the industry forward. Because like anecdotally, I've talked to a lot of like DeFi founders that would be interested in launching a DeFi product if it wasn't for the fact that like there's really no clarity around like how they will go about doing that if they launch a token. And like if a lawsuit comes from the SEC, it's effectively like a death sentence for them, because startups already have like enough to worry about when it comes to like things trying to kill them. And so like, a lawsuit from the SEC is sort of just another sort of thing that's like trying to guarantee your demise. So I think that's one factor. And then I think on the product side of things, I think we just need to sort of ruthlessly focus on building great DeFi products. There's a lot of different factors that kind of go into that we've been focusing on at Neutron. One of those things is like accessibility. I think we've made some strides in this regard with, like wallet UX since DeFi summer, but I think there's still a lot of room to grow there. Synergy as well. So like, I think Apple's kind of like the canonical example of this. Like you own an iPhone, you own a Mac. They work so well together. They work seamlessly. It's so much different than if you own like an Android phone and you own a Mac. So I think like building DeFi products that work well with other existing products and services you already use is important. And then I also think like building product experiences that are fun is pretty underrated. So, in DeFi, so I was listening to like a podcast recently with some of the founders of Cursor AI, which is an AI code editing tool that allows you to basically, it provides suggestions of like new code blocks that you may suggest. It can write like whole programs as well, but like It'll provide you like suggestions of like new code blocks that you can just basically press tab on your computer and accept. And like in the context of that, like fast is fun, right? Because like the faster that you can code, the more fun it is, because you're using AI to basically effectively produce more output in a much shorter amount of time. But in some cases, like you want the experience to last longer, the product experience to last longer, and that's more fun. So like fun is contextual as well, but I think focusing on building like fun product experiences is really underrated. Things that like delight the user. So yeah, I think it's like a confluence of political and product factors that's gonna help us return and ultimately surpass like the previous level of success and excitement that we saw around DeFi summer.
Awesome. So I think there are 2 points, right? You mentioned regulation and security is like a big bottleneck for DeFi, and the second one is like the UX. Maybe let's start with the first one, regulation and security. Do you guys all agree this is a huge bottleneck for DeFi right now, or one of the most important ones?
I think it's an important one, but I think we should also think as an industry how we want to distribute our own products. And we tend to kind of design some silos in our mind between the DeFi users and the CeFi users. And it's very easy for us to kind of keep looking at the same subset of users, which are the DeFi users, and trying to kind of poach some users from Ethereum or poach some users from Solana and bring them to Cosmos and vice versa. But eventually, there is a low-hanging fruit for all of us, I believe, to essentially bring DeFi where the users are. And when people ask us, who are your biggest competitors, I will very seldomly mention DeFi players, because I think our biggest competitors are CeFi. This is where the next subset of users, like not the early adopters, but like the mid-curve adopters are. And if you look at the perps market, for example, there is 95% of perps which are trading on CeFi and only 5% on chain. So I think it's important for us to essentially bring DeFi where the users are, rather than to keep spending energy, money, and effort in general to bring people to your own .com or .app or .something. So bringing the front ends and kind of bring into your framework thinking that users will not really change, and we need to adapt to that. And if you really want to 10x, 50x, 100x your protocol, you need to think how you're going to do distribution. If you and me are launching a new t-shirt brand tomorrow and we open a shop in Dubai, we can run a few math, and we're going to eventually learn that there is only so much traffic in front of your shop every day. But if we decide to put our t-shirts on Costco shelves, on Amazon.com, and bring the product where the users are, suddenly your growth is really exponential. So I think there is a lot of thoughts to be put on how you distribute and how you essentially adapt to what the people want. And if they want to be within a wallet and they want to be partially on CeFi, partially on DeFi, it's a decision you can take to say, okay, I'm going to be pragmatic, I'm going to bring my product to you guys and just essentially onboard much more CeFi players. There is right now for many of the CeFi players some kind of challenge. Many of them are acquiring licenses globally. So think of the Binance, the OKX of the world. They get licensed in Dubai, they get licensed in Europe, and most of those licenses are for spot only. So what it means is that if you're doing lending or if you're doing futures, if you look at the map of users globally, every time there is a new license, there is new potential users for DeFi, because this license means you can only do spot now and you have to close your position on futures. So it's a great opportunity for us to say, okay, let's bring our product to those guys because they really have a need right now. As a Dubai citizen or the French citizens or whatever other countries, they're bidding, like, they got one toy removed from the sandbox, so to say, and they will try to find somewhere else. So we have to be where this problem happened and bring a simple solution.
All right, but do you think like the CeFi players have then a regulatory, or like they have an advantage because they can be like, adhere to the regulations and so on, and a DeFi protocol is more decentralized, so there's also challenges for adoption, right, and being legitimized in a country.
They do have an advantage, but with these licenses they get, which are mostly spot licenses, they also get like suddenly a part of their business going away, right? So it's important to consider that the operators of DeFi might be like pure operators of DeFi coming from Osmosis, dYdX, and many others, but also some people which will be hybrid. The same way your bank today, if you're banking with HSBC or Citibank or anyone, their core business is your saving account, but they also kind of bring to you car insurance. They bring to you access to the stock market. So they become kind of aggregators for financial products. And I think probably the same patterns of distribution will happen also for the new wave of digital finance or crypto finance, however you want to call it. And that's important to, again, think about distribution. If you really want to expand the amount of potential users you can add to your application.
Yeah. How do you see it, Sunny, for osmosis, basically? Like, are you like more looking to integrate in like CeFi systems, or like is it actually competing with CeFi systems? And yeah, what do you think about the regulatory aspect and differences?
Yeah, I think for osmosis specifically, I think it is, you know, a competing liquidity venue to centralized exchanges, you know, making it more permissionless open access. And I think the benefit, you know, I mentioned this on yesterday as well, but I think the reason DeFi has like value is like, you know, you have a larger tail end of assets, right? That usually can't be listed on centralized exchanges, or centralized exchanges are just slow to list. But on DeFi, you have permissionless listing, so you you get new things are traded. Josh, founder of Kepler, he always says like the best opportunities are on chain. And so it's like, you know, if you wanted UU or GOAT or something, whatever, right? It's like, it's all on chain. This stuff's not listed on centralized exchanges. Now to your, but on Polaris, we're actually going to do something interesting where, you know, I talked yesterday about how we're going to tap into like, you know, aggregating over all of the DeFi liquidity, right? But we actually, our plans is the next step is we'll actually allow people to, you know, take their existing exchange API keys. So if you have a Binance account or a Coinbase account, input those into your Polaris, you know, account, and then we'll actually route over those as well. So if you're getting better, you know, execution by going through Binance liquidity or something, you know, we'll take it. You know, our goal is just to get users from the assets they want to what they want in one unified interface, and if that means routing through SEX liquidity, that's fine.
Yeah, awesome. And that also brings us to the point, like thinking about for the whole DeFi ecosystem, like most of it is like great technology, obviously. And then I think what's really important is like the UX aspect. How do we bring it all together in a user-facing dashboard? It poses the question also like for the Cosmos ecosystem, is it even important to have DeFi on Cosmos kind of, or is it like totally irrelevant and we shouldn't even think about it? We should more think about how do we build the technology and integrate it in a chain abstracted front end, basically.
I think that's a good point. There is one DeFi in my opinion, and if you look at how the ecosystem within Cosmos has evolved over the past years, you realize that more and more projects are actually building bridges via Price Oracle or via proper bridges with other ecosystems, right? So when you say DeFi on Cosmos could be doing better, I think it's doing great already. At least at dYdX, we're very happy with the move we did on the Cosmos stack. We registered $225 billion of trading volumes over the past 12 months. So definitely there is a good adoption over there. But as many others, we are also building bridges via Oracle. So whatever you can trade on Solana is also tradable on dYdX. You can trade also some permission markets from Polymarket on dYdX. And we're not the only one to do that, right? So I think eventually, fast forward, give it 6 to 12 months, you will see like there is one DeFi market. And some people will enable different technologies to eventually totally abstract these silos, which have been built by different stacks, and the users will be just finding either best liquidity, best execution, or great ideas. But I think it's our role also to mitigate this complexity of the stack. There is only so many people with an appetite for bridging and changing and buying gas fees here and there. So again, trying to really bring the right product to the right people, and I believe that the next big wave of DeFi users are actually just before our eyes within CeFi.
Yeah. Like just to add on to that, I think that like to build the best DeFi apps, I think you do need a like integrated app chain stack, right? And so, you know, the way dYdX, for example, has like built-in oracles into the validator network, having validators run order books in the mempool. Alpin, one of my colleagues, will be giving a talk right after this on how to improve that even further. doing stuff like application-aware ordering, right? So I think there's a lot of, if you want to do any sort of, build a really high performance, like fair DeFi system, you kind of need to do it on an app chain. And I think the Cosmos stack is like the best stack that exists for building actually decentralized app chains.
Yeah. So you think Cosmos stack, Cosmos chains are basically the way how to get to like chain abstraction and like, yeah, breaking the liquidity fragmentation across all the different ecosystems, including like Ethereum, Solana, Cosmos, and so on. And Cosmos is the technology that makes it happen in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, I guess what I meant more is like Cosmos SDK and Comet BFT is like the stack that lets you build integrated decentralized applications, right? So, stuff like dYdX, stuff like Thorchain, like Osmosis, like, Hyperliquid is, was built on Comet BFT, and like, so all, to build all of these like things, you need to have a decentralized protocol, and like, you see things like Unichain and stuff like, but with these like single sequencers, they're gonna run into like regulatory issues, right? Which you don't get when you actually have a proper decentralized system. It's funny that like I feel like Unichain is like, dYdX started as like a contract on Ethereum, then went to an L2, but then they realized at the end like you need a decentralized app chain. I feel like Uniswap is like still like one cycle behind.
And do you think Unichain will swap to become a Cosmos chain at some point then?
I think they'll find some way they have to decentralize their sequencer stack.
Right.
I think the best decentralized sequencer stack is Comet BFT based.
Right, yeah. I mean, I think it's very interesting because also Starknet, they're also building their decentralized sequencer set now, and it's like almost the same thing, like building an app chain on Ethereum, like a L2 is pretty much similar to building an app chain on Cosmos now. Is that like not an issue, like that basically the two ecosystems become more and more like have the same vision, or like you think Cosmos will prevail there as a technology because it's superior? Then
I guess this goes down to the question of like, what is Cosmos, right? Is it the specific, Cosmos SDK tech stack that we're trying to have win, or is it these ideas that we had of app chains and like fast finality based blockchains? And if more and more things are just becoming Cosmos, that's great.
Yeah.
I think Cosmos is hasn't been short on technological inventiveness. With a lot of things originating in Cosmos and then later being commercialized or monetized maybe a little bit better elsewhere. So I think the best tech doesn't always win, but the best product usually does. And so I think this kind of comes back to like the ruthless focus on building great DeFi products. I think and coming back to your original question of like, do you integrate as like you're building Cosmos DeFi, do you integrate it with existing networks where like DeFi activity is happening on like Ethereum or Solana or something? Or do you kind of like focus on building your own DeFi ecosystem here at home? I think, you have to separate sort of like the product from the distribution. So like from a distributional standpoint, it may make sense for you to just simply, distribute, your products or your services cross-chain to some of these other DeFi ecosystems and tap into the liquidity and users that are there. I had the fortune or misfortune, however you want to kind of think about it, of like working at TFL for 2 years during its meteoric rise and collapse. And one of the things that we were doing there was like these liquidity deals, UST liquidity deals with different projects on different networks like Avalanche, Solana, Ethereum. And like that was really helpful in getting like distribution for UST, and it made a lot of sense for that product. But there are certain benefits that you get from that you can't get from these sort of like cross-ecosystem interactions. And like one of those is synchronous composability, which is this idea that you can have smart contracts sort of interact seamlessly with each other or atomically with each other within the same block. And that gives benefits to the user. So in the context of like, one great example of this is like flash loans. I think flash loans is honestly like one of the coolest things that as an industry we've built thus far, because it's fundamentally like an innovation that doesn't exist in traditional finance, which is, flash loans, if you're not familiar with it, is this idea that you can basically as a borrower, you can go borrow like an infinite amount more capital than like you'd be able to if you like manually went to the, the platform, like borrowed, up to like your liquidation threshold. You can then take that borrowed capital, use it to exploit an opportunity in the market, like an MEV opportunity or an arbitrage opportunity, and then return that borrowed capital to the lender and pocket the profit within the same block, right? And if any one of those kind of aspects of that transaction doesn't, fails, the whole thing reverts. Like that's amazing, right? Like in terms of improving capital efficiency and profitability for like both the lender and the borrower gets to borrow like infinitely more capital and use that to exploit an opportunity in the market and make more money as a result of that, while taking on like little risk because it just reverts the transaction if it's not successful. And the lender earns more fees from like lending out this capital in the form of flash loans, while also doing it with very little like liquidation or like insolvency risk because the transactions won't revert. So like synchronous composability is like a fundamental advantage that like DeFi has that TradFi just can't offer. And so I think you only get that when you have like a tightly integrated DeFi ecosystem on one chain. You don't get that from like porting your applications or your products and services over to other ecosystems. Like another example of this is like on Neutron, you have Mars and you have Drop, which are like, Mars is a credit protocol, Drop is a liquid staking protocol for interchain assets that's like backed by Lido. And like Mars is this product which is like high leverage staking vaults where you can boost your staking rewards by entering this vault. In the back end, it sort of like loops your assets and you earn higher staking rewards by holding more of the underlying asset. And there's sort of like two ways to enter that vault. You can either enter that vault by like using liquidity, by basically swapping the asset that you have for the more of the asset you need, like get greater exposure. Or you can, basically Mars can compose with Drop smart contracts on Neutron since they're built on the same network and mint the appropriate amount of like a D atom, let's say, to enter that vault. And so people could enter this vault in size and completely circumvent slippage and trading fees. And so like this is another advantage of like, for the user, getting to enter a DeFi position in size boosts their staking rewards only because these two applications are co-located on the same network. So I think synchronous composability is another like thing that as an industry, like we can benefit from building more things around that.
Yeah. George, what's your take on like, do you think there's an advantage to like a integrated monolithic DeFi ecosystem or what's your take on it?
So the current issue with DeFi right now is that you have basically forks of the same applications, but on different ecosystems. You have lending, DEX, perps on Solana. The same thing, you have it on EVM, and then you have it on Cosmos, maybe even on multiple chains on Cosmos and multiple chains on EVM. And the issue with that is that you have a limited pool of users, and then everybody is basically fighting for the same users, right, as he said. So, and this causes what we call a zero-sum game, where everybody's fighting for the same liquidity and users and it's just moving around, right? And this is why we feel DeFi is not great anymore. Because back then, there was maybe Terra, Osmosis, Uniswap, and just Ethereum, and this is where DeFi was. Now it's all over 100 blockchains. Now you have Unichain. Now you have all these L2s that want their own ecosystem. Now Base wants to, like break out of Ethereum. And this is what is happening. And this is, I think, why we feel that DeFi isn't as it used to be, because the user experience has degraded so much the past few years due to the expansion of the modular thesis, which is basically that you have now all these L2s, all these app chains, which are basically just, I won't say fork, but like the same type of a DeFi application, but a bit different in terms of maybe faster, maybe better in some ways. But this is a huge issue because users now don't know where to go, and now they're looking where is the best incentive for me to go, and people and applications, DeFi apps, start paying money to be able to, get these users in through incentives, through inflation, through whatever that is. And this is, I think, a huge cause for DeFi experience to be degraded that much in the past few years. Because back then you knew where you needed to go. Now you don't know anymore. Where is the next? And people are just waiting for the next DeFi chain. Okay, now there's Base and there's Solana. Now where is it next? I don't think that's a good way to think. I think this could get even worse. And this is why I think having cross-chain interfaces, cross-chain backend solutions, unified solutions, aggregating liquidity is very important, because you're actually allowing the entire ecosystem to grow at the same time instead of fighting basically for the same liquidity. And this is why Polaris, for example, is very important. This is why I believe what we're building on the backend is also very important, to build a shared infrastructure for liquidity to grow at the same time instead of basically everybody's fighting for the same liquidity, and it's getting smaller with time.
On the slight flip side of that, though, right? Like, so I agree that like Polaris kind of stuff, we're trying to say like, okay, liquidity, it's fine if it's not, fully integrated. Your question was about like integrated versus modular on how it affects DeFi, right? And I think modular is fine for spot stuff, right? Like that's what Polaris is trying to solve right now of like, hey, okay, you want to do spot trading across all of these places, we'll build an interface that aggregates all of them. On the other side of this, though, where aggregated is actually very important is when you bring any sort of leverage into the system. Because once you've introduced leverage of any kind, now you actually do need high levels of like integration, right? So like, even aggregators work very well in spot because it's like, it's a simple question of like, oh, okay, where are you getting the best price output? Because once the trade is done, the swap is over. It's like a one-time thing. When you're talking about leverage, it's not just about where you're getting the best execution. There's also, building an aggregator over like dYdX and Hyperliquid is like not a simple thing because it's, you have to also account for funding rates. You have to account for, they both have different like liquidation rules and all this stuff. They have different collateralization rules and all this. So it's like, I think when you start to get into leverage stuff, that's when you actually do need to start building like vertically integrated systems.
So is there any way to like break the fragmented liquidity also for like leverage staking or perp trading? Or do you think those ecosystems will basically emerge like on Cosmos, on Ethereum, on Solana, fragmented? Or
I mean, I think you're gonna probably have like a few pillars of like perps markets, right? I think like dYdX and Hyperliquid are sort of like the two behemoths, and like it. And the thing with perps specifically is they are kind of very winner takes all style markets, and so I think you're gonna have like a few major centers of perps liquidity, and then like not a very tail end of not that many other stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the topography of the purse market will diverge much from the spot market. If you look at spot, how like the top 10 players are getting most of the liquidity, the perps market should evolve in the same way on the DEX side also. So the liquidity will be within a few hubs, and yes, many people are working on this, including dYdX.
Yeah, awesome. So I want to get back to one topic. I think all of you mentioned a little bit. It's like incentives in the DeFi ecosystem, and I think it's a really interesting topic. Actually, like there's a lot of DeFi projects building right now. So there's a lot of infrastructure, but also like it feels pretty competitive for the liquidity actually. And then there's like a lot of new projects launching with like very attractive incentive campaigns, and then they take over users, and it feels like there's also a kind of mercenary behavior in DeFi users. Yeah, maybe like a quick take from everyone, like what do you think about it? I feel like the incentives in crypto and DeFi are pretty fucked up actually, where like new founders come up with new protocols and then they launch some incentive campaign, launch a token, hype it up, and then that's it kind of. But then there's like long-term builders, people actually building like really solid infrastructure and so on, and they are kind of suffering from that. Can you, like, do you feel that? Or
Incentives are for kickstarting something. If you build your product for constant incentive, it means your product has a weakness and you should be revising something. When I go and trade on Coinbase or Binance, I got no incentive. The incentive is the UI, the liquidity, and in our business, the liquidity is like prime, right? So you work on the fundamentals of your product. You can use incentive, that's very, very fair. But if you keep looking for new incentive, or if you have to create inflations for incentive, it's eventually signal a weakness in your product or in a weakness in your offering. So incentive are for kickstart something, and at some point you need to iterate or just review and restart from a blank sheet if you have to your product. You cannot be constantly on incentive. It's not healthy.
But that's an issue if like other projects are launching new and they all bring like incentive campaigns.
Binance is still the #1 in the market, and they have no incentive for you. And whenever there is a small DeFi project or whatever other projects coming up with incentive, all the users of Binance are not migrating away, right? There is a subset of them going because they are agile and they are early adopters and more degen maybe. But like what will be moving the needle is eventually like the good fundamentals of your project, number of users, trading volume if you're in the DeFi business, as well as the fees being paid to by your users to the protocol. So eventually you are aiming at balancing your operations.
Yeah, I think incentives aren't like a new concept that are like specific to crypto as well. Like, you know, Web2 companies have been using incentives to attract users and like solve the cold start problem, which is this like idea that you need to bootstrap the initial network effects for your business, and you can use incentives as a tool for that. You know, but it's not like, it's kind of like, you know, in crypto today as well with like liquidity, like big partners slapping liquidity into things. Like $100 million into this protocol, $50 million here. Like that's not like solving the problem, right? Doesn't mean you found product market fit. It just means that you were great at negotiating a liquidity deal. So I think that, you know, incentives play an important role, and they can be an accelerant in like allowing you to find product market fit over time by like helping you solve that cold start problem, like I said. But you know, ultimately, you kind of it comes back to like crypto startup 101, where you have like 2 phases of the startup. You have pre-product market fit and post-product market fit. Pre-product market fit, your only mandate is like finding product market fit in a large market. And like the large market aspect of that is obviously important with being able to capitalize on a large enough economic opportunity. But ultimately, like, you know, you just need to build great products that are compelling enough that people want to use them without being paid to use them, right? Like Binance is a great example of that. You know, like there's other examples as well. Where you don't need to be paid to use something. And so like incentives are sort of like a tool. They can be an accelerant, but they're not like an end within itself.
Great distribution are the new incentives.
Yeah. Great words. Yeah, time is up as well. Maybe just like, if you can say, what's the one most important thing to make DeFi great again? In like just one word or one sentence for all of you.
We need privacy on chain. I have friends who are like market makers on centralized exchanges, and they're like, we can't deploy our best trading strategies on chain because as soon as we do that, we're leaking our trading strategies to the entire world that we spent a lot of money and time developing. And so they're using their like shitty trading market making strategies on chain which have no edge and stuff. So without on-chain privacy to protect this like protect people's trading strategies, we're not going to get the same level of volumes as you have on centralized exchanges.
Great point. Yeah.
I'll pick distribution to help making DeFi great again.
Yeah.
I believe you need to basically, there's 2 things. Number one, just to remove the need for bridges. Bridges is one of the worst, I think, attack vectors first in blockchain, and also it's a very bad user experience overall. And 2, you need to basically unify liquidity in a way where all the assets on all these chains and all these ecosystems can be basically put or represented in one place, and users can tap into this source of liquidity for all their needs, whether it's leverage, perps, prediction markets, whatever. I think these are the 2 most important points.
I think in short, just integration. You know, I think a few panelists talked about this, but having a really tightly integrated DeFi ecosystem has a lot of advantages. So I think that's the one thing I would say.
Amazing. Cool. Thanks so much. Looking forward and excited for what we're all building.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much. What an incredible way of starting off day 2 here at Cosmoverse, a really deep dive into DeFi. And it always blows my mind how quickly this industry evolves and how new trends come about and how we're talking about making DeFi great again. DeFi is great anyway, but still, trends do change. Things are always adapting, but I'm all for definitely making sure that DeFi gets there. And so osmosis is definitely going to be a big part of this. So now we have our title of enabling trading for all tokens across all chains. So please join me in welcoming Alpin from Osmosis.
Hello, everyone. Today, we're going to talk about a question that we at the Osmosis team have been thinking about for quite some time, which is the question of how to hyperscale a DEX. And in having this discussion, I'm going to outline a technical vision for the Osmosis chain that until this talk has not really left the confines of our organization. My goal is not to claim that there is one way an app chain. So first of all, what the heck do I even mean by the word hyperscale? To me, this means fast, cheap, and high throughput, but I'll be more specific. When I say fast, I mean 250 milliseconds or less. This is a bound that is set mostly by the speed of light, but I actually think we can do even better. When I say cheap, I mean essentially no cost for almost or all operations, especially the high load ones, such as limit orders. And when I say high throughput, I mean tens of thousands of trades per second, and even this is a lower bound. And I think that we should be building systems that can scale even beyond this. You know, I hate to say this, but I should also add that we don't want to give up common sense functionality, such as giving good execution price for traders. And if we're going to call the thing a DEX, my only ask is that it has more than one node. So where are we now? We're basically in a world where we have some combination of AMMs and on-chain order books. AMMs have this horrible trade-off of giving up limit orders. And in doing so, they introduce a level of capital inefficiency that many of you are familiar with. And the moment you add back limit orders, they become on-chain order books. And the problem with on-chain order books that we've experienced at Osmosis is that there is this insatiable appetite for throughput. That market makers, there seems to be no real upper bound on how much throughput traders can consume. And wherever we are right now, the state of the art is 10 to 100x off of what even the cutting edge consensus algorithms can support. I'll also add, I think these single sequencer rollups, such as Unichain with pre-confirmations and flash blocks, do a pretty good job. I would view them as an MVP of where we're going. And as they decentralize, they're going to look less like rollups and more like app chains. So with that said, where are we going? The real answer for where we're going is a mechanism that we came up with called Clobber. But I've found that just trying to explain this head on can get very confusing. So instead of telling you what Clobber is, we're going to step through how to hyperscale a DEX. And when we're done, we're going to have reinvented Clobber together. So my claim is that there are three steps to scaling up a DEX. The first is we want to minimize the on-chain footprint of the exchange. The second is we want to tighten the screws around what guarantees we provide traders. And the last is we want to harden the system with privacy, not for some moral reason, but because it is necessary to build an exchange of the scale that we want. So, just 3 steps. It's that simple. And let's start with minimizing the on-chain footprint. The natural question for this step is why? Why try to minimize the part that goes on consensus? And the answer is quite simple. The answer is that consensus is the cost center of crypto. It's that whenever we have these massive costs that come up that limit our throughput, it is generally rooted in coming to consensus on things that oftentimes we don't need to come to consensus on. And specifically in the case of order books, we have this incredible observation that the first time I heard of it was the dYdX team several years ago that claimed that essentially only 1% of orders that are placed are actually filled. And so what happens to the other 99%? They're canceled and they leave no on-chain footprint whatsoever. So this begs the question, if 99% of the orders leave no on-chain footprint, why have them as part of consensus at all? And this is the essentially short answer to the first step of minimizing the on-chain footprint is to do what dYdX did with their perp order book and push all of the orders and the order books off-chain into the validators. And so right there, we get a roughly 100x increase in throughput on the bottleneck of our system, which is consensus. And I think this is an incredible experiment that dYdX has run, and they've gone quite far with it. The primary challenge with it is that as a trader, you get essentially no guarantees about what's going to happen to your order. For example, a proposer can ignore your cancel and just fill your order at a stale price. They can ignore an order that you placed and just put it in their pocket and then fill it later when it becomes stale. Or they can sandwich you. They can censor all of the orders before swap and just replace them with orders at worse prices. And so minimizing the on-chain footprint is really that simple. It's push the order book off-chain to your validators. But of course, this comes with the trade-off of pretty horrible trader guarantees. Essentially, your validators can fleece your traders, and this is not a property that we want of our system. So let's break down why validators can do this. Like how, if we are to tackle this challenge, what is the root of it? And the root of it is that the proposer of a block essentially controls the inputs and the outputs of the system. They control their off-chain order book on one hand, and then they control the block that's created on the other hand. And there's this really challenging protocol design question of how do you provide on-chain guarantees for things that happen off-chain? And it's not obvious. This is not an obvious question to answer, and this is why it's probably taken so long. And the core idea of it is essentially well, let's pose that as a question. What if instead of having just the proposer include transactions in a block, we could let every validator do so? And so the short of the mechanism is essentially to say that validators will get a slice of the block reward if they contribute into the block either a transaction that improves the price of any swap or sort of uncensors a transaction. You might notice that this is highly application specific. This is not something you can go build on a general purpose chain. And this is by design. The primary goal here is to arm the validator set with the ability to essentially uncensor things that the proposer would censor. And my very hacky diagram here is essentially, if the red triangle is the validator that is the proposer, normally the block would get filled with just that red bar. But in a system that we're talking about, which we're calling Clobber, you can imagine that transactions come from many different validators, and the block gets populated with input from not just one party, but from many parties. And this is, for those coming from Ethereum land, this might seem familiar with the whole multiple concurrent proposer work. But the critical difference is that the logic here around this process is application specific. We're providing guarantees to the trader based on the fact that they are using a protocol that understands the application layer. So what does Clobber stand for? It's essentially CLOBS, a central limit order book, with batch executed rebates. The rebates are the block rewards that flow back to the validators. And it's a way to incentivize validators to contribute to the positive sum activity of the exchange. So we've minimized the on-chain footprint with a 100x throughput increase from pushing order books off-chain. We've strengthened trader guarantees by allowing many validators to contribute to block building. And now we need to harden the system with privacy. Even though we have much higher throughput and generally better guarantees than most on-chain systems, we are still missing the sort of level of elegance in the mechanism, which some of you who are familiar with Tendermint might have noticed. The sort of hint at the problem is that if a validator only needs 2/3 of the set to come to consensus, then they can essentially ignore the remaining 1/3 of votes. So you can have a validator that's trying to get your transaction in, that's sort of working on your behalf for that slice of the block reward, to uncensor a canceled order that you try to put into the block. And you might still fail if the proposer sees that validator and just ignores their vote, because they can do this up to 1/3 of the validator set. And this is actually, my view when we first stumbled on this was that this was intractable, because if you lower this threshold, you end up in a position where you can halt the chain super easily. If you make it 1/3 to 10%, you only need 10% to halt the chain. So Sunny came up with a brilliant idea of essentially introducing privacy. His claims is almost a direct quote. If the votes are encrypted, then the proposer doesn't know what to censor. And I think that this is the final missing piece in this mechanism that essentially makes it so that we can get to the back button. That we can get to the platonic ideal of, if you want to get a transaction in a block, all you have to do is find your next door validator, right? Go to the closest validator to you, send it to a single validator, and you should have a reasonably strong guarantee that your order will get into that chain. And that is basically the way we do this is through privacy. And the main sort of elegant approach is to threshold encrypt all the votes, so the proposer has no idea what they're accepting, and then only decrypt them once the block is final. And to make this a bit more practical, this is those of you familiar with threshold encryption might know that doing this process of encrypting and decrypting adds sort of blocks of latency to the execution. So if you want to threshold encrypt something and then decrypt it, now you have an extra block that you have to wait. So the question is, how can you make this run in one block? And that is to put it all in a trusted execution environment. If this degrades, then we fall back to the threshold encrypted version, which works quite elegantly. So this brings us to basically the end of our 3-step plan. We've minimized the on-chain footprint. We've pushed the order book off-chain into validator-maintained orders. We've strengthened trader guarantees by allowing more people to contribute to the block building process. And then we've hardened our system with privacy by threshold encrypting votes and as a practical matter, running everything in a trusted execution environment. And in doing all of this, we essentially have hyperscaled an exchange. And this mechanism, this 3-step process and where we've landed with it is what we call Clobber. And the sort of core piece of the mechanism is this rebate process, which kicks back block rewards to validators as they run through all of these steps. So the real answer to how do you hyperscale a DEX is to build an app chain. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you very much. I promise you this morning was going to be hectic, and we have another keynote coming to you right now. I usually have lots of time to speak in between, but there isn't much time today, so I'm going to keep powering through, and maybe later I'll have a few more discussions. So our next topic is titled Integrated Applications, and this is coming to you by Avril from Neutron. So put your hands together for Avril, everyone.
Hey everybody. So I'm Avril, I'm a contributor at Neutron. You might know me as Spade, and today I want to tell you about, we've heard a lot about great technology today, and I think like this is an integral part of the industry, but very often we need to convert tech into products. So here are some of the learnings from our experience, right? Like Cosmos as a space, I think, has earned the recognition for being tremendously innovative, especially when it comes to fundamental technological improvements. But we've oftentimes failed to distribute these technological improvements as better products, better experiences for users, right? And so like examples of this include, like proof of stake, liquid staking, for example, was, invented in Cosmos. But if you think about the largest projects doing this today, you'll probably think about Lido, which is, on Ethereum. Similarly, like, Cosmos invented interchain security and restaking, which is today mostly commercialized by, Eigenlayer on Ethereum as well, right? And so, the learning there is that the best technology doesn't always win, but the best product usually does. And so, as builders, it's kind of our responsibility to not just think about like fundamental technological improvements, but also how do we package these into better products, better experiences, so that the users actually get to benefit fully from these improvements. Now, what makes a better product? Is it like decentralization, trustlessness, self-custody? Well, yes, those things are like very important properties of the systems that we need to design and maintain as we sort of like iterate and improve over our products, but they're not very user-centric actually. As a user, as a trader, as a DeFi degen, what you're actually valuing the most is most likely one of these three things. Capital efficiency, e.g. how much can I do with $1? How much incremental gains can I get from this system? Accessibility, e.g. how easy is it to do the things that I want to do with this system, with this product, and synergy, which is, how nicely does it fit into the rest of the set of applications that I use. And so, we've seen a lot of fragmentation, a lot of challenges on all three of these verticals throughout the industry. And it sort of like begs the question, how do we change this? How do we take all these amazing technologies, package them into like one really, really nice product that we can then distribute to the industry? And today I want to tell you about like three general stories, which I think bear some of our learnings of like how to do this at scale. And our first story is kind of like not settling down for what already exists in terms of mechanism designs and product design, right? The history of trading is very linked to the history of civilization. In a way, it enables specialization, right? Like you'll produce food, I'll produce like art, and then we'll exchange this. This enables like society as a whole to grow. And the history of trading is one of searching for efficiency and optimization, right? Like we were trading physically, we invented town markets so that we wouldn't have to like walk kilometers to get one good, but actually you could just like get them all in one place. We invented like trading floors for the same reason, but for financial assets. We invented technologies that allowed us to communicate at distances so that this exchange would get like more and more efficient, like faster and faster, right? And this all kind of like culminated with like the invention of electronic order books. Order books allow you to like aggregate the preferences of not just like two counterparties trading with one another, but like thousands of them, right? And so you've heard today like about how order books are like powerful primitives, right? And so it stands to reason that when trading became an on-chain thing, we went for this model, right? But it turns out that, you may remember like Ether Delta as well as like, 0x and such, like the first exchanges on chain were order books. But the problem was that like on the infrastructure at the time, those were really slow, really expensive, right? And so, as a result of these limitations, not as a result of it being a better design, but as a result of the limitations, we invented AMMs, right? AMMs like Uniswap, this is the V1, so like memory lane for some of you. But AMMs basically allow you to like improve the efficiency of the compute like tremendously by basically having one pool that serves as the counterparty for everything. And over time, we sort of like refined this model by making the curves way more efficient, enabling them to like be tailored to specific use cases and token trading. And so in doing so, we democratized for the first time in like human history probably like market making itself, right? So the ability to sort of like make the market on which others are sort of like expressing their preferences and trading, right? But we didn't democratize capital efficiency or profitability, unfortunately. AMMs as a model have tremendous limitations. They have generally poor pricing. Because they're fully passive entities, they only update their prices when other traders sort of like come and trade, which also results in adverse selection, which is that if I'm a sophisticated trader and I know the price of an asset, generally on the internet in the real world, I can wait until the pool gives me a better price than it should before I trade against the pool. And as a result of this, like LPs, participants that help market make these new markets on chain are effectively losing money like all the time, right? And so while we distributed market making, we didn't distribute market-making profits. And this is something that we can fix. And I think, I will not be the first one to argue this on stage today, but to do this, we need integrated infrastructure, we need app chains. Now, when you combine some of these technologies together, you're able to not only build better, more efficient markets, but also distribute them as better products and experiences for users. The way you do this is you combine the most efficient way of aggregating preferences that we know of, which is very advanced on-chain order books, high performance and such. Kudos to the previous talks on this, very interesting. You take the order books, you combine them with additional enshrined infrastructure, like the ability to retrieve prices from all across the internet through an enshrined oracle, automation, and a few other primitives, and you're able to build super vaults, like what we call super vaults, which are market-making vaults that are not suffering from adverse selection. What they provide is best execution for traders in the sense that you're now able to trade at the best prices available in the entire industry on-chain, as well as much more protection for LPs so that impermanent loss is kind of like a thing of the past. And on expectations, you're earning with every trade that the markets facilitate. Roughly speaking, simplifying heavily here, this is how it works. So on the right, you have your order book with a set of like limit orders in there. The difference between the highest buy and the lowest sell is what we call the spread. On an AMM, you would call this like the fee effectively. And on the right, you have the super vault, so the market-making vault. That vault has liquidity and it receives data and like as an input, right? So you have the oracle price that tells you like on the internet, this is the actual price at which the asset is trading. You can use this information with the market-making vault to effectively like put liquidity very tightly across this price at a 10% bips, like at a 10 bips kind of like difference from that price. This becomes effectively the profits for the LPs, right? Now what you've done is you've tremendously tightened the spread. So as an exchange, as a product for traders, you are now providing way better execution and systematically as well. But what you can also do is you can take the reserve and also allocate this onto the order book, but at a 2 plus 2% so like difference to the market price. And what this does is it provides tremendous capital efficiency to the rest of the ecosystem. And this is something that we'll touch upon a bit later in the presentation. And then you repeat this cycle, right? For every block, you get an oracle update. You now know the best price for this asset. You market make around it. You put the reserve capital into the order book, and you repeat this cycle. You execute the trade, you withdraw the liquidity, and you start over. And so what this does is it democratizes market-making profits, because now you not only provide better pricing for traders, right? Like effectively, you're able to trade Binance prices, but on-chain. But you're also able to have much more profitable LP positions because the prices are updated at every single block, and because the transactions are ordered in a custom way that prevents them from the LPs from being front-run effectively, there is no longer adverse selection. And so as a result of this in expectation on every trade, the LPs, the market makers, are making profits, right? You also increase the capital efficiency of the entire ecosystem, right? Remember how we put the reserve at about 2% of the mid price? What this does is that it tremendously increases the lending and borrowing caps on other primitives in the ecosystem, right? Compared to an XYK pool, a super vault like this provides like 100x more efficient like liquidations and a higher caps, which means more perps open interest, which means like more lending and borrowing capacity. And so, the TLDR of this is that like financial markets by definition are driven by a search for efficiency and profitability. And for our products to be successful, we need to be able to become the best versions, like the best products available in these regards, right? To do so, we need integrated infrastructure. We need dedicated infrastructure that is tailored to satisfying the objective functions of the market participants, right? And so we need app chains. We need integrated infrastructure. Our second story is about connecting the dots, or in this case, the drops. Drop protocol, which is a liquid staking protocol on Neutron, launched very recently. And one of the major pieces of feedback we got is that people enjoyed how integrated the experience felt with the rest of the ecosystem, right? The big reason why that happened was because Drop took a very integrated approach to its go-to-market, right? On the Drop app itself, it would reference other applications you could use these assets in. On these applications, you could also see your droplets, like the staking rewards that you would get from these assets and such. And so the experience extended outside of one simple app and became an ecosystem thing. And they were all tied together with synchronous composability, which enables higher efficiency. You're now like removing some of the fees. You're removing latency. You're enabling all of these things to happen within a same block, which enables you to take better trade, right? And when you model the ecosystem as a whole, you see that there's a bit of a flywheel happening between different DeFi primitives, right? And so integration is also about like being very intentional about these different synergies and optimizing for each one of them. We've already talked about how by optimizing the way you market make on the order book, you can increase the capital efficiency of the leverage markets. But effectively, there are relationships like this that are synergistic between each of the protocols, right? Like, asset issuers want TVL, like markets want liquidity, and that liquidity is required for lending markets. And so like by being very intentional and like pushing on these relationships, you're able to like increase the capital efficiency of the whole. A really pinnacle kind of like example of this is Mars Protocol, I think, which is probably the most integrated like credit primitive in the industry today. Mars not only accepts like reward-bearing collateral, like assets as collateral, like not just LSTs, but also LP tokens or Vault tokens for market making, so like primitives. It not only accepts them as collateral, but it allows you to like take leverage onto them, which begets liquidity, because now you're not only providing liquidity with your own assets, but also with those that you have borrowed. And it unlocks new trades in doing so, right? On all perps exchanges today, the only collateral you can provide is USDC, which means that if you want to do trades like the Athena carry trade, you would have to use 2 units of capital, one of them in USDC in order to serve as collateral for the perps, as well as 1 unit of capital that you basically hold as part, as the exposure, right? So like Athena does rep stake ETH, you get the staking rewards and ETH exposure, and then short ETH to go delta neutral and earn the funding, like the funding rate. You can do this in one trade with 1 unit of capital on Mars, which makes it like twice as capital efficient, and also much faster and much more manageable, right? And so, integration is not about just getting the right infrastructure to make the products then better. It's also about like taking all of the pieces of an actual on-chain economy and like combining them very intentionally so that you maximize the output of every single component. Our last story is about shortening the path, right? And this one is like the most user-centric, I guess. Like UX in crypto today is still a bit of a maze, right? Like at every single step, users will churn, and if you sort of like try and summarize the general journey for like most apps in the ecosystem, like this is what it looks like, right? I'm not gonna walk you through every single one of these steps. I think you've probably suffered through them like multiple times before as like, one of the first adopters of these technologies, but this doesn't need to happen, right? We can remove most of these steps and simplify the journey like tremendously. And the way that we do this is, first, we enable users to create a wallet in one click wherever they are from the app itself, right? Instead of having to go to the App Store, download a specific wallet or such, we can bring the wallet experience into the app itself. We can have these work as integrated components of the application that we can develop and distribute across every single app, so that whatever app you're interested in the ecosystem, you can literally just go there, click Connect Wallet. If you have a wallet, but it's not a Cosmos wallet or such, you can use your MetaMask wallet, your Phantom wallet, and connect with this. If you don't have a wallet, if you've never used on-chain finance, you can create one with a passkey in like 3 clicks, right? That's a pretty significant detour that you don't need to make anymore, right? So you've gained a lot of time as a user. And the second thing is, we can completely abstract away gas. We can offer free transactions to new users. We can accept different gas denominations so that being stuck because you don't have the native asset anymore is no longer an issue. And that means that removes a lot of complexity. And then finally, if you need to onboard funds, we can allow you to do this extremely quickly from the app itself through 2 things. But first, having the on-ramps and like the bridging basically be an integrated experience of the applications. Think about Drop, like all of the bridging that happens in the background is not something that the user has to care about. You just, I have my assets here, do the thing. And we can also like build custom infrastructure like Skip Go Fast. I believe Barry will be talking about it later today, which allows you to bring your USDC from wherever it is to Neutron, Osmosis, and other chains in like 30 seconds rather than 30 minutes. And so all of these kind of like pieces of infrastructure, the ability to sign with Ethereum keys as well as Cosmos ones, use whatever wallet you're accustomed to, your passkeys and such, as the primary way of interacting with these things removes complexity. The ability to bring your capital onto the chain in like 30 seconds also removes complexity. And so the aggregate result of all of this is that users get to your product in like 3 clicks and 30 seconds, rather than have to go through this entire journey, right? To conclude, if we are serious about building better DeFi ecosystems and integrated on-chain economies, we need to not only develop better technologies, but we need to package them into better products so that they're as accessible to new users as possible and as efficient as possible. This is what I believe like integrated infrastructure uniquely enables, and this is what we'll be focusing on for the next couple of years. Thank you all.
Society, we are constantly wanting to do things quicker and quicker. I talk to friends all the time, and the amount of people now that summarize books online utilizing AI, they just want the snippet of what that whole book, that 400 pages is about. So we have to continually make things as rapid as possible. So like 30 seconds, can we now make that 10 seconds? Because people just don't have the time to wait. They don't want to do all of these different steps. They want things as fast and rapid as possible. And that's what everyone here is developing, is making sure that that tech can be as quick and seamless as possible. So now I get the pleasure of introducing to stage someone that I met at the dinner the other evening, and we had a lovely conversation then. So I'm really excited to hear what he has to say. So please give a really warm welcome, everyone, to David from White Whale.
Hi, Cosmoverse. First of all, thank you for the introduction. I'm grateful to be here today, and I'm excited to see so many faces at the second day of Cosmoverse. Slides? Oh, I clicked too much. There we go. So this presentation will be about protocol design and how crypto economics can make or break your protocol. So I don't think I need to ask the question, who owns crypto in this audience here, because I guess everybody does. And if I had to guess, how many people of you are building protocols in crypto? Could you raise your hand for me? Roughly a third, a quarter. So either way, if you're owning crypto or if you're building crypto, this might be important for you because you want to ensure that whatever you invest in has sound crypto economics, and whatever you build has sound crypto economics as well. So over the course of this presentation, we will go over a collection of experiences and lessons that I've learned and the people I've been working with have learned in building and launching applications and designing them. So let's go over the first point, power to the user. What's this about? So the idea here is that whenever you build an application and there is a piece of the system where you can make decisions, for example, where to distribute incentives, where to put money, where to whitelist something, decision-making power. In general, you want to give that power to the market and to the users. One, because it's more efficient. And second, because it mitigates collusion. Because if there is a power and there's only a single entity holding that power, it just opens up all the doors for backroom deals that you shouldn't want. So let me give you a couple of examples. First of all, liquid staking sets. I know that's a sensitive topic. Some love them, some hate them. But in essence, if you have a liquid staking protocol that has a custom liquid staking set where the team can decide who joins it and who gets how many tokens, then you run into very, very strong case or very high probability of backroom deals happening and collusion happening. Something that nobody likes. And on top, you're leaving a lot of opportunity on the table for users to make decisions and basically fight over their allocations of delegations. And a similar example here is the manual distribution of incentives. Say you're launching a DeFi application, a DEX, a vault for yields, and you as a team decide to put incentives here or there. Again, you're making the decisions, and while the risk of collusion is not as high, it's still very inefficient because the market might think very differently from what you do. So how to do this better? I think the VE model is a really fantastic tokenomic design, and we're going to hear that name a couple of times during the presentation. But in essence, for those of you who don't know it, in the VE model, you lock the native token of the protocol and thereby get decision-making power. Because you're a stakeholder, you lock your token for a long amount of time, and you get the decision. And this model can be utilized for various cases. One of them, obviously, a DEX and incentives, but also we have here in the Cosmos, we have Eris protocol that does this for the liquid staking set, where you can lock the native token of the chain and thereby, in a VE style, get delegations to your validator. And on the DEX side, we also have this on Terra with Whitewell together. I think it launched a couple of weeks ago and already attracted millions in TVL in a short amount of time because it's a really very well-aligned system that encourages users to vie for that power and try to get it. So power to the users. If you can, let the free market decide and give the market the power. So when you give markets power to make decisions, there's something fascinating you can do with that, which is tokenizing it. So tokenization, many people think of tokenization of representing objects on a blockchain through tokens. I mean, there's various different definitions, and most of them range around real-world assets, tokenized bonds, stocks, real estate, whatever. But you can also tokenize immaterial things. For example, the power to make decisions, or locks. So if you have a DeFi position that is locked, and that information, who has how many tokens locked for what amount of time, is stored in the smart contract. You can unlock that by tokenizing it, for example, using NFTs. A couple of examples where this could be applied. So for example, staking in the Cosmos. I think everybody has tried this out once or twice in their lives. You have a token, you have a chain, you stake them, you get rewards. And if you want to unstake them, the ticker starts. This can range from a couple of days to up to, I think, 4 weeks is the highest I've seen so far. And this is so inefficient that we have entire protocols in the Cosmos, the biggest protocols built around this inefficiency. We have Stride, Persistence, Backbone Labs, Eris, and countless others that are just existing, so to speak, because of the inefficiency, especially in the unstaking part. Now, if you were, for example, to be able to create an NFT that represents your unstaking tokens, for example, user X has 1,000 Atom unstaking for the next 2 weeks, then you could open secondary markets and let the user either wait the full time or try to sell it or find a buyer and try to sell it and thereby increase volume and really open up a completely new market for buying locked tokens. And the very similar idea here, lock drops, or in general, locked positions in DeFi. You have, say, there's a lock drop, you lock tokens for a year or two, and now you want to get rid of that. So there might be somebody out there with a higher time preference than you, and you might want to sell your locked tokens, and he might want to buy them. So by unlocking that lock, you're not essentially unlocking it, but you're making it tokenized via an NFT, you again create new economic value for your protocol. So in the previous slide, we talked about letting the market decide things, and in this slide, this is about tokenizing the unlocked economic value that you give to the users. And again, a very good showcase or model that does this right is the VE model, because the locked voting tokens, the VE token, voting escrow tokens, are usually tokenized as NFT. So you're not only tokenizing the decision-making or unlocking the decision-making power, you're also tokenizing it in an NFT to unlock secondary markets for this. Moving on to the next point, debt capital. Debt capital is essentially capital that is idle, not used, not productive. And there can be countless of reasons for this. for example, people lose interest, lose their keys, they forget about it. There's an unlimited possibility of reasons why there is dead capital, and there is countless of studies done by various chain analysis companies in different ecosystems, and the numbers range, from 30% to 70% of capital being dead in various DeFi protocols, or on chains, or in staking. That is a lot of money. That is a lot of capital. And if whatever application that you're analyzing or building is not efficiently utilizing that dead capital, you're leaving 2-3x on the table of fees or value that you could create for your protocol. A couple of examples here where dead capital is not efficiently managed. For example, staking rewards in the Cosmos. So the native staking module allows you to stake your tokens, then the blockchain usually mints some more and credits them to you. You need to claim them, and then they appear in your wallet. However, if your stake becomes idle or dead, and the staking rewards are never claimed, they are effectively burned. They're still minted, they're still diluting the total supply, they are still not rewarding the active participants in the system, and they're just dead, just useless. Another one, another big point of dead capital can be, the concept of dead capital can also be ported over or transferred to voting power. For example, if you've seen a new chain launching, you'll usually see that there is some movement in the active set initially, but over time, the active set really gets rigid and there's less movement. And a part of that reason is because capital gets idle and dead and the velocity reduces. So you get enshrined validator sets that start to control the validator set. And that is not a good position for a chain to be in. And the VE model, unfortunately, suffers from this as well. So if you put heavy bribes on your locks initially, you end up with a lot of votes that over time are hard to move. And the solution here is to reset the voting power, after a period of time. And thereby, you reward activity, you make sure that rewards that are being distributed are going to the active stakers, and you prevent this enshrining and rigid structures that we can see in validator sets or in voting systems in general. A good example here in the Cosmos is from the White Whale protocol. The White Whale protocol is a cross-chain exchange that is live on, I think by now, 10 different chains. And it generates fees from various products. And it uses them to perform daily buybacks and distributes them to stakers. However, if you're not claiming your tokens in a period of 21 days, then your rewards will be forfeited and passed forward into the next epoch. Thereby, users that are active can claim the dead rewards or the dead capitals of the users that didn't claim. And thereby, you have effective reward or an effective efficiency boost of up to 3x. So we have this live for, I think, 2 years by now, and we've observed on some chains that capital to go as high as 80% over the course of 2 years. And if we didn't have this redistribution of rewards, our rewards would be 3-4x less than they are now. Another fantastic example, although a little bit separate from Cosmos, but still very, very relevant, is Aave protocol. Aave protocol, one of the first lending and borrowing markets that were available in crypto. And here, Aave protocol really efficiently makes use of that capital. On the borrower side, every unsupervised loan will eventually lead to a liquidation because there's interest on the loans. So eventually, interest will catch up to you and the loan will get liquidated, thereby feeding the capital back into the system. And on the supply side, well, it's very simple. Because if you supply the tokens, it doesn't matter if if the capital is alive or idle, because the capital is there and the protocol can lend it out. So Aave or lending markets in general tend to have a very, very high utility rate of that capital, while, for example, staking systems or voting systems tend to really suffer from this. And going to my final slide, from product to platform. So a platform is a customizable and permissionless and neutral product grouping. Customizable in the sense that it offers the users various degrees of freedom to change things and tighten some screws or loosen them. Permissionless in the sense that everybody can use it and without any hurdles, and neutral, that it doesn't discriminate. And what you can observe in this space is a lot of successful products that stand the test of time are evolving into a platform, or existing platforms or grow their platform, because platforms allow you to create a very strong moat around what you're building and make it very hard for competitors to catch up. So in essence, if you're designing a protocol, try to build a platform and thereby create a moat. And to build a platform, you need to be customizable, permissionless, and neutral. One of the best examples I could think of is Uniswap. Uniswap started as an exchange with that is neutral, that is permissionless, because you can create pools, and it's somewhat customizable because you can decide which assets you're going to list and what the fees are. But with Uniswap v4, they have moved on to a truly and high customizable exchange where you have hooks before swaps, after swap, before LP, after LP, and this allows entire new types of exchanges to be built using the Uniswap platform. And that will be a mode that will be very, very hard to catch up from competitors. And another one, Ethereum. Ethereum has been the first, we call them smart contract platforms, because they're neutral, they're permissionless, and they're customizable in the sense that you can just build whatever you like into your smart contract. But Ethereum has moved from a smart contract platform to a platform for layer 2s. So it expanded its scope of its platform and thereby creating an even stronger moat. So just to summarize everything here before I opening it up, you want to give power to the users to make decisions wherever possible, to unlock value and prevent collusion. Wherever possible, you want to tokenize power, locks, immaterial things to open up secondary markets and prevent various inefficiencies in the markets. You want to make sure that whatever capital ever flows into your system at any point will be utilized so that you're not accumulating, or that you're effectively accumulating or effectively utilizing dead capital, because sooner or later you will have dead capital and a lot of it. And lastly, if you're building a product and it's successful and it finds product market fit, try to build a platform out of it to create a moat and make sure that competitors can't catch up. All right, I think I overstretched my time limit a little bit, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me after the later on. Otherwise, I'm happy to hand it over to Lily again. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. I know his biggest cheerleader is in the audience, so I don't know where his mic is. Okay, yeah, that was extremely interesting as well, because I do think when we were discussing staking yesterday, I love the concept of staking, but getting the everyday person to understand how to actually use their money is extremely difficult. We love sitting on cash, people in general, especially in the fiat world. People love just to have their things, have their money in the bank account. So expanding their mind to actually utilizing their crypto is, even onboarding them in crypto is hard enough. Then getting them to use their crypto is extremely difficult. So I think all of these different methods of trying to get people to actually use their funds is going to be extremely key. So we're continuing on the topic of DeFi. So please join me. He was our panelist earlier, and he's coming back to stage. This is George from Euclid. Round of applause, everyone. Let's go, George.
My name is George. I'm the founder of Euclid Protocol. And today, basically, I'm going to answer a very simple answer that everybody has been asking in a very simple presentation. Why is DeFi getting worse? Why is it no longer the narrative everybody talks about? Why did we move on to deepin, AI, whatever? And the reason is pretty simple. Let's go through it. Number one, first, I could stay all day and talk about technical terms and show you graphs and metrics and like go into the depth, but it's pretty boring, and some of you are falling asleep here. So we're going to talk about something more cool, and that I think all of you like, alcohol. So I think most of you like alcohol here. So we're going to talk about bars. So imagine you live in a neighborhood, and then you have one friendly neighborhood bar. You know, everybody goes to it, everybody gets drinks there, you dance, you meet people there. It's pretty fun. And when you have one bar in your neighborhood, what happens? They make a lot of money. So everybody's rich, he's like drowning in money, everybody's going there, there's no other competitor, right? So imagine this is like Ethereum back in 2020 or whatever, 2017 even. Like this was Ethereum. Everybody went to Ethereum, everybody was having fun there, right? But then what happens is when you make profits, competitors come. So now Ethereum is it's no longer the only smart contract platform or the DeFi platform or hub. You now have tens, if not hundreds of chains, and each one has some DeFi primitives on it. So it's getting pretty hectic, right? So now, as you see, you have your neighborhood has 20 bars, 30 bars in the neighborhood. Everyone wants to make money. But now what? So basically, to be able to compete with each other, now there needs to be some advantage to go to one bar instead of another. Some might serve the fastest drinks if you want to get drunk fast. Others may play the best music that you like, which is also very interesting. And third of all, some of them might have the cheaper drinks or the cheapest entry fee to the bar, which gets other people attracted to this chain, bar, sorry. So this is how it works. But then what happens is your friend group now starts to fight. Oh, where should I go? Should I go to this bar? I like this music here. I like this drink here. And your friend group, which was the whole neighborhood, instead of going to one bar and putting all their money there, it's now fragmented into all these 30 bars that now exist in the neighborhood. And everybody's now sad because I can't see my friends anymore unless I need to bar hop and pay entry fees, pay multiple drinks, and I was getting expensive. And now what happens is some bars will start to fail, and some bars will basically excel. This is what we see in DeFi as well. We have 3 chains, which are the top chains in the ecosystem, and all the others are basically fighting for the same crumbs. And then you start to do discounts, and you start fighting for the price. It's just a zero-sum game between everybody. So, and then if I want to go to a bar, I need to do what we call a cross-bar transaction. So now I need to go to a bar, do an entry, pay entry fee there, pay for drinks there, then go see my other friend in another bar, pay there, move, maybe I slip on the way. It's a pretty hectic process, I would say. And what happens is, it's getting too expensive for me to go out every weekend or every night. So what I do is I start going less and less out, and people avoid going to these bars every week because it's getting more expensive to enjoy the full experience like you used to enjoy back in the good days, right? And what happens is, initially what bars think they need to do is, okay, you know what? We need to pay these users to come. Let's give them incentives. How about we give them, free drinks for everybody? Or if you buy a drink, we'll give you one for free, or whatever. And initially you think that works, and everybody's happy, and everybody starts coming. But the issue is, that's not a sustainable solution. PayPal used to do it. PayPal used to pay $10 for every new user you refer, right? So they lost $10 every user, and that can scale pretty fast. But first, they had the money to do so, and 2, that was a short-term solution until they found product market fit and were able to earn revenue as to stop this incentive process. But you have all these bars, then not all of them can run this incentive process, or else what would happen is accountants will start seeing the balance sheets and oops, everybody goes broke. Incentives do not scale, inflation goes out of the way, tokens get destroyed, and this is what actually happens and what we see right now in the DeFi ecosystem, and this is what's happening to bars. They're going broke in this neighborhood. Nobody is making any profit, and everybody's sad, right? The end. Everybody closes. The neighborhood is now an empty street of closed bars. Maybe there's one open with a few people, but it's getting, and you feel, oh, the bar scene was so amazing back then. We had the bar summer, right? It was amazing, and now we're in the winter, whatever, right? Unless, what if there was another solution to this? What if instead of all these bars fighting for the same customer, and oh, I pay you more, oh, here's better, or everybody's fighting for the same limited customers in this neighborhood, what if there was a better solution? What if all these bars, all these owners of these bars came in together and said, look, what if we could actually create one space, one huge space, where we all put in our bars, our music, our drinks, and would share the space, share the cost, and distribute revenue based on who basically generates the most people to come to the space. And then, when you start distributing costs, this is where it starts to make sense. This is where you come and say, oh, okay, all the neighborhood starts to come to one place. I can see all my friends, but I can enjoy my own bar. I can enjoy my own music while somebody enjoys their own drinks. And this is actually what we see in bars, and this is what we hope to see in DeFi, because in DeFi, this does not exist yet. We still have all these fragmented, this line of bars, and then you have a user and say, please come to me, please trade here, please do DeFi here, please do perps here. But then this is not scalable because there's a limited number of users in DeFi, and then there's unlimited options. It's very easy to fork a new DeFi protocol on a new chain and launch it. But you don't have enough, but then you don't sustain liquidity, you don't sustain revenue, and then you die and try to do incentives, airdrops. That works on the short term, you can show big numbers, but then 1 year or two and you're dead. So this is actually what Euclid is. At Euclid, we build this huge bar, whatever you want to call it, huge building that hosts all these bars. We build infrastructure that allows all these applications on all these 50+ networks that we integrate to tap into the same source of liquidity without the need to bridge their assets. So basically, any application, if you're a perps on EVM, you could basically tap into liquidity that exists on Cosmos. If you're a DEX on Cosmos, you can tap for liquidity that exists on Solana. You can swap to a meme coin on Solana without the need to bridge assets. And through this, you're able to basically distribute the cost of basically incentives across the entire ecosystem. So you're not the only one who's paying incentives for users to come. Everybody puts in incentives, and the users come for everybody. So when the ecosystem grows, you grow, and when you grow, the ecosystem grows. So it's, instead of a zero-sum game, it's now a positive-sum game where everybody's actually winning, right? And this is what we do. We want to create a profitable ecosystem for DeFi, where DeFi can now become better, where DeFi summer, if you want to call it the narrative of DeFi, is back, right? So, yeah. So this is our solution. We build a virtual settlement layer which allows you to trade any asset from any chain to any chain without the need to actually bridge anything. So if you have two liquidity providers that can deposit, one from Solana, one from Ethereum, as a trader, wherever you are, you can access this, you can swap Solana to ETH, right? Through Euclid, and you can be on any chain. We integrate EVM, all L2s, Solana, Cosmos, and this is built through our messaging layer. And through that, you're actually able to pay the less fees. You don't pay like if you're in a bar, you don't pay like 20 entry fees to go to 20 bars. You can access liquidity on all these chains through one fee only. You never bridge your assets. You never risk the chance of being through a semi-centralized solution where your assets can be exploited in any way. That's 2. And 3, it only takes you 2 to 4 seconds to perform a transaction from any chain to any chain. Now, depending, of course, on the block clear, whatever. But yeah, again, I won't go into technical terms. And yeah, so with that, you're actually able to access Solana without actually going to Solana. You actually are able to access Ethereum without going to Ethereum. You're actually able to trade into a unified source from anywhere. And I think this is what DeFi needs to become better. This is what DeFi needs to become what it once was, because the reason DeFi, and I said this in the panel, the reason DeFi was big is because it was in one place. It's still big, but it's not only in one place anymore. It's everywhere, right? So DeFi, if you just sum all the numbers, it's still the same. But now it's all, Base has some, Solana has some, Cosmos has some, Osmosis has some, dYdX, whatever, right? But that's the issue. Nobody really wins because they're all fighting for the same liquidity that exists. And unless like liquidity comes in like triples, the ecosystem will never grow because it's only being shared and divided among 10. If you unify it, we'll see again through DeFi summer. And I want to show a demo, but the video is not actually working. I can show it to you if anybody wants to see it. We do have actually a, what's it called? Like a booth over there, and I can show you the demo. And you'll be the first one to see it actually. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
I love when he mentioned, does anyone in here like a bar? I'm like, yes, that's me. Not at this time of the morning, though. We'll save that for later. But please do go and visit George's booth as well if you want to see that video. It's all about connecting in these last 2 days. I can't believe we've already finished one day, and we're powering through day 2. So please do make sure that you make as many contacts as possible. You're here in Dubai. So many people are moving to this region as well in our industry. So I'm sure you can connect with some truly fascinating people. We are again sticking to DeFi. It is a big track that we have happening today. And this is our amazing fireside chat that we've got for you. This is titled Bitcoin's Cross-Chain Era. So please join me in welcoming to stage. We have Shashi from Internet Computer. We have Lewis from Omnity, and back again, Sunny, we can't have enough of you. This is Sunny from Osmosis. Round of applause, everyone. Let's go, fireside chat.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. This is Shashi from ICP. I work at Definity Foundation as the lead for global adoption, and we are very excited to be here in the amazing universe of Cosmos. It has been a fantastic conference, and it's really amazing to see so many people still listening to people. That's very unheard of in a lot of conferences. ICP is a layer 1 blockchain. And with our chain fusion technology, we believe that earlier the keynote speaker just before us was talking about unified liquidity. And we believe that the next phase of user experience in DeFi comes from addressing the issue of liquidity and user fragmentation. On my left, I have a very good friend and ecosystem project from ICP called Omnity, and the founder Louis is here right from China. Louis is an OG when it comes to interoperability in the space. In past, he has built Octopus protocol in Near Foundation, and then he has also worked in Cosmos ecosystem with the IBC team for a long time. And then, of course, Sunny doesn't need any introduction anymore in this space, so I'm not going to waste my time on that. The panel today is about Bitcoin cross-chain. Before we start, I will let Louis speak a little bit about Omnity, the Omni-chain that he's building, and why he's building and what it is. And then we will open up for the questions for this panel.
Hi, everyone. I'm Louis from Omnity, and last year I joined Cosmoverse in Istanbul. At the time, we are called Octopus Network, and we bring the idea of adaptive IBC. Before that, we have been working on IBC, let's say heterogeneous chain IBC for a while, and we realized that the major headache to make IBC everywhere is not on the other side. The headache is on the Cosmos side, but we cannot just permissionlessly deploy a different type of light client and then make it work with the IBC framework on Cosmos chain without, let's say, closely connect with the core teams like Informal. So we come up with the idea that we can run different type of light clients on a proxy chain and utilize the silo machine light client on Cosmos side. So on Cosmos side, you only see a public key. So you trust whatever the transaction signed from this public key. And but the proxy chain will make sure that all the verification happen. And we happily find that ICP is a great place to be the proxy chain and run all kinds of light clients. And this is the idea of last year. And little by little, we realized that ICP is more than that. It has some unique feature to, let's say, to resolve some long time headache in interoperability area. So we present a new protocol called Omnity, and we even rebrand ourselves into Omnity and jump into ICP ecosystem in full measure.
So for everybody here, back a month back, in September, we announced for the first time, anybody can send Bitcoin from their Bitcoin wallet to their Kepler wallet in the Osmosis chain directly. And that's phenomenal. So with that note, I want to open for the first question. Let's address the elephant in the room, which is WBTC. As of now, Osmosis, 95% of assets, Bitcoin assets, are in WBTC. So Sunny, the question to you is, what's your take on WBTC and why you chose something called as CKBTC? And
yeah, so I think WBTC wrapped Bitcoin is, it's probably been one of the most important products in the space. Like I mentioned yesterday, I've been a big believer in Bitcoin will be the primary asset used in DeFi. And I think WBTC it showed the demand for that, right? You go on something like Aave, right? I think it's like the third most, lent asset on Aave. And so there's like clearly a lot of demand to use Bitcoin in DeFi. And WBTC came out like, I don't know, 6-7 years ago at this point. And like, it's a very centralized solution, but it showed that there's demand to do this. But it's very centralized, and we saw that like just very recently there was a shift in like corporate structure behind WBTC, which is like, it's scary, right? Because it's like, this asset that like, whatever, $15 billion like asset that like, can just change its corporate entity. But the other is that like, there's no way for a normal user to go mint WBTC. So if you have Bitcoin on the BTC on the Bitcoin chain or on some exchange, you can't go mint WBTC and use it in DeFi. And there's only a handful of merchants that can do that, and it costs like, I think like 18 bips, 16 bips or something to do this. And it's like, that makes it be this like big divide. But the lack of permissionlessness makes there be a big divide between like Bitcoin liquidity, which is huge, especially on centralized exchanges, and then DeFi liquidity of Bitcoin, which is in WBTC, because you have this like, dividing line. Only the merchant network can do this. And, Osmosis Foundation actually is a merchant for WBTC, but it still, it costs 16 bips to mint and burn, and we have to be sitting in the middle and minting and burning on the Osmosis. So it's like, and the other problem is WBTC is not fungible across chains. So, BitGo does issue WBTC on Ethereum. They issue it on Osmosis. They issue it on, I don't know, maybe on Solana, I think. And so, but all these WBTCs are isolated, and, that's even more friction and lack of fungibility across them. So I think that the next step now, and I think this like corporate restructuring around WBTC is like giving the industry like the necessary kick it needs to like wean off of WBTC, and now it's time to shift to other proper decentralized Bitcoin bridges that actually are permissionless and allow anyone to take BTC on mainnet and bridge it to Ethereum or Osmosis or Solana or wherever.
yeah, so a follow-up question to you, Sunny, about what's your understanding, because if I say about CKBTC, of course, I'm in ICP and I will say good things about it, but what's your understanding? You have been an OG in DeFi space in general, a Bitcoin maxi. You say, I'm a self-proclaimed Bitcoin maxi, if I have to quote you. So what's your understanding of CKBTC and its security? Because knowing you go for gold. So if you have chosen it, you will have your reasons. And what are those reasons?
Yeah, so I can kind of like maybe put it in a couple of like a taxonomy of decentralized Bitcoin bridges, or let's say quorum-based decentralized Bitcoin bridges. So on one hand, you have these like super centralized Bitcoin bridges like WBTC. On the other hand, now you're starting to see some of these like, more trustless but more complex Bitcoin bridges using like BitVM and all this stuff. And a lot of these Bitcoin L2s are doing that, but it's much more experimental. It's like They're very slow and expensive right now. So right now, I think the best that the gold standard right now is on some sort of quorum-based system, right? You have a very large multi-sig, 100 people or whatever, and then they're custodying Bitcoin in a multi-sig. Now you kind of have two models of doing this. One is you can use smart contracts to create a multi-sig, or you can use MPC to create a multi-sig. And in Cosmos land, in bridges, we see both models be used, right? So something like axelar uses smart contracts, right? When you bridge from Ethereum to osmosis with axelar, they have a smart contract on Ethereum. Or Wormhole has a smart contract on Solana where they instantiate their multi-sig. The problem is that writing smart contracts in Bitcoin is very complicated and difficult, right? And that's not to say it can't be done. So, one of the other Bitcoin bridges we work with, Nomic, they're one of the first to build a large multi-sig in Bitcoin script. And they did all this very fancy Taproot based contracts and all this stuff. And it works, right? But the problem is it's very Bitcoin specific. It's only they took advantage of a lot of the new developments in Bitcoin that came out over the last few years, which is cool, but that means it's also not repeatable for different things, right? We can do it for Bitcoin, but now you have to write a new smart contract for Litecoin and Dogecoin. You have to write a new smart contract for Ton. You'd have to write a new smart contract for whatever you're trying to connect to. The nice thing about the MPC approach is I kind of talked about this in my Polaris talk yesterday as well, right? Which is we are trying to avoid writing smart contracts in a bunch of different places because it's just not scalable. The nice thing about MPC is it's a very reusable infrastructure that you can, almost every blockchain today uses some form of ECDSA signatures, and so you can reuse the MPC system to custody assets on a bunch of different chains. And so what ICP basically did was they built a MPC custody system in the blockchain itself, right? And they're not the first to do it. I would say probably the first to actually do this is Thorchain, another Cosmos chain. But Thorchains is a very application-specific way of doing it. They use MPC on a bunch of different chains to custody assets, but the only thing you can do with it is Thorchain stuff. You can do swaps or LPs, right? What ICP was the first to do was take that MPC built-in chain MPC technology, but actually just connect it into a smart contracting system. So you can have a smart contract control these MPC wallets on these chains and do whatever they want. And that way, at the chain level, at this protocol level, you have this primitive, and then projects like Omnity can come on and build smart contracts on ICP that take advantage of that. And what they did was they basically took that chain abstraction technology that ICP built and then connected it to IBC.
Well, yeah, one thing I want to add is this chain key, so CKBTC stands for chain key BTC. So this chain key technology is not designed for bridging. It's the cornerstone of ICP, majorly for inter-shard communication. So ICP is a sharded blockchain composed with many subnets, and each subnet authenticates with each other based on this chain key technology. And any let's say smart contract on ICP can have an unlimited key and to sign it with to sign transaction and control asset on other blockchains.
So a question, and for everybody here, one very fascinating information nugget about ICP Bitcoin integration is ICP takes the entire UTXO of Bitcoin every now and then, and they have the entire state of Bitcoin on ICP chain in the smart contracts and in the Bitcoin subnet. ICP smart contracts can hold up to 400 gigabytes of data. So that makes it really, really possible. And of course, you can look for other security features that are in place to do that. My question to you, Louis, right? Because the Omnity bridge is even making not only Bitcoin, but other assets also interoperable, right? Can you quickly share about that? And then I would like to go to Sunny talk about the allied assets, because that's another very fascinating thing that they are doing.
Yes, yeah, we can do Bitcoin asset, not just BTC itself, but also as a meta protocol asset, still in a fully trustless way. You guys know that Bitcoin meta protocol asset usually rely on indexer, but if the indexer is just a centralized server, it cannot be trustless. The beauty of, let's say, our work is to run indexer on-chain, once again on ICP. So just like Bitfinity Foundation did, it can maintain the whole Bitcoin state on inside a smart contract on ICP. It takes about 500 gigabytes on-chain state. It's horribly large for other blockchain, but it's possible on ICP. What we did is to transplant the ORD indexer, which ordinals and runes meta protocol rely on. We run ORD indexer inside a smart contract on ICP. It only takes a few gigabytes, but it's still the only decentralized indexer out there.
So what?
Yeah, so I'll just add, like that's actually really fascinating, because, like, you know, a lot of Bitcoin bridges, right? They don't understand the difference between different, how ordinals and BRC20s work is they're kind of this like meta protocol on top of UTXOs, and they look like a Bitcoin. If you're not running the right indexer system, they look like a Bitcoin, right? And that's why, like, if you're ever doing anything with like ordinals or runes or BRC20s, make sure you're using a proper Bitcoin wallet that understands these, right? You should go use like Xverse or Unisat or Leather or something, because if you accidentally try to like import that Bitcoin wallet into a wallet that doesn't understand ordinals, and you just try to send a Bitcoin, you might be trying to send like, 5 cents of Bitcoin, but you accidentally sent your like $5,000 ordinal, right? So you want to really be careful of that. And the problem is most Bitcoin bridges are probably not running like ordinals indexers on top of it, right? And so they might actually be holding ordinals or runes or something, but they don't realize it, and their protocol isn't designed to do that. What's cool about how like the ICP model works is that because the bridge, ICP itself is not running the bridge, right? It's just providing a key for smart contracts to custody assets, and then you can upgrade the Bitcoin, the Omnity contracts, right, are what actually acting as the bridge, and they can upgrade over time. So when ordinals come out, they can upgrade to be like, hey, we're going to add ordinal indexing into the smart contract, so that way we don't accidentally spend these ordinals instead of Bitcoin. So this is like, it's very cool of this like separating the bridging logic into a smart contract layer separate from the custody system.
So what it means for Cosmos ecosystem and other ecosystems that Omnity has integrated, now starting today, or it has been live for a few months now already, you can have all sorts of Bitcoin assets into your chain, in any chain in Cosmos. And that's pretty fascinating. And that can be facilitated easily through the osmosis route. You can get Bitcoin, you can get all the ordinals, runes, whatever it is. And this unlocks, I think, huge possibilities for the Cosmos ecosystem in terms of growth and adoption. Because new layer ones coming on Cosmos Hub can actually leverage this and grow from it. Sunny, question for you. ever since I heard about alloyed assets, right? I think it was 3-4 months back when we were having conversation, and it is a very fascinating way of understanding and minimizing exposure to this. And I think you told me this learning came from your exposure to Terra Luna, I think somehow. So will you like to share more about alloyed assets and what it is? And now the CKBTC is part of Bitcoin alloyed asset on the governance approved it, so it's there. So what's happening there?
Yeah, so alloyed assets came from, in Cosmos, we went through this like Terra collapse, and that was a sort of, what more came of this is like, okay, don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? We kind of put all of our eggs in one stable coin, and the same thing is true for bridges, right? Like, don't put all your eggs in one bridge. And so what we came up, we're like, okay, right now, for example, or until a few months ago, the primary ETH in Osmosis and Cosmos ecosystem was axelar bridged from mainnet Ethereum, right? And axelar has done a great job. They've had no like critical issues and anything. So very happy with that partnership. But it's like once again, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And so we wanted to diversify our bridge risk, right? Don't like if axelar gets hacked, how do we make sure that literally all of our like bridge TVL doesn't get wiped out all at once? And the other thing that the other problem we wanted to solve was this like UX issue. So, when we started, almost all the ETH that was being bridged was coming from mainnet Ethereum. But since then, L2s have become, very popular. And we used to get a lot of problems where people are like, hey, I'm trying to bridge ETH from Polygon, but I'm sending it here and it's like not fungible. And like, what do I do? And, you look at what centralized exchanges do. They actually, if you go on Coinbase, you can deposit ETH from mainnet Ethereum, but you can also deposit it from Polygon or Arbitrum, Base, Optimism, right? They have a set of like L2s that they consider trustworthy and allow you to deposit, withdraw from. And what's really happening is under the hood, Coinbase is maintaining a basket of a couple of these different forms of ETH and to facilitate deposit withdrawals, and then they're just like balancing it in the back end. And we're like, okay, well, if we want a DEX to compete with a centralized exchange, we need to match that UX. And so alloyed assets was basically taking this basketing concept and putting it on chain, transparently, publicly visible, with publicly visible risk parameters. So the basket of ETH on Osmosis now, it consists of bridged Ethereum from mainnet, but also from Arbitrum, Base, and Polygon. But it puts caps and it says, hey, Arbitrum ETH can only be a maximum of 5% of the alloy. Base ETH can only be a maximum of 5%. Polygon ETH can be a maximum of 5%. So that way, even if one of those, less secure chains than mainnet Ethereum gets hacked or something, yes, that worthless ETH might flood in, but only to like, the losses are capped at 5%, and that is something that the Osmosis community pool or something can insure, or the bridge provider can insure and like cover the losses. But it prevents the entire system from being wiped out. And so alloyed ETH is live on Osmosis, alloyed USDT is live on Osmosis, but the one that's most relevant here is alloyed Bitcoin. So we see that till today still the most popular BTC used in DeFi is the WBTC, right? And so we want WBTC to be able to come from Ethereum and Polygon and wherever else it's being used, but we want that to be fungible with BTC from Bitcoin mainnet. And so basically what we've done is we built an alloy on Osmosis, alloyed Bitcoin that is, partially made up of WBTC from Ethereum, but partially made up of CKBTC and Nomic BTC from Bitcoin mainnet. So once again, diversifying bridge risk, right? We're spreading our risk between Nomic and the Omnity bridge, basically. So, and then both of these bridges right now have lower caps right now because they're new, right? These are new integrations. Both of them just got done in the last couple weeks, basically. As the caps get filled and as these things become more lindy, we'll increase the caps, and I expect that over time, the native Bitcoin will probably end up being the majority in the alloy. And we're starting to see alloys be adopted more throughout Cosmos as well. So like, Nolus, which is the lending app chain, they just added support for Alloyed BTC. Labana has Alloyed BTC. You can deposit Alloyed BTC in Mars. And so I think, I've always said my vision was that like Bitcoin will be the money of Cosmos, and I think Alloyed BTC is how we do that while diversifying risk and allowing really good UX. Oh, the other thing that's worth mentioning is, we have for Bitcoin mainnet right now, and we have WBTC from Ethereum. But I think the next step is, we're seeing all of these Bitcoin L2s start to grow, right? We had the Bitcoin L2 panel yesterday. So, I think major Bitcoin L2s, things like Stacks, Citria, Botanics, we're going to start adding those Bitcoins as well to the Alloy. And so that way, this will be probably the best way to actually move, I think osmosis and alloys are very well positioned to be like the best interoperability, like liquidity interoperability protocol for this growing Bitcoin L2 ecosystem.
So one of the reasons why central exchanges exist in first place, because you need all the tokens at one place to trade them, right? And you can have all the order books and futures and options and whatnot. I think now with technologies like ChainKey, we have reached a space. So just for understanding for the user, like this is a two-way integration. What it essentially means, now any asset from Cosmos can actually trade on DeFi in Ton or Solana, and all of this in a trustless manner. So the question to both of you is, how is your work going to make this happen? This is the same question, and that will be the closing question for today. How is you see osmosis, the future of this integration, the CK integration that we did? How do you see this as becoming like the Suez Canal of DeFi?
Yeah, so, I talked in my talk yesterday about what we're building with Polaris and being this one interface that can tap into liquidity on as many chains as possible to provide this UX of being able to trade any asset on any chain, right? You want to be able to trade Bitcoin, ETH, Sol, XRP, everything from one place. And the thing is, ETH and Sol have great on-chain liquidity right now, right? You can go to Uniswap, you can go to Radium, and you have very deep liquidity for those assets. But a lot of assets don't have their own native spot dexes, like Bitcoin and XRP, right? There's not native spot dexes, and there's not a lot of on-chain DeFi liquidity for these assets right now. And so this is where Osmosis is going to be focusing on and working with bridges like ICP to bring Bitcoin, bring Dogecoin, bring XRP, bring Cardano, bring these assets that have huge market caps, but very little on-chain liquidity, bring them to Osmosis, which we're building a hyper-performant spot order book DEX, which Alpin talked about earlier, and make it be the best venue for trading these assets.
Yeah, I found the idea of the concept of Polaris is very inspiring. I think the major thing is about user experience, so people can use multiple blockchain. So essentially, it's a multi-chain app without need user to moving around their asset, but the app itself can take care of this. And I think it's open quite a lot possibility, especially for ICP ecosystem projects, since by the ChainKey tech stack, smart contract on ICP can control asset on different blockchain, and also it can communicate with different blockchain in a fully on-chain, fully trustless manner. Yeah, but be frankly, I haven't come up with the idea of how we can provide, let's say, new service or based on that. It's quite new.
So thank you very much, gentlemen. I will like to close on a note. This integration, the chain key integration across chain, almost 20 chains are supported through it. It gives power to each one of you, as Sunny actually highlighted that point, to not rely on authorities that can issue you that asset, but actually mint it yourself. So for example, you have USDC on Ethereum, and then you are working with some chain that doesn't have native integration of USDC. You can actually go and mint USDC by locking your own USDC on Ethereum, say for example on ICP, and mint that stable coin there and use it for DeFi there. And you can do it for all the tokens. You can do it for your meme coins, and the very important use case for the meme coins, summer or winter, whatever it can be, is meme coins are heavily reliant on central exchanges for their adoption. Now, when you launch a meme coin, say for example in Solana, they can go and list in Uniswap and tap into the user of Uniswap using this technology. And that's an interesting paradigm. On that note, I would like to end this. You have been an amazing audience. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you to our incredible fireside chat. We have one last section of our DeFi track. This one I've been looking forward to this morning. We are taking you guys into the future of DeFi. Within this industry, we're always talking about the future. Where are we going to be in the next 5 years? What can we see happening in the next 10 years? How will DeFi take us on that journey? We're going to be answering that next. So please join me in welcoming to stage. Look how big this panel is. Let's hope there's a nice, good debate happening here as well. So please, let's get lots of energy in here. I know it is almost, is it at the afternoon? But I need full energy, guys. This is Maya from Arcana, Ben from DL News, Jeet from Agoric, Senia from Orca, and Carmen from Nolus. Round of applause, everyone. Let's get lots of energy. That is the brightest outfit on stage. I love it. Enjoy, everyone.
I'm not on there, but I'm here. All right. This is because we have extra plushies, by the way. So.
Oh, those are pretty cool.
Yeah, one for you.
Okay, I'll take it. Yeah. Do you want one?
Yeah, sure.
Well, hello guys. So my name is Ben. I'm a reporter for DL News, this newer crypto outlet from the founders of DeFi Llama. And I used to report on crypto for Fortune magazine. I think kind of to start off, I'll just have everybody on this many-person panel introduce themselves, starting from my right.
Aaron with the Osmosis team. I focus on the growth side.
Mayur, I'm the founder and CEO of Arcana, where we're building chain abstraction.
Hi, I'm Jeet. I lead ecosystem at Agoric.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ksenia. I'm the CMO at Orca, leading DEX on Solana.
Hello, guys. Coming from Novus, I'm the founder of the money market that operates over Cosmos SDK.
Cool. So this panel is titled DeFi 2.0. So I think that kind of begs the question, what was DeFi 1.0? And maybe because you gifted me that funny little plushie, I'll start with you.
Yeah, well, I think DeFi 1.0 is probably like more of like an opinion thing, but it's basically the most initial phases of DeFi where no one knows what it is, and you're like reading through all these forums. The UIs are ugly. It's like kind of like the curve interface. It's like, okay, this is where you show someone, I guess in Web 2, and they're like, I will never touch this, but I think it's cool that you go and do it. You're never gonna get me to touch it. And I think that's like DeFi 1.0. And then we transitioned, obviously, I think right now we're kind of in the 2.0.
But anyone else wanting to define what exactly DeFi 1.0 was?
I can go. I think the main goal of DeFi 1.0 was bringing finance actually to the blockchain without any intermediaries, which it did marvelously in my opinion. But it arrived to a couple of issues that we're having now that we're dealing with in DeFi 2.0.
So maybe this is putting the cart before the horse in terms of the order of my questions, but what were some of those issues? I don't know. Meyer, do you want to kind of jump in?
I think like DeFi 1.0, now looking back and relative to what we're going to be probably talking about, the biggest issues have obviously been user experience, the amount of education and in the know you need to be able to kind of use it has always been like a problem, and I think we're very close to kind of solving that at many levels, and I think that is something that has always plagued this space.
Gotcha. Carmen, do you want to kind of jump in and tell?
I believe the 1.0 is the layer, something that we've built as a code without actually going to the users. So the foundation of what is coming to be DeFi 2.0, 3.0, and so on and so forth, the base layer from which we actually encounter different and add different functionalities so people actually get to use it.
So what is the base layer? Like, are you talking about the DEXs? Are you talking about like the DeFi protocols, kind of like Uniswap, et cetera? Is that like, what do you?
Everything, liquidity, pools, DEXs, the availability to transact in different ways with different wallets, blockchain, through cross chains, and so on and so forth. This is the 0 level or 1 level where people started interacting, but still it's not for the regular users. It's for the ones that are really into the technology.
Gotcha. So I think, I mean, like, I don't know if it was Meyer or whether, I'm sorry, what was your name again? Sediam. Was saying that there's like all these problems. I mean, and we're close to solving them, but is that actually true? Like, are we actually close to solving a lot of the problems in terms of, because DeFi is often very relegated to like these core users, as you were talking about. And maybe what was your name again?
Cheats.
Would be able to kind of talk a little bit about that. Like, are we actually close to solving these problems or no?
So I think part of it, right, is when we started with blockchain, right, we have all these different ecosystems, all these specific chains. Ethereum obviously captures so much mindshare by having so much liquidity in one spot, right? So I think part of it right now is, all right, now everyone wants to do their own DeFi, right? So we're getting a lot of liquidity fragmentation across a lot of the L2s. So I think a big part of what's going to be solved, at least partially from the user experience side, is trying to have everything be interoperable, right? The idea of chain abstraction, the ability to move assets around, unify liquidity. So I think that's a really big part of what DeFi 2.0 is going to look like, where, and ultimately for end users, right? Right now, DeFi, like a lot of financial products, is really specialized for people who are very familiar with the space. But as kind of crypto gets more adoption and more people come into DeFi, I think that's going to look a lot differently, where people are just going to want just the best outcomes versus like the traditional tribal view of, oh, this chain, this DEX, right, trading these assets specifically here. People just ultimately just want to generate the most amount of network that they can.
But is that actually, I mean, maybe I'm always pushing back, but like, you know, one could argue that we've even become more tribalized, right? There's more L2s, there's more DEXs, there's more of these things. So it doesn't even seem like we're getting to that 2.0 vision that you're at least talking about, where you know, people are able just to kind of trade kind of seamlessly regardless of what chain they're on. So I don't know if anyone else here wants to kind of jump in and say...
Like, I'll hop in and say, like what you said, there are more L2s, there are more DEXs. It's like, these things keep happening because this is the easiest way to actually go and raise money. You can't go raise money if you don't have like something that's like, oh, we're going to have an L1 or be an L2. It's like, we're going to be an app on an L2. Oh, good luck raising money. Or you're like limited to like a 500K raise. So you're just screwed. So it's like what Jeet was saying is like, you know, unifying liquidity it used to be important, but now it's like, no, we just dispatch and go get the liquidity wherever it is, and you don't have to care about it. So like, you know, if a fund goes, or like a project goes and launches and they raise like $10 million and they go and bribe all this liquidity to come over and they spend, you know, $1 million on incentives and like they get all this TVL, cool, good for them. But to compete with that as a chain that's like, let's say like 3 years old, they've already, you know, spent a lot of their runway, they're, you know, matured. And then it's like, wait, how are you going to go compete with someone that's just dumping new treasury and funding into these things and getting liquidity? No, you just go and like connect to it and then do whatever you want with that connection. That's like probably, you know, good for one, like teams that are mature, and then two, users that don't care. They just want to trade whatever asset they want to trade. So like this is like, you know, what Polaris is working to solve. That's my take.
I guess that's kind of the spicy take in terms of the, like, that people are just, it's almost like you want to make more money. You want to raise a lot of money. So you launch your own chain, you launch your own protocol rather than actually building on existing stuff. I guess, do you guys agree with that? Or is that misrepresenting kind of what the situation is?
I think that's sort of been like the status quo, where you have the Aaves and the Uniswaps of the world who constantly need to keep building instances of their apps on all these different chains. And because if they don't do it, someone else will. Someone else is going to launch, fork their code, and become like the Uniswap of, I don't know, BNB chain, Uniswap of the next new alt L1, L2, whatever that launches, right? Because all of these chains are going to play TVL games and, you know, say we have these many users and a lot of liquidity coming our way basically through incentives, but that's not going to last. But what's going to change is if you end up unifying users' assets and allow them to spend it as one, anywhere they want to, it's a bit of an exaggeration, but pretty close to it. If you allow them to do this, then you don't need to keep building instances of apps on different chains, A. You don't then also have to worry about other people forking your code and launching it on this new chain, because even users on that new chain can still come to your app and spend the assets they hold on that chain on your app right away. So I think this is a paradigm shift in how apps are going to be built, not be forked, and how chains themselves sort of conduct themselves. Like general purpose chains, I think few of them will remain and probably win out. But my hot take is that, you know, long term, until unless you offer like a very clear differentiation to developers of apps, you're not going to get adopted.
Gotcha. So it kind of seems a little bit like the takeaway is that the next step, okay, so we have this fragmentation, but the next step is like creating kind of these bridges or ways for people to kind of connect liquidity across different chains. I mean, is this happening? Maybe Ksenia, you want to kind of jump in.
I think a lot is happening around the proof of liquidity and actually working towards the interoperability. Whether we are at the point when this is working 100%, I'm not sure, but we're definitely moving towards that direction.
Gotcha. Kavan, do you want to kind of?
Yeah, we actually began those like 3 years ago already as an idea. This was a hot topic then as well. Well, this is a vision. It should work like that. Financial systems in the Web 2 were like that, segregated liquidity as well. At some point, they started aggregating their liquidity and actually transferring funds very easily between different financial institutions. The same vision is here and the same would happen, but currently there are thousands of liquidity pools, different systems that don't talk to each other. And the vision is that they would align. Whether this vision is here, I don't think so, but it's gradually getting there. And it's getting one by one, piece by piece. Adding new DEXs that are able to transact with different networks, then adding liquidity that's the same if you add it on one network, the same on all other networks, and so on and so forth, until you actually as a user come and you can do with one single wallet transactions on every other blockchain.
So, I mean, okay, so DeFi 2.0, if we're kind of defining it, right? We have this like one idea of creating liquidity across all these different fragmented ecosystems that have kind of shown up. But the other thing that I'm thinking about too is like, TVL has been talked about, obviously. That's kind of the core metric in DeFi. And when you look
But it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be.
Volume and sufficient liquidity, not the full amount of liquidity. As long as it's enough, that's the best. That's what you need.
So what is that? Can you unpack that for me? Like why?
Well, let's say it's like, I guess an extreme example would be you have $1 of TVL and it does $1 trillion in volume. This would be clearly like never happen. So it's like, all right, how little can it go to where you actually maximize the amount of volume? Because any volume that's sitting there is not getting utilized. It's just wasted, like opportunity. So I know the TVL is just a beautiful, sexy number, but like volume actually sufficient TVL is the most important.
But is there ways of measuring, like have we gotten to, like what is the volumes right now compared to like DeFi summer in 2021?
I don't know these numbers, but I would say it's like.
I guess are we doing better? Because I think that's the thing of like DeFi 2.0. It's like, okay, well, if you're looking at TVL, right, which is you're saying is the sexy number, but maybe not the totally
the tech
true
is
number.
Definitely better. So it's like you have Uni V2, and the reason V3 exists is because of this logic. It's like it's just more efficient, right?
Yeah, but I guess maybe my question is like, I don't know if DeFi's gotten more users, right? Maybe TVL is maybe a proxy for people that are actually using DeFi protocols and stuff like that. And TVL compared to at its height, which was about 180 billion, now it's hovering around 90 billion kind of ecosystem, or like crypto writ large. So I mean, is really connecting liquidity across different chains and different protocols like the way to attract new users? Because like DeFi 2.0 to me also seems like crypto is going to attract new people to come on and actually start using these products. I don't know if anyone want to kind of want to launch into that, because Ania, you seem like you're nodding.
Yeah, I think there are multiple ways to attract users, and to tap into the previous part of your question, I think the main issue why the TVL is down, and I agree that we have to track different metrics because TVL is not the most accurate, but it's basically due to two reasons. First of all, it's the current stage of the crypto market. So we thought that this is going to be the bull market, then a lot of people got attracted to crypto and then got spooked because they got burned quite easily. And now I think we're kind of in the pre-bull, at least I would like to think so. So there are still not as many users, and I think majority of the users that we see in protocols are returning users, the ones who've been with us throughout the bear market. So we cannot see whether there are that many new users yet. And I think secondly, it's in general the economical and political conditions in the world, because we have a lot of uncertainties, and crypto is the most risky asset class. It always reacts the first to that. So we don't see that many new users yet. But I would say that also another thing that DeFi 2.0 brought is that there are so many new protocols doing some crazy things. Like even people inside the industry don't understand what it is, and the industry moves so fast. So we're basically talking about yield on yield in different shapes and forms. And if even existing users find it difficult to understand how it works, there's a lot of education and a lot of support that we have to provide to new users to be able to enter this industry, because year after year it's becoming more and more difficult, and you basically need to guide the new users into using your product and in general understanding what's the supporting ecosystem.
He does how you.
Yeah, and so a quick point about that as well. I think a lot with the new users coming in, certainly this cycle. Let's say last cycle in 21, we had a lot of people coming in early, obviously right before that was DeFi summer as well. DeFi was very hot. Now a lot of people coming in are just, they're just on pumped.fun, right? So meme coins have now become this, it's not quite DeFi, but like, and we're seeing some interesting, I think like I met someone who's working on like a Doge DEX, right? You're getting more meme coin focused DeFi. But I think a big part of it this cycle is people are just kind of aping into meme coins. And that's what's really bringing in new users. So I think to that point, it's really like, what are going to be the things that attract users back to DeFi, right? There have to be something new, something a little bit more interesting beyond just like whatever returns people are getting now.
Wait,
right?
I mean, do you have any ideas?
Again, I think part of that is getting meme coins into DeFi. I think just, and I think it's a little bit silly to think about, but I think there is an appetite for things like this, and we're kind of seeing that more and more in the market.
I guess, I mean, that maybe goes to another question about like what would actually like attract a lot of people to DeFi. So like DeFi is like, it's known to be quite risky, right? Because you don't have, the same safeguards that one would have if you were using Gmail or something, if you forget your password or something like that. So it seems to me quite risky, because like meme coins are the most like volatile of like crypto, which is like super volatile. To bring meme coins to DeFi, that would be like, I don't know, adding leverage even more on crazy volatile. Like, why would people, do you think that's responsible?
I mean, I think there's just adrenaline junkies out there. I mean, people were trading 100x leverage on GMX, right? Like, so there are definitely, there's people out there that just love to just go crazy. So.
Gotcha. I mean, what do my other fellow panelists think? Like, do we need meme coins on dexes, or like not dexes, but like bring meme coin to meme
coins? The main question is like, how do we get more people to come? And like G was saying, make it more interesting. But I think the actual most interesting thing would just make it a better experience. Like how do you make it feel? How do people that have never touched crypto, nevertheless DeFi, come in? It's like, okay, like I can use this on day one because I've used Fidelity. Even though Fidelity isn't the most beautiful experience themselves, it's like, it's just simple enough to use. It's like, why do I still use the shitty old Microsoft sorry, there are kids in here, but like Microsoft Paint 2D or whatever.
How dare you like criticize Microsoft Paint?
Because I love it. It's so simple and so easy because I just use it still. You don't have to like make it new and fancy. You just have to make it super UX friendly, and what people that have never touched crypto or DeFi, they can hop in and be like, oh, like this is so easy to use. Maybe they don't even know they're using DeFi. This is like also like like a grand vision. It's like, okay, like it just like seamlessly meshes. And I feel like this isn't not happening. What do I mean by that? It's like, okay, like you go to payments. So there's the Pay app, which is so easy to onboard. I was at dinner eating some like Thai food that was pretty decent, actually with him. I didn't realize we were in Hong Kong, and it's like, all right, like how do I pay him? If he's gonna cover the bill, I gotta pay him. It's like, all right, I don't have any Hong Kong dollars. They don't have Venmo from the US. Okay, oh, there's this app. Let me actually try it. So I had it downloaded for like a month, but I never actually tried it. Then I loaded it with Apple Pay with my credit card, took 5 seconds, and then I generated a link for them to scan, and then they downloaded it, and it popped into their wallet with the download at the same time. So it's like, that's not necessarily, like, I mean, I guess you could like argue it's DeFi, but it's clearly a step in the direction that makes it so seamless. Users don't even care. It's like, okay, it's just like a Venmo, but you can connect with anyone around the world that doesn't have Venmo or PayPal. They don't have to KYC at all. And then how do you actually take that same logic and that same user flow, that product genius, and then you push it into DeFi?
Gotcha. So it's like a UX question, where you're actually like making it easy to use.
Yeah, but when people say like it's a UX thing, I think the idea is like it's just UX, make UX better, is always understated. It's like it's that big of a deal. And that's my feeling on that.
But so many things are actually contribute to UX. Like security contributes to UX.
Yeah.
High liquidity, capital efficiency contributes to user experience. So when someone says UX, and if we are thinking, oh, it's what you see on a screen and how many buttons I have to click, that of course does contribute to it.
Two clicks with high security, high privacy, that's like the perfect world. Now, do we trust this Pay app? It's called PAYY, by the way. I believe I trust it because the person I trust most when it comes to the privacy world shills it. This is Dave from Osmosis. So if I basically put my, that Voldemort meme, it's like, you put your faith in me from now on. It's like, I put my faith in him, I use this app, and I just trust it. To me, that's good enough UX, and I think probably a decent amount of people.
Gotcha. But you're kind of getting at another thing here, right? It's like maybe another part of the UX of making UX better in DeFi is just making it safer.
Yeah.
Like, I guess like where would you put that in terms of your rankings of priorities for developers and protocol developers?
I mean, it's got to be right up there, and I don't think there's any other way to look at it. The thing is, if like security, privacy, all of these things are essentially features. You can't like sell them on it because they have to be table stakes. End of the day, because what you're up against is things that people trust, have extremely high brand value, and those sorts of things. So you can't go up to people and say, I'm highly secure, or I preserve your privacy. Those have to be table stakes. High capital efficiency has to be, in a sense, table stakes. Like, am I getting the best deal on your DEX or not, right? So those sorts of things are not things that you can sell people on. Then what's left?
Yeah, right? I don't think people care that much about like, well, no, let me rephrase this. I think there's an acceptance and tolerance for not having the best price based on the volumes that people like Trust Wallet do, or like other like people just buy straight into a DEX because they just like don't care. Like they take a 3% cut and they believe that they might get 100% upside. Like, so this is, from talking to all these different wallets and like DEX aggregators and whatnot, and like how they onboard with people just using credit cards or their bank transfers. There is a high tolerance for not having the best price.
But those are all just trade-offs, aren't they, really?
Do you guys want to get into this? Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's heated, but there's a conversation about UX.
Well, I figure like, most panels are like, yes, not, agree, like find something to disagree about and then disagree and then, maybe hug
you came here. You came here,
I'm not even on the thing, so like this is a good starting point, right?
Yeah. He has to actually make a name for himself because there is no name.
Exactly. And then I'll throw like these plushies at people afterwards.
I think it's really good that it's a heated conversation because obviously UX is still a huge pain point in our industry, but I would agree that it's not just about the UX, it's like a wider problem, right? It's always about onboarding, which includes the product, it includes the legal side, it includes like marketing, growth. So it's kind of like a complex problem. And what I noticed Actually, the teams that have team members based in Asia or in LATAM, somehow they always tackle UX and other things around onboarding better, because I think they just use those products on a daily basis, so they kind of know what's gonna work, because this is part of their everyday life. People who are based more in the westernized world, just simply because we do on-chain transactions, like, let's be honest, mostly for fun, for trading, or like we do it once in a while, we don't have that much of a gist of like what's going to work. So we need to look at more protocols in order to understand like what is really usable and what people want.
You and Jeet, I feel like, are agreeing a lot. So I see you nodding.
Find something to disagree on.
No. You can agree. I'm just saying. I'm just bringing Jeet into the conversation because
I got some spicy takes, but
what are the? Okay,
I'll get
first
to that in a
agree and
second.
then disagree.
No, specifically on this. So earlier this year, I spent like 6 weeks in Argentina, and it was just really eye-opening to just really be in a different market and really understand the kind of financial concerns and issues that people have in different markets. And I think something that would behoove a lot of people in this space is just to go abroad and really just trying to figure out what users kind of want and need. Like even to the UX point, I was just speaking to a bartender randomly, and he overheard myself and a friend talking about crypto, and he started talking about how like he had Bitcoin and Ethereum and as just like speculative investments, but he had basically onboarded his entire family to like USDT on Tron, and basically like they get their paychecks in on a Friday, immediately go on an exchange, convert it immediately to Tron, and that's just how they use it, right? And he, like his grandmother who didn't speak any English, had figured out how to use it just because the demand for this product was so high that like at some point, yes, we talk a lot about UX, but like if the demand of something is high enough, people will overcome that.
Gotcha. Kevin, I feel like
I want to zoom out a little bit. So in any financial product that is created in the world through the years, there is always the first couple of years that are building the first block, right? Something that I've mentioned. But then comes the product need. A lot of the times in the first couple of years, there is not a product need for people, or just they don't understand it yet. So here the idea is that during those years, there would always be products that would actually not fit the market. And I believe we have seen that from 2018 onwards. A lot of the products didn't fit the market. Whether it's a money market, whether it's DeFi, whatever that is, a lot didn't fit the needs of the customers. So now we are seeing more focus on what are the needs of the customer first, so that we can create the product that they need, and then how to present to them those products so that they actually click twice and don't need to go to another place to do anything else. So those two things, once they twinkle into something that's a product viable for the customer, they would actually come by masses. A lot of people would join just because those two are met. We are currently in the beginning. We still do have products that are half product met the customer needs, a lot don't. And the UX, well, getting there, starting there. But everything should be two-click, very simple, very easy to use, very intuitive, without anyone coming to actually guide you through.
Gotcha. Jeet, you said you had spicy takes.
Oh yeah, so spicy takes. We're talking about like DeFi 2.0, right? What does DeFi 3.0 look like? So for context here, I was an AI founder before I was in crypto, and what does a world look like when instead of like me going out and actively doing all these different trading strategies, I'm just like, you know what, this AI agent, this bot that like kind of knows what I want, there's some parameters around it, we'll just go ahead and kind of do it, right? I think that world is very much coming, and I don't think it's that far away, and I think it's going to be very interesting, to say the least.
So basically, like an AI agent will be your investment fund manager?
Yeah, basically imagine a much more intelligent like robo-advisor, like Betterment or like Wealthfront, right?
But do we want that? I don't know.
Is that spicy though?
I don't know. I mean, it's interesting.
It's really interesting. I want the spice. Bring the spice.
You're here to start wars.
I think I just agree with it. Like, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the timeline would be, but like, I think like why wouldn't it happen?
Well, so I guess the larger point of that is a lot of what we think about as DeFi even right now, I think it will basically go away. Or just like, it'll just be automated and done by not humans.
So just delete all the financial advisor jobs out there.
I think finance is going to look a lot different in a few years for that reason, right? And also like over time, like a lot of these, so like you're going to have, ultimately, if you're just trading, you're going to have to do some crazy trades in order to kind of make money because a lot of the bots are going to be thinking very similarly. So yeah,
gotcha.
Should be interesting.
Interesting. I guess, one thing, you, Christina, just like briefly mentioned was the idea of the legal aspect. And I'm curious whether anyone would be willing to opine like from the regulatory aspect, maybe because anyone would want to, because you mentioned it. It seems like that's also a blocker, right, from going to DeFi 2.0. And I'm curious, like from a regulation standpoint, you know, the SEC specifically, other governments have gone after DeFi protocols and gone after DeFi developers. You know, maybe it's an easy question, but you know, what are your kind of thoughts on the legal and regulatory aspect?
I think we definitely became way more cautious in terms of legal, and somehow I was always lucky to work with very sensible protocols who were thinking about compliance, regulations from the beginning. But now I definitely feel more and more of it. To be honest, I've never spoke that much to legal in my life as this year, because I think like with all the cases heating up and SEC just being constantly on crypto, it's really important. And I feel like where the industry is moving, it's kind of, instead of fighting with the governments, merging the ideologies. And basically, the main idea behind creating more regulations is protecting those who are vulnerable to DeFi, let's say. So people who are new to the industry, who don't understand the risks, and who are thinking that they will start trading or they will start LPing and like magically become millionaires overnight. So I think majority of the regulations are in place to basically drive the line between people who are actually sophisticated DeFi users and the newbies.
Gotcha. What if you just like, you know, lobby yourself to be a prime minister of a region or country like Justin Sun, and then just make your own laws, call it a day? What if the entire industry spent enough money to actually like do this with a relevant region or a relevant country, and then bam, good to go? Well, like I mean, it's like, you know, Dubai is like pretty friendly, so this is good.
Yeah, I guess my question is, you know, maybe the more universal question is like, is DeFi 2.0 even possible with, you know, a lot of regulatory, I would say, confrontation in places with the biggest capital?
Probably depends on the next 4 years ago.
Yeah.
If we get the Department of Government Efficiency, rip out all the bureaucracy, maybe this actually happens. I don't know.
Gotcha. I guess that's a kind of an implicit stand of Elon Musk. Maybe Elon Musk will save DeFi. I don't know. Anyway, I mean, I guess kind of like any closing thoughts. I don't know how we're doing on time, but any kind of closing thoughts on what's next for kind of the future of DeFi? Meyer.
I can go first. So there are two ways to kind of approach. I think the biggest problem is the liquidity fragmentation. You have so many chains. You probably have many more chains, app chains, sovereign chains, rollups, et cetera, and I think the liquidity fragmentation problem needs to be attacked from two sides. One is basically aggregating liquidity at protocol level. This is what, you know, the AGLers, maybe even the ICPs, you know, ZK Sync's Elastic Chain, OP Superchain, all of these guys are trying to do it, but it's hard to see a future where all of them will see eye to eye and agree on, you know, one way of doing this, at least not for the next couple of years. So our best bet, according to me, is to actually do it bottoms up, where you're aggregating stuff at the account level for the user, so they're not hindered. And as long as they're using, you know, DeFi applications that have sufficient liquidity, like my friend from Osmosis just spoke about, then I think they're safe. It's going to be capital efficient. They're going to get reasonably best prices, but they're actually going to be doing it with far fewer clicks, with more security, and be actually able to spend more, which I think is a huge unlock.
Gotcha. G, do you want to kind of?
Yeah, so I'll keep it pretty quick. So like DeFi 1.0, right, putting finance on chain. DeFi 2.0, I think really solving liquidity issues, UX issues, just making everything interoperable and cross-chain. And then DeFi 3.0 is just robots.
Cool. Okay. Sonia?
I think the future of DeFi is actually making it our everyday necessity, the same way that we use banking system, the traditional financial system. In my thinking, this is the way forward. But again, as we tapped into many issues of the current DeFi, not sure when this is going to happen, but definitely, I think in the past even 4 years, the thinking of people inside crypto changed. Instead of like staying inside the bubble and actually fighting with the government, we actually want to align forces and kind of merge traditional systems with the DeFi systems. for the better of people around the world, because we can see more and more people globally actually using crypto.
Cool. Okay.
Well, the future of DeFi is actually not understanding that it exists. People would just interact every day with transactions on the blockchain without their knowledge that they're doing so. That's the main idea. That's the main goal that we're all aiming at.
Cool. Okay. And my nameless spicy taker.
I actually just thought of this like 30 seconds ago. And I actually believe from the slight or small topic we just touched on is that DeFi 2.0 or 3.0 will come regardless of time, but the question is like how long. And what I mean by that is that the better the economies are globally, the less of a need there is for DeFi, but the more friendly regulatory and compliance is with crypto, the quicker we are able to do this. However, the worse economies are globally, there's more demand, like Argentina or Turkey. People are going to start piling in desperately and finding ways out of their economies. So again, like I do think a lot of this hinges on the route the US takes over the next 4 years, but I do think it's just a matter of time regardless. Also, again, if you want a plushie, please raise your hand. I'll throw them out after. Oh, nice.
Okay. Plushies. It's plushie time, guys. I'll just, this is the best end to a panel I've ever done. Okay, you got to do the last one. Okay, there we go.
Okay, now we're good.
Cool, well, thank you guys so much for listening to us kind of opine. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you so much for that incredible panel. And definitely touching upon what's going to come next month in the elections is important in our industry, internationally. The amount of conferences that I've been to recently, and all everyone ever says is we're waiting. We're watching and we're waiting. So let's hope next month, whatever happens, we push forward. I'm hopeful. I'm not going to say what I'm hopeful for. I think you guys know, but I still think we've still got to be building and know where we want to take this industry. It's not just about this year, it's about as we progress into the future. And talking about future, it's now time to move on to the next track. This is our NFT and gaming track, so a slight pivot that we're doing. And this track is brought to you by the amazing Omniflex. Now they have been, woo! Yeah, let's get that energy. Woo! So, I love this energy. That's what we've been needing all day. Keep it up, guys. These guys have been a supporter of this amazing conference, Cosmoverse, for 3 years now. This wouldn't be possible without them. So please, guys, join me in welcoming to stage. Let's keep that energy. Omniflex, woo!
Hello. Mic check? Yeah. Very good afternoon to all cosmonauts that are attending IRL, and a big shout out to the ones watching on live stream. Excuse us for our terrible voices. We had a lot of fun yesterday at FlixFest, and I hope you guys had fun. I am Daya, the co-contributor.
And I am Abhishek. Welcome to the Gaming and NFTs track. Today we have an exciting lineup for you in the form of demos from Crypto Dungeon and IBC Game, in the form of an exciting panel by Bad Kids, Slots, and Mad Scientists. With that, let's deep dive into the history of NFTs. And it all started with CryptoKitties, CryptoPunks on the Ethereum mainnet. There was a brief moment of silence for a few years, but that was broken by the use of NFTs as PFPs. You know, again, by CryptoPunks, then we had apes, and so on and so forth. And then we had what were fractionalization of NFTs, you know, dynamism within NFTs and NFTify as well, right? Within games like Axie Infinity, we had NFTs being used dynamically, you know, evolving NFTs were used. And that being said, we had projects like Pudgy Penguins that explored a whole new dimension of NFTs in the form of media IP. There are multiple use cases within NFTs, and I'll give you Omniflix examples to start off with. But NFTs are being used for community building. We have the Crypto Chronicles canvas, you know, DAO, a group of people, curators that have been, putting in efforts to ensure that NFTs were well curated from multiple artists. Along with that, we have NFTs being used in the form of investing by various launchpads, as well as yield-generating NFTs with the Vaigata token coming out very soon. Along with that, we also have NFTs being utilized for tokenization of various on-chain and off-chain activities. And with that being said, NFTs, again, in the form of dynamic NFTs within gaming, and our favorite use case, in the form of publishing DAOs or media DAOs, right, to collaborate and coordinate activities. Now, let's explore the use of NFTs and Web3 infra within media. The state of digital media at this current point in time has a lot of platforms, but audience and distribution is as fragmented as liquidity within the Cosmos ecosystem. We have multiple ways to create content with AI and other pieces of tech. It is now much more easier, but the problem around management, distribution, and monetization has always existed because of this fragmentation. Now, so what are the actual problems that we have, right? We've had a lot of cases, a lot of takedowns that happened, and that has proven that you do not own your own media, you do not own your own audience, you do not own your own revenue streams. So what's the solution? You should own your own media, you should own your revenue streams, you should own your audience. Now, how do we solve this?
Well, when we look at the current landscape, right, we do have three different layers: app layer, protocol layer, and infra layer, which help us achieve freedom and sovereignty up to an extent within their silos. Like example, on YouTube, you have certain freedom, but definitely that's within the platform. But when we move across the layers from top to bottom and left to right, starting from centralization to the decentralization, the degree of freedom is fully realized because we have full control on the media, on the streams, on the revenues. But to realize this full freedom and sovereignty, we need tools like IBC, the bridge gap between Web 2 and Web 3 media ecosystems, where they'll help us realize the potential of monetization and distribution. For this, at Omniflix, we've been rooting since the start for enabling more freedom and sovereignty to our community that helps them distribute, monetize, and manage, distribute, and monetize in full freedom and controlled way without any censorship and things. So right now, I think most of you have already used some of our apps, TV, Marketplace, and Studio, which have been pretty much integrating some of the Web 2 tools and Web 3 integrations with other networks for you to engage your audience. We've been working on something I'd be introducing right now that goes by the name Media Node, Omniflix Media Node, that helps you realize all of these, what we spoke about, the sovereignty, freedom, distribution, monetization, without any censorship and any kind of problems that you would want to work with in the community. We do have a message from one of the special person who would introduce something that we're looking forward to.
I'm excited to announce that the very first Omniflix Media Node is deployed on Akash, and this video, along with the entire event's video stream, is being streamed by Omniflix Media Node on Akash infrastructure, and I wish the Omniflix Media family, along with Akash and family, the very best of luck.
Yeah, it has been exciting, exciting few years collaborating with various projects, but more so with Akash specifically for this. The apps, the protocols that have been built in a phase-wise manner up until now have been complemented with the deepened infrastructure. And as Daya mentioned, the release of the Omniflix Media Node has been, will be soon, but the first ever implementation was done for an enterprise, within India. It is a subsidiary of Disney India, and that has made sure that it has been battle tested there, while we also, prepare for its open source release. we now have a small demo, a proof of deployment. We are first deploying the Omniflix Media node on the Akash, on an Akash instance, right? You have the deployment happening, the TX, right? Now, once this is done, you'll have to go ahead, of course, accept the bid. And now once this is done, you'll have to go to Omniflix Studio to connect your media node, right? You're almost there.
Technically, you could deploy it anywhere else, but we wanted to make sure that we do it first on deepen infra such that the P2P fanatics or the regular guys who are pro utility based would definitely use it.
Yeah, and definitely for the Web3 fanatics, right? Here you're connecting your media node, the Akash deployment with your Omniflix Studio. You're interacting with the media node right here, and you're able to add a destination. And this will go live stream on YouTube or Twitch or on other platforms.
Simulcast.
The best part about this is, this entire event is a demonstration of the tech that we've built. So the entire live stream for this event is utilizing the Omniflix deepen infrastructure. So the Omniflix Media node is being well battle tested even before its open source release, right? So yeah, here you can, we have other features too.
A lot of features that definitely you could add overlays, run text calls, do a lot of things, program schedules which are automated, persistent streams. You don't need manpower that controls them. There is a ton of features which haven't yet been teased, but definitely in the future versions, you would see all of these because we've been running these since years, like at least 3-4 years with a bunch of partners who are into media distribution of music, movies, and other types of content. Now, making sure that we release this phase-wise to the P2P, community, making sure that they test it on a, testnet that we did something like FlixNet 1, definitely might be in the next quarter. The rollout, please do, follow our handles and make sure to, look out for updates on the rollout overall.
Yeah, when we say battle tested, we weren't joking. The deepen infrastructure has been, a version of the deepen infrastructure has been implemented for enterprises, and it has already completed 650 million watch minutes, across enterprises, right? So it is battle tested and ready for open source use, but, we are still prepping. That being said, we are on a mission to ensure we build the tools, the infrastructure, the protocols for you to own your own media, for you to own your own audience, and for you to own your own revenue streams. If you are keen on converting a passive community into an active one, please meet us at the booth. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omniflex. Oh, I need the live stream link as well, because sometimes I enjoy watching back what I said, whatever came to my mind at that moment. And today, honestly, without these guys, it would not have been possible. So thanks the whole team so much. We are keeping going rapid. I know it's almost lunch break time, but this amazing track keeps going. We have our next keynote, which is from Crypto Dungeon. So please join me in welcoming Lee.
Hey guys, just wanted to say I'm super happy to be here. I've been excited about this for the last 2.5 years, but I'm Lee and I'm one of the founders of Crypto Dungeon, also the chief motivational officer. Started Crypto Dungeon with 2 of my friends. One of them is a psychiatrist like myself, and his name's Sanju, and my friend Brad is a software engineer. We all had ideas that we put into the vision that we created, that is Crypto Dungeon today. I wanted to create a company that was something that I could do with my friends that would be fun, and I would be excited to kind of wake up every day and do something amazing. My friend Brad wanted to create a gaming company, and Sanju wanted to be philanthropic and help as many people as possible, give to charity even if we could do that if we succeed. And we've been doing this for the past 2.5 years or so. We actually started with the idea of funding a gaming company and using crypto as a vehicle to do that. The way we started, we actually launched validators on Stargaze and Juno initially, and started out very small and grew the company grassroots, just self-funded everything ourselves, and slowly grew to expand our validator set. And we actually ended up getting into the Cosmos active set after getting knocked out about 6 times, which was absolutely brutal. And it's kind of one of the things that I'm most proud about is we don't give up. We are committed to the vision, and we're not quitting until we finish it. But we then brought on our 4th partner, Donovan. He calls himself Princess Popcorn, and he's our lead game designer and dungeon master. And he actually created our first game, which is a live tabletop RPG that we play through an interface called Tailspire and through Discord. And that's kind of how we started and built our brand as a Dungeons & Dragons kind of fantasy role-playing company. And then we came up with this idea of Cosmic Quest, which was the second game that we're designing, and we're about to show it in a little bit here. But the idea of that was we've kind of gotten to this point where we can do something a little bit bigger for the Cosmos ecosystem, and we wanted to create a mobile game that anyone could play. You don't have to understand crypto or use crypto to do anything with it. We have NFTs on Stargaze, but they're actually not required to play. They just give lots of additional utility to a player. But the NFTs are mutable, and they actually store the character's metadata. That's while you're playing the game, you actually own your account, you own your progress, and that's all being updated and creating transactions on each blockchain that we're participating with. Those NFTs can move cross-chain, and wherever they go, they create transactions on every blockchain. And the vision of that was actually to create utility and bring in mobile gamers from the Apple Store, Android, from all over that really have never used crypto, and to kind of use that as a vehicle to help promote the Cosmos and onboard more users through really fun and enjoyable gameplay. One of the key aspects that we saw about Web3 gaming was that it was very clunky. So we wanted to have the most important parts of Web3 integrated to the game without making the game have so many transactions that it was just frustrating and annoying to play. So what we did was we used the NFTs as the vehicle to do that, and because they're mutable and they can actually hold all of the character's data, the player data, then we're able to create transactions on the networks in a really easy to do way that's reproducible, and we're hoping to actually teach people how to do that in the future after we succeed. So in a second here, I'm going to show you Cosmic Quest for the first time. A lot of people have been waiting for this for a long time, and it's still an early version. We have to polish it and finish it, but the first part of it is going to show you wallet integration and how we're able to actually see the NFT in-game with all of the metadata and actually kind of integrate that with the game itself. And then the second part of the video will actually show some of the gameplay where you're battling monsters and shows off the cards and strategy and all that stuff. But it is still an early version, but this is the first time that we've been able to show it. So really excited to show you Cosmic Quest for the first time. Let's see here. I'm supposed to have music here, but Thank you so much. Yeah, we still have some polishing to do. This was an early version of the game, and we're planning on finishing it by the end of the year. That's the goal. Sometimes we fall short of our promises, but we always follow through, and that's one of the things I'm most proud about. But I'm going to talk about Dungeon Chain next. We are actually, hold on a second. Here we go. We just launched Dungeon Chain last week for the first time. It's the first permissionless interchain security chain that's ever launched using the Forge. And we are very proud of the fact that we're going to be able to use gaming, especially mobile gaming, and create interchain games that promote the Cosmos ecosystem and foster interchain collaboration. So Dungeon Chain is going to be a permissioned gaming chain that its main purpose is really to help the greater Cosmos ecosystem to be used as a promotional vehicle to bring in new users into the ecosystem and foster interchain collaboration. So when we succeed with Cosmic Quest, we plan on creating something called Dungeon Academy, and we're going to teach others how to make mobile games and build them on the blockchain and actually help promote them and help them develop and teach them game design. Our head Dungeon Master, lead game designer, is going to be heavily involved with that. But yeah, this is something that I'm very excited about. We've never actually sold a token in the last 2.5 years because I was afraid. I put my reputation on the line. Our team is fully doxxed. We didn't want anyone to get hurt. But now that we've gotten to this point, I think we're able to pull this off very quickly here and very soon. And just proud to show you guys what we've been doing for the last couple years here. And we even have a third game planned and several other possible interchain games that we could develop quickly as well. Once we kind of iron out the process, we're going to create a guide for launching chains on Forge, as well as launching games on our blockchain as well. So very happy to be here. Being in Cosmoverse was a dream of mine for the last 2.5 years, and super happy and grateful to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lee. We are going to keep powering through, guys. Keep your excitement in the audience. We are moving on to our NFT. This is Tangled NFT. So please join me in welcoming to stage. Is he almost ready? He looks it. This is Nesta from Tangled NFT. Put your hands together, everyone. Let's get energy for Nesta.
The slide started before me, so let's just start that again. Okay, my name is Ness Sanchez. I'm the founder of Tangled NFTs, and I'm also the Australian ambassador, the Australian region ambassador for Omniflix Network. I am here today to talk about my experience as a creator in the Cosmos ecosystem, and specifically my journey in creating NFTs for gaming. If you're not familiar with Tangled NFTs, again, I'm a Omniflix native. I'm a creator in the digital design studio. It's based in Australia. And I have launched a couple of collections, which I might just quickly go into. The first collection that I launched in the Cosmos ecosystem was Cosmic Cats, which is one of the very first MP4 NFT collections. It is inspired by a lot of Cosmos ecosystem events and kind of underpinned a lot of the other NFT collections that I've done in the ecosystem. My flagship collection is Interplanetary Battle Cards, or IBC game. It's a player versus player trading card game. Again, one of the first trading card games playable in the Omniflix ecosystem, if not the first. And it first launched in May 2022, and there are a couple of other editions that I've launched since then. But that is my flagship. That's what I've been working on for the last 2 years. Outside of my own collections, I collaborate with quite a few creators in the Cosmos ecosystem. notably NFTs, the interchain protection, which is on Stargaze and Omniflix. The amazing Maria from Women from Cosmos, who does amazing things empowering women in the NFT space. And also more recently, my old mate Scott, who's the founder of Snails NFTs, doing a lot of interchain education type tools with his NFT project. So coming back to my flagship collection, the Interplanetary Battle Cards, or IBC game, basically I'm not a technical person, I'm just a creator. And so having Omniflix no-code infrastructure was really useful for me in creating assets that can be used for my card game. That was almost the easy part. Omniflix providing a solution to have my assets traded, listed, sold, and creating, you know, that verifiable asset that you can use. But my problem, not being a developer, is not having that gaming interface to allow gamers to you know, interact with the game itself. So during the initial phases of IBC game, I had to find Web 2 ways, such as Discord channels, Discord platform, and Google Live Sheets to provide a clunky but viable way to play Interplanetary Battle Cards online. So all the OGs that would purchase the starter deck and the NFTs, there was a medium through my Discord channels to participate in the game. But whether that was enough, I wasn't too sure, because gaming itself, from my perspective, the priority is to make the game fun and playable, or else, you know, what's the purpose of having the game? So what I did was throw the game out with the tools to interact with the NFTs, threw it out to the wild to see what would happen, and scheduled a number of community events. And that ultimately led in 2022 to the Genesis Championship, which had 14 players utilizing these clunky tools and participating in a major event, which was live streamed with the help of Omniflix. And we had a grand final that exceeded 2+ hours between Cosmos DeFi, who Joe 2.0, as we know now, and our current champion, that Kiwi guy, who's a New Zealand player and has competitive trading card game experience in the background. So in 2022, we had a live grand final, which provided that esports environment, a robust kind of rule set, and some social proof in the kind of the viability of the game mechanics. But we pushed it even further, and I released another collection, Volume 2, and we had another championship in 2023, live streamed all on Omniflix YouTube channel. This time, the grand final was 5 hours long. So the grand finalists were Liam Crypto, if you are familiar with him, a Cosmos educator, and also, again, our inaugural champion, the General, ultimately falling down after a 5-hour epic. So the purpose of this is to show you that the idea of the ecosystem environment, the ecosystem from an esports perspective, really battle-tested the game mechanics and told me that the game itself fundamentally was viable, playable, enjoyable, and fun. The biggest bottleneck was user experience. Everybody to onboard, you had to illustrate or like give them the tools to do live scoring, and then you had to walk them through a very clunky process of using the NFTs on the Discord, on Discord channels, which was not ideal in terms of adoption. Only the hardcore OGs that really had a passion for the game continued. And so in 2023, I made the decision to stop promoting and building new collections in the IBC game, and we focused on development and the UX problem. As I've already spoken about, Google Sheets is really inefficient and causes, there's a risk of incorrect score input, which is not great for tournament settings in esport. And the Discord chat, utilizing NFTs, having to save them as images, cut and pasting them into your Discord channel is very clunky. Manual verification for ownership of an opponent's NFTs was required, so there was too many touch points, which was ultimately going to lead to a lack of adoption of IBC game. So current stage and the plans that we're working through at the moment and working with Team OmniFlix is addressing that UX problem and providing a more seamless gaming interface. So what we've done over 2024 is create a Telegram bot, Telegram being quite a crypto native or crypto friendly type platform. We started to develop that, and I might show you the current version of the build at the moment. Yep, so just a quick video. We've already got the Kepler connection, so you can connect your wallet and your IBC game NFTs straight into the bot. And on the right-hand side there, you'll see a little bit of a demo. It should play. Once you've connected your wallet, you're going to have the option to have a public or private game. So public games you'll be able to spectate, so that's great from an esports and commentary perspective. But you might want to practice, have a private game with a friend, so you'll have privacy. As you can see there, the NFTs are already integrated, so you just select for the deck build process. It's quite seamless, it's quite quick. The OmniFlix API is working quite well, and that provides a nice ability to select your NFTs without this clunky Discord issue. If you look at that, there's different phases of the game. We don't have enough time to really talk about the different phases, but we do have an IRL version of IBC game near the OmniFlix booth, so if you want to learn a bit more about the game IRL, we're doing Learn to Plays over there, and we're going to be running a competition. That being said, the current build of the Telegram bot is a bit wordy. It's too much text happening, but the wireframe, the game flow is probably 95% there. So that's what we've been testing at the moment, making sure that the NFTs are easily selectable and easily playable between two people, and that's the main focus to date for 2024. But we're still building before a proper release of the Telegram bot. So the things that we want to address before we release it to the proper release to the public is further market integration, a inbuilt, the Telegram bot would have a deck builder and card training capabilities. Because of that esports history, gamer profiles and stats, tournament mode, for more casual players, people that don't want to do competitive play and just want to enjoy the game, we do want to integrate a play against a CPU option, so you can just get your deck and you can play against a computer. And again, improve game flow and probably improve visuals and SFX before a full release. But the Telegram bot's not where we're ending. In collaboration with Occupy Games, and again with the support of OmniFlix team, we are also working on a Unity engine build for a full game application. Thank you. So you've got a couple of screenshots there, still very rudimentary and only really basic animations and visuals, but the wireframe is there, the drag and drop functionality, the wallet connection is there, and you can see that even in a pre-alpha build, we're already on the way. So the idea is to create that full proper gaming Web2 experience to appeal to a wider range of audience, not just Web3 natives. But that is a longer term future plan, but it's already in development. So we're exploring all of the options, focused on gameplay and the UX, which is really like something that the Cosmos is great at, having that stellar UX, and that's kind of what we're focusing on. Good gameplay, stellar UX, and just an overall great experience, focusing on the game itself rather than any kind of tokenomics or economics around purchasing the NFTs. So, that was really just a brief overview of the work that I've been doing. If you want to follow IBC Game and the progress that we do in this space, please follow us on X at Tangled NFTs and OmniFlix Network if you're not already following Team OmniFlix. And, I worked in collaboration with OmniFlix, and thank you again to CryptoCito. We've got a little surprise for everyone that is attending. There will be something there in your wallet. If not, there's going to be a OmniFlix TV video that you can interact with to get your special edition Tangled NFTs OmniFlix Cosmoverse starter deck for everyone to try their Telegram bot in due time. So again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Nestor. I hope you guys all had your phones out and zoomed in to collect that because that looked incredible. I'll speak to Nesta later as well. Anyone that missed out on it, please do speak to Nesta. Let's connect this afternoon. Let's make as many relationships as possible. Whilst you're here, you won't regret reaching out to as many people as possible. And now we move on to our final part of this amazing track. It's felt too quick. Gaming and NFTs, there's so many different layers of what's happening, but this discussion is all about ultimate Cosmos NFTs. So please join me. Let's get lots of energy. This is the last session before lunch. Let's welcome to stage Paco from Celestine Sloth Society, Zerk from Mad Scientist, Joe from Bad Kids, Shane from Stargazing, and Stephen. Big round of applause, everyone. Let's go, guys.
Hey guys, how's it going? So super excited to be here. It's incredibly rare to have so much talent on one stage at one time. Very hard to get all these gentlemen in one room. So this is a bit of a treat. Why don't we start just doing intros real quick? So I'm Shane. I'm one of the founders of Stargaze. Stargaze is a layer 1 Cosmos chain, and it has a suite of NFT apps, NFT Launchpad, and NFT Marketplace that is used by the folks on this panel. And yeah, let's just do some quick intros.
Yep, I'm Zerk. I'm the co-founder of Mad Scientist as well as Rec Gang, and I'm a pretty big NFT degen. Love Stargaze as well. Thank you.
I'm Steven. I'm the primary artist and co-creator of After the Filter and the artist behind Celestine Sloths.
Hi, I'm Joe, better known as Cortland to most of you. I created Bad Kids and co-creator of After the Filter.
Oh, hi, I'm Paco. I'm a core contributor to, well, Celestine Sloths and Lazy Chain. And yeah, very excited to be here, also an NFT degen as well. So I'm sure it's going to be a fun panel, guys.
All right, awesome. So why don't we start talking about the origin stories first, just to kind of give a little context here. Everyone here kind of came from like different paths. So I think it'll be kind of interesting to go through that background.
Yeah, sure. So I guess I can talk about Mad Scientists. I'm a scientist in real life. I have a PhD in medicinal chemistry, and we have this saying, everything is an experiment in science, and I feel like it really applies to crypto as well. So if you get a negative result, I feel there's still lots of learnings, and hence why we wanted to launch Mad Scientists. We really wanted to push experimentation forward, having, you know, a different mint system using stream swap from OmniFlix, having interchain transferable NFTs using ICS 721 from Arc Protocol and trading on Stargaze, which I think a lot of people enjoyed. And finally, kind of pushing the limits of NFTFi with you know, our liquid stake derivative that people get when they hold Mad Scientists. So we're doing all these different experiments for NFTs, and the goal here is really to push the NFT space and kind of showcase what Cosmos is all about, which is experimentation. So that's kind of the genesis, the big idea behind Mad Scientist.
But you guys also have kind of a deeper story, right? You started off on Terra and kind of, you know, survived the crash, and you're still here building, right? And there's also Rec Gang, right?
Absolutely. The Rec Gang is a completely different project, I would say. It's really focused on degeneracy. You know, I feel like the best comparison that I can have with Rec Gang is kind of the Miladies. And basically where this came from is, as you mentioned, we did mint on Terra. And the goal of wrecked, right? Like, why do you call a project wrecked? That doesn't seem very palatable. But the reason is we want to protect people from getting wrecked. So really it's an education and alpha hub, basically focusing on teaching people how not to get wrecked. Then we mint on Terra. 2 months later, the whole chain collapses. So everybody got wrecked. But I feel through that experience, you know, through that shared experience, you kind of build that culture, build that cult. I think that's the meme word that people like to use nowadays. But really, yeah, that's, you know, we kind of came together, and I think 2.5, 3 years later, we're still pushing, we're still sharing alpha, and we're still having fun at the Rec Gang.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I really liked Rec News. Is that ever going to come back?
It looks like the people that started Rec News rebranded to Babu News. You can follow that.
Oh,
so yeah, but I think it's not the same people. And yes, again, it's very, you know, don't feel offended when you read that news channel, please. And I don't know who it is. I want to protect their privacy. So yeah, it's really, again, just to have fun, bring some fun to the Cosmos ecosystem.
Awesome, awesome. Now, Steve, so you worked on After the Filter and also slots. Yeah, would love maybe some context and background there.
Yeah, I mean, I think compared to everybody else at this entire conference, I'm sort of a latecomer to the crypto space and to NFTs in general. I have a background in art. You know, I've worked in video games. I'm an apparel designer, and sort of accidentally found NFTs as a way to, rather than use my design work to create products, to really just have a direct connection with the audience and, you know, find a way to essentially just draw for a living. That was always the goal, I guess.
Awesome, awesome. How do you feel the crypto world is different from, you know, coming from a background of being an artist in the non-crypto world?
I think it's a really fun space. I think it's a young art market. I oftentimes think about it as being, having some parallels to maybe comic books in the 60s, 70s, where there's a lot of idiosyncrasies in the culture that can be fun to play with or disregard, you know, as needed. But there's an eager audience out there for the work, and I think when you bring new ideas to the table, I think you find a receptive audience.
Awesome. Yeah, Joe, so Bad Kids was one of the Genesis, you know, collections on Stargaze?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my background, I worked in video games as like a graphic designer, did a lot of freelance design work. Discovered NFTs kind of like at their height, and already like I think I kind of felt a little skeptical because there were so many projects that were promising things that seemed like they couldn't possibly deliver on, and you know, like just incredibly ambitious, and you know, and also just I don't know, there's like this idea that like owning certain NFTs like bestowed some sort of coolness on you. So I think like Bad Kids was sort of a response to all that. You know, it was like children's drawings are obviously the least valuable thing you could possibly buy. They're not cool. And I was like very clear, you know, like there's no promises with this project, you know, buy it because you like the art and the art is bad. But, you know, like just kind of, it was a response to like sort of the stuff I didn't like about the NFT scene. And I think as a result, the people that gravitated towards it were, you know, people that didn't take this stuff as seriously and were like a little bit more chill and not super concerned about like the line going up, you know, in terms of the price.
Awesome, thank you. Paco, are we feeling lazy today?
Yeah, I'm always feeling lazy, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, always.
Yeah, we'd love to hear about the origin story.
Oh yeah, my origin story, like mine or like the collection?
Well, let's talk about yours first, and then we'll talk about
Sure.
slots.
I used to work in crypto infrastructure before. I've been in crypto for a while, actually. I actually got pretty early into NFTs, like mostly on ETH, then on Solana, and then, well, on Stargaze. And yeah, like my origin story with slots is actually like very funny, because initially I was only pretty much like another like community member. I was working at a crypto infrastructure company. I've worked in crypto like my whole life, did an internship in big tech, absolutely hated it. Crypto was my hobby, so I was like, I want to do this full time. So yeah, I've been here for a while. And yeah, I was just like a community member, but once I slide into Saki's DM and I'm like, dude, do you need help managing the Twitter? And he was like, sure. And I was like an anonymous person, so I'm very surprised that he said yes. but I guess that's like very Web3 of him. So yeah, that's kind of how I ended up at the collection and how I ended up being like a core contributor. So I'd say it's pretty funny. And like how the collection started, I think it was pretty much like, I would say like SK may also have some cool inputs on this because he was the artist, but I'd say it was like a very like just for the culture thing, like let's just do this. I think it was very cool. I think we also did like a 1 TIA mint, so I think Saki's idea behind this was like, and also like the mint was like at a very random time. I remember I actually missed the mint, and I was about to sleep. It was like 12 a.m. Like I live in New York. It had just minted the collection, so very weird time. Saki told me like, well, I wanted people to feel lucky like when they minted. It was also like a very cheap mint for like 1 TIA. I know they iterated like several designs with SK, so that was pretty cool as well. I saw the first sketches, and it's very nice. It was very nice to see like the collection evolve into what it is now. So yeah, I'd say like slots are very like, I don't know, like just do it for the culture thing, I would say. That's how I would describe it.
What's the kind of the lore behind the whole lazy kind of meme?
The head of the lore?
What's the context behind like the word lazy?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. Actually, well, so Celestia was initially called Lazy Ledger. I think some of them actually wanted to name the token Lazy. So that's pretty much why they went with slots here, and that's why it's called like Celestine slots, because they were like Lazy Ledger. And I don't know, man, like the lazy meme has just pretty much like stuck up pretty well. I feel like we've created like some really like solid stuff that now pretty much like belongs to our collection, and some pretty like solid memes. So yeah, it's really cool to see because it's pretty much been like almost entirely like a community effort, I would say.
Yeah, so the slots were the first collection to use the Merkle whitelist form of minting. And basically a Merkle whitelist enables like millions of accounts to be on a whitelist. So I remember when you guys wanted to launch, that was still a feature that was like in development, but we kind of rushed it out the door to kind of make the mint work. And it was minted with like 1 TIA at the time?
Yeah, 1 TIA only for TIA stakers.
Yeah.
I remember that. Big kudos to you guys for helping us.
And what's the floor price now?
I think it's around like 4K. Honestly, I'm too lazy to check the floor because I'm not selling my slots. So it's like, yeah, too lazy to check that.
Awesome. All right. So community is a pretty large part of like NFT projects, right? And I think the distinct communities for each of the collections here is pretty interesting. So why don't we kind of like dive into those and talk about like what the community is like, how do you interact with them, and yeah, why don't we just start there?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So for mad scientists, I guess the community is really osmosis native because we are an osmosis native project, and being the only NFT on osmosis, I feel like that kind of makes sense. But really the people that have joined the project are people that kind of like to experiment. I think that's our catchphrase. We use it all the time. Everything is an experiment. So building these communities obviously takes time. I think there's no secret shortcuts to building a community. Really the key is to show up every day and to be in the Discord, chatting with them or organizing Twitter spaces. I see, the Slavs have like the weekly Twitter space, and a lot of people join in, communicate, chat, and then it takes like all these shared experiences, time, plus you showing up, and then kind of that culture, that community gets built. So Mad Science is a very chill, very experimental community, so if you want to be part of it, we'll welcome everybody. So yeah, it's been really fun to be part of it.
Yeah, and Mad Scientist was one of the very first collections that used ICS 721, which is interchain NFT transfers. So the mint happened on Osmosis, and then it was transferred to Stargaze, where it was being able to be traded on the marketplace. So you have a community that's kind of like mixed between Cosmos, Osmosis, Stargaze, all the Rect folks and everything, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cosmos is such a welcoming place for everybody, and I think it was really cool how you guys helped us out to kind of have a marketplace, right? Because if you mint on Osmosis back in the day, well, you can't really trade NFTs, so we were very grateful for having Stargaze and Arc Protocol developed these ICS 721 NFTs that can be bridgeable and then purchased on Stargaze. So I feel like this is one of the biggest value props of Cosmos and kind of like a demonstration of that experiment that you could mint on any chain pretty much. You know, you could have that provenance of minting an NFT on Neutron, or I don't know, some new chain that's coming up that really doesn't have the infrastructure yet, but you could maybe launch a quick minter there and afterwards bridge those NFTs and then trade them on, in my opinion, the best, you know, kind of marketplace in NFTs right now. And I do trade on like 10 to 20 different chains. So I know NFT marketplaces, and I really enjoy Stargaze for it. So I kind of see that model for ICS 721, where people mint on a chain, they get the provenance, they're like the OG collection of that chain, and then they bridge to Stargaze afterwards to get traded.
Awesome, thank you, sir. All right, let's move on to Steve.
Yeah, I mean, I think for better or worse, After the Filter is a very art-first project. It was created really in a vacuum. I think I spent almost a year working on it, almost entirely unaware of what people did with NFTs at all. You know, it's a hand-drawn collection. It's kind of sloppy. It's black and white. It's not a PFP first collection. So it doesn't exist in the same kind of hot trading world as these other NFT projects do. In addition to that, you know, we created essentially a cast of 10,000 characters that we then cast in chapters of an animated film that we've been working on now for a year and a half?
A year, yeah.
Yeah,
At least
something
a year.
like that. So, which is all to say, people don't follow After the Filter because they want like special insider knowledge on airdrops or like bridging this to that. I don't even understand really what any of that means. It's a community that's very patient, very invested in the artwork, and isn't expecting me to be chatting with them on Discord 8 hours a day, because that's when I draw. You know, I can't be in two places at once. So I would say it's kind of an outlier in terms of, you know, NFTs that have a pretty good fan base, and that it really is focused entirely on the work itself.
Have you noticed anything like if you release a video with certain of the NFTs in there, does that have any kind of impact on the floor prices of the NFTs themselves, or do certain people want to trade them? And
yeah, I mean,
own
there's only been really a handful of characters that were featured in a chapter and then were later sold, you know, and they're mostly minor characters, but for the people who are really following it, it's really fun just to know that this character, even though this character is probably dead now, because that's how everybody's story ends, they got to see how it all happened. They got to see how that specific character, you know, met their ultimate fate. You know, but there is kind of a magical element there where the people who are holding a collection of characters, they don't know if one of those characters or when one of those characters is going to be pulled into the story. They could be a featured character that's central to the plot, or they could be, you know, somebody that crashed their Lamborghini and died off screen. You know, we do credit all the NFTs specifically at the end of the chapter, so that people who are really, you know, going deep on this stuff can do some analysis and figure out who's holding what, and yeah, it's fun.
It'll be fun to see if a character dies and that actually goes up or down in value.
Oh, they go up if they die on screen, for sure.
Yeah, Joe, I know you have a Discord, right, for Bad Kids?
I what?
You have a Discord for Bad Kids, right?
Oh, yeah, of course. You kind of have to. But I mean, the Bad Kids community, I mean, the community kind of came to Bad Kids. You know, like I don't know what I'm doing. And I think just, you know, because it was like a Genesis Mint project, there was, you know, there was a few different things going, but Bad Kids, I don't know, for whatever reason, people connected to it. And, you know, there was people like Josh Lee, who I know is at this conference somewhere, you know, who were big fans and like got a lot of other people into it, but you know, kind of like launched as we were going into a bear market, and the people that hung on and you know kept building through Cosmos, you know, it was like the builders, it was, you know, people that were creating, and so the Bad Kids community was those people, and so it's still, you know, like a lot of people that are making stuff in Cosmos and, you know, even beyond Cosmos now. And so that's kind of the community. You know, I'm not great at like hype or, you know, doing a lot of like engagement. I try to like stop by the Discord and, you know, see what people are going. Like when there's stuff that's going to affect the community, I want to make sure I'm like making the best choices for everyone, or you know, like that their voices are being heard. But I would say it's like, you know, in terms of community, everyone's sort of got their own stuff going on. And so it's like, you know, I try to engage with the people on Discord, but it's, you know, I would say Bad Kids is mostly a community of people who have their own cool stuff that they're doing.
Yeah, and Bad Kids was one of the first collections that kind of crossed the chasm into Ethereum and other ecosystems. For example, Hasu from Flashbots and some other Flashbots folks have Bad Kids. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right, Taco, tell us about the community for slots.
Honestly, like I feel like the community is one of our biggest assets. I think, well, maybe it's our biggest asset because it's like, it's truly amazing like how much like the community creates, and like it's really insane. Like every time they come up with like new memes, every time like they come up with like new art, like I think pretty much like everything we have now is pretty much like community built, like all the memes, all the art, and it's truly like amazing to see. I think honestly like there is no shortcut for like creating community. I think as Turk said, it's just like being in the Discord, like paying attention to people, and just like, you know, like creating a fun place in which you actually like want to hang out, you know. It's like, it's not always like all the like same boring stuff that you see in Web3, but it's more like hey, I have like an extended family here, and like, you know, if like you have like a problem, like you can also like come to them and be like and rant, and like I think that's pretty cool, like harboring like that sort of like nice space for everyone. And yeah, like I feel like, yeah, the community is definitely one of our biggest assets, but there is just no like, I would say like quick way to like bootstrap that or like just shortcut it. You just have to like spend time on it pretty much.
Yeah, I think it's really cool how it got picked up by the modular world, and there's only, what, 2,500 of them? And
yeah.
The modular world is pretty big, and yeah, I feel like there might be more in the future. I don't know if you want to share some alpha or not, but
yeah, there's, my thing fell, but anyway, we can still go. So yeah, I feel like with 2,500, definitely that's one of our biggest issues is that we do have like a very, very close-knit community, but our distribution is also like very limited because what are 2,500 NFTs? That's just like a pretty like small niche. So we definitely want to like, you know, like keep building and like new things and like also like keep expanding our distribution. That's also like what we're doing with Lazy Chain, and maybe we will also like be releasing something like I'd say like quite soon, maybe at the same time. So yeah, definitely like stay tuned. It's something that we're actively like looking at, and because so I think one of the really cool things about Web3 is that users can be both like, well, like users and shareholders, which I feel like in Web2 or in like normal companies it doesn't happen at all. Like here, like your users are also like your shareholders, and in general, like giving people like skin in the game is something like very powerful, and you simply can't give a lot of people skin in the game with 2,500 NFTs. But yeah, so it's definitely something that we're looking at, and yeah, I think I answered your question, right?
yeah, I mean, I'd love to know about a bit more about what you guys are building next. If you want to share some alpha, you also you already mentioned Lazy Chain. You want to talk a bit more about that, or is it secret?
No, it's not secret at all. We've been trying to cook it like as publicly as possible. I think feedback is also like super welcomed. But what we're trying to do is basically build something called the proof of laziness, which is like a new consensus mechanism that focuses on actually like rewarding like the community in protocol. Basically, like whenever someone like bridges their assets to Lazy Chain, they're gonna have like a sort of like lazy score, and the higher your lazy score and the sleepier you are, the more benefits you're gonna get. Meaning you're gonna get like priority in ordering, MEV fees, and like sequencer fees. And I feel like this could be like a really cool way for us to like accrue value back to the community and also give more people like skin in the game. And yeah, we're looking also like at maybe like launching like another like collection, but yeah, stay put. It's
Awesome.
exciting times for sure.
Anyone else want to share anything new that they're building? I know maybe mad scientists, you guys are experimental, you guys are always building stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to mutant sloths. I don't know if that's the...
What?
Are they going to be mutant sloths or the...
I still can't reveal that yet, but look, I think the philosophy of taking everything as an experiment is actually like pretty cool. I completely agree with that because, you know, like many people like in our community were like, hey, what if we fail with this? But I feel like one of the cool things about this space is that you can actually try like a lot of stuff and fail, and it's sort of like part of the process, right? Like some things are gonna work out, some things are not going to work out, but then if they don't work out, you stand up and like try something else. And yeah, like they're probably not going to be like, well, we're still like defining it, honestly. It's not coming like anytime soon, I would say, like not in the next like 2 months. So we're still like defining it, but it's probably like, yeah, I'm not sure if it's gonna be mutant slots, but yeah, stay put for sure.
Speaking of slots, there's a new collection on Stargaze now that's like a derivative of slots. What are you guys' thoughts on derivatives? Are they good or bad, or? Yeah.
I think they're super lazy, and I think that the job of an artist or a creator in any space is to introduce new ideas that come from your personal experience that aren't maybe shared by everybody already. I think if you're making a cake out of the sweepings off the floor, nobody fucking wants it. Okay, not nobody, but I don't.
I love derivs. I love derivatives. I think they're very fun. I can't pronounce the name of this collection, like Cello Rippers or something like that. It looks very weird. And I know Bad Kids, you guys have like lots of derivs, and I think it really grows the brand as a whole. I think it's an homage. You know, there's nothing that, you know, there's no better compliment in this space than somebody actually copying you with slight modifications. You know, I don't want to see copy pasta of the art, but if you're making some sort of derivative, I think that really elevates the original brand. Like that adds to the culture of the original brand. And it's just very fun. I do agree, you know, a lot of it may be leeching and, you know, it's low effort, but some of them are very well done, and I just like it because it helps to grow the community, it helps to grow the lore, and for something like Sloths that, you know, it's a $4,000+ NFT, perhaps you can't buy into that, but maybe like the derivative, you know, the derivative NFT is like sort of part of the community. We've seen it a lot with Miladies. There's like, I don't know how many Milady NFT projects, and they're like all part of this like Milady community now, even though I don't even know what the original is anymore. So yeah, I'm a big fan of, you know, community deciding.
I have a feeling Joe has a different take.
Yeah,
on it.
Yeah. Well, you
sure. I mean, I don't know. I've kind of, I get both takes here, so I'm gonna kind of take some mealy-mouthed middle position, where it's, you know, like coming from like an art school background, which Steve, I know you also went to art school, it's like, I think there's this like a strong feeling that you don't want to like do something that someone else already did, or you don't want to like rework work that's already been done by someone else. Like you want to find your own voice. At the same time, you know, like in NFTs, like seeing derivatives, like it is kind of like an honor to see so many people that want to, like, you know, you could say a nice way is like they're paying tribute, or, you know, you could say it's a quick cash grab. You know, it's like there's a whole spectrum there. I think derivatives that do something new with it, or take it in a new direction, or just find some angle with it that have some originality, I think that's awesome. Those are the best ones. I think ones where it's just like, you know, a AI-generated collection that was like put out really quickly to like capitalize on something. You know, I don't know, if everyone should buy whatever they want and be happy with it. I'm not gonna tell people not to like stuff, but it's, you know, that I'm more a fan of when the derivatives are like doing something interesting.
I mean, for the longest time, Stargaze was like the cartoon art chain, right? And yeah, a lot of them weren't that great.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows how to make a bad drawing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say that sorry.
Oh, well, I also have like a small take here. which is like, I feel like I agree completely with Cirque that derivatives are like an homage because it's like, it's someone else like copying your meme. Because it's like every time, like, let's say you do a meme and like someone else copies it or like even like builds on top of it, it's very cool. We are not affiliated to this collection though, even though I found it very funny. We are not affiliated with it though, at least not slots. And yeah, like the bad side about derivatives too is that it's kind of like modular, right? Like in a sense, they also like fragment like liquidity because it's like people like get a little bit distracted from like the main collection and they go to like derivatives. So you could argue like that's bad, or like maybe it gives you like more reach. I feel like Milady has had also like some solid like spin-offs too. So it's I think that's pretty interesting. But I feel like in a way like it's like could it have been more if they didn't do any derivatives? Honestly, like I don't know. It's like I think it's impossible to know at this point. But yeah, I think those are the like two sides that you could take here. And I guess yeah.
Do you think it is like fragmenting liquidity though? Because I feel like the derivatives, like the people that are buying them probably don't have the main collection. A lot of cases the main collection might be really expensive and that might be a reason why there is a space for derivatives.
Yeah, so I feel like that's a great question because maybe not in Stargaze, but I feel like in Solana there's a collection called the Retardio, which is very funny. And basically these guys, like they promote like a lot of meme coins. And I feel like their meme coin would have been so much more successful if they just focused on that. But instead, like they do like a lot of like, their community specifically like creates like a lot of like random meme coins. So I do feel like that in a sense like fragments liquidity. And I do feel like it's the same for NFTs. In general, like NFTs I feel like are not very liquid by default. This is either like a feature or a bug, but it's like, I feel like some people like, especially if they get too expensive, they're gonna be left out. It's just impossible to give everyone skin in the game in NFTs. I feel like that's also why Bored Apes could only like reach so much success, but you also see things like Dodge, which are in theory like much bigger, because you can give more people like skin in the game. So yeah, I do feel like, in a sense, they do fragment like liquidity a little bit.
All right, guys, how about airdrops? Are they good or bad? Because I know Bad Kids, for example, went through a period of time where it's getting a lot of airdrops. It was pumping the collection. But it also impacts the community in certain ways. Like, what are you guys' thoughts on airdrops to NFT collections?
Yeah, as a DJ, I say they're amazing, you know. I got nothing against airdrops. I feel like that's one of the use case for NFTs is to protect from Sybil attacks. Most of the time, you know, they're non-fungible, so there's a limited supply right there. And people that hold NFTs usually get involved in the crypto ecosystem. They get involved in the space. They join the Discord. They post stuff on Twitter. You know, they're real people without having to do the KYC process. You know, it's the closest thing you can do without having to KYC. And what are protocols looking for? They're looking for real community members that are active, that are engaged, and, you know, are not Sybil. So basically, the best way to me, one of the easiest solutions is to drop tokens to a very engaged community, which is the NFT community. So I feel like Bad Kids was a great example of this, and Sloths as well, and we're working towards that too. Hence, you know, you need to connect all these amazing builders that we have within the Cosmos with these NFT communities, that have people, that have real users, but also, I think more importantly, they have the marketing power. So I feel like this is one of the things that is lacking within some, you know, Cosmos chains or protocols, is the fact that there's not enough awareness, and I feel like they can leverage the clout that Bad Kids or Sloth or Mad Scientists or After the Filter have, and kind of share that story, share what they're building. So to me, it's a win-win. Win for the users, win for the protocol. So I really see no downside. And yes, I understand there's a lot of airdrop farmers that are just leeches, and you know they're not going to put any amount of time and effort, and you know they could make the community a little more toxic and just be asking when airdrop. But I think as a net, you know, fundamentally, I think it's a great idea, and I love how, you know, it's very flourishing in the Cosmos.
But do you guys think it has created like this expectation of an airdrop if you launch a collection, right? Is that?
Yeah, that's the danger. It's definitely like you know, because when it was only this year, I think that, or maybe I guess it was late last year when Namada announced the airdrop that included Bad Kids, and that was, at least in Cosmos, the first time I remember like an NFT collection being included as part of like an airdrop. And so you know, that was really cool and unexpected, and then there was more airdrops, and now there is kind of more of an expectation that communities like might be included. And I remember even like, you know, when Saga announced their airdrop, it didn't initially include any NFT collections. And I remember people in Bad Kids, or not people, there was like 1 or 2 people were like posting about it on Twitter being like upset. It's like, no, guys, that's like a terrible look. Don't act like you deserve an airdrop. You know, like that's the, so I think you have to be careful that it doesn't, you don't start attracting new people into the community that are there just to farm airdrops. You know, like that's just gonna, I think if people come in with expectations of getting rich, even though we all want that, you know, like that's not what we want, how we want to build our communities.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, guys, we're kind of running out of time here, so one more question. Anyone, what's your NFT hot take? Everyone has a hot take on NFTs. So, yeah, why don't we start with you?
All right. So hot take would be that the Cosmos NFTs define the new NFT meta. I feel like, again, I said this earlier, trade NFTs on 10, 20 different chains, and I feel like within the Cosmos, the NFTs have the best model. So Bad Kids with the dev culture, I think is very strong, and I don't see this done very well on other chains, and I'm expecting to see it. Same for Sloths. I feel like it's a great ecosystem exploration project, right? So if you have a sloth, afterwards, if you want to explore Celestia and see what kind of cool protocols are popping up, this is kind of the community you want to be part of. So to me, that is kind of the way forward, and people are going to be replicating a lot of what has been done within the Cosmos. Mad Scientist is obviously experimentation and kind of this new mint model, bridging NFTs and FTFi. So yeah, I'm very bullish on Cosmos NFTs is all I'm saying, and obviously Stargaze as a, you know, kind of the marketplace of those NFTs.
I mean, for me as an artist, you know, first, and community manager, like 4th, and crypto speculator, 10th, 100th place. I would say, for me, I want all NFTs to be way more expensive. I would much rather, when I sit down to create a collection, know what my operating budget is to create it so that I can put as much time and energy as I can into making it good. I think the swing towards selling NFTs for lower and lower prices, hoping that you're going to come back with some kind of tricky secondary market to then pay it off, I think that appeals to a certain type of person, but it doesn't appeal to me because I need to sit down in my studio for a year to create this collection, and I kind of need to know when this thing mints that I'm going to get paid back. I've already taken a year of labor. That's my risk. I've already accepted a huge amount of risk. I don't want to like pile risk on top of other speculative risks in order to, you know, make a living and continue making art.
Okay, hot take. I think when people think of NFTs, they still largely think of like PFPs, and that is like most of what's launching, you know, and PFPs and the communities around them and stuff like that. I just want to see more people experimenting with the form. You know, we have stuff like gaming NFTs and stuff like that, but just more ways of creating a collection, like an art-focused collection that's not necessarily PFPs, but that's appealing in some other way. And I don't have like the answer. I don't know what that is, but I just want to see people experimenting more with the format and trying new stuff, because I think there are other ways of creating and selling NFTs that are original that, you know, we don't quite have the formula for yet.
You got a hot take for us, Paco?
I'll say art is not so important in NFTs.
The art's not important?
I don't think it's the most important
Okay,
thing.
all right, yeah. I mean, there's plenty of examples of, there's like rocks, right? There's like ETH rocks and stuff like that. Where
It's just about the vibes.
Totally. Okay, guys, thanks a lot. Yeah, this is a great panel. Thanks for bearing with us for all this time. Thank you, guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much to our incredible Cosmos NFT panel. Thank you, guys. Okay, I know some of you might have thought we were going to have a lunch break, but we are going to power through. So if you are hungry, you can join me in sprinting to the lunchroom and bringing it back. But if you've already had lunch, then you should be energized and ready for an amazing afternoon. Of course, we're keeping up the energy. It's going to be back to back. And we're moving on to our next track, which is Interchain from the Interchain Foundation. So we're kicking it off with a super interesting panel. I've been promised by Ollie that this is going to be an epic panel. So you guys are in the right place. Text your friends, get them in the room. Let's kick this off with IBC Connected Ecosystems. So let's welcome to stage Sanka from Babylon, Frederick from Cardano Foundation, JP4 from 4chain, Aurelie from Ripple, and our amazing moderator, Ollie from Interchain Foundation. Big round of applause, guys. Let's do this.
Testing, testing. Yeah, we're all good. Excited for this one. So yeah, we are missing one of the people on the screen, but it's going to be good with us three here today. So thanks for joining me, guys. IBC Connected Ecosystems. So yeah, we're sitting with a good crowd for exactly that. So I'll give you guys a moment in a sec to introduce yourself, but a little bit of the topic. And a little bit of why a lot of us are here for the Interchain is that we're already in an ecosystem of like 130 plus IBC connected chains, which they're all tightly coupled with a lot of the interchain stack. And so we've seen more and more interest from sort of like more expanded ecosystems to like further the expansion and adoption of that. And I think we're joined with some fantastic panelists today in order to actually explore some of that. So I think these are three like epitome of new connected ecosystems coming to the Interchain. And so, yeah, firstly, we have JP from 4chain. It was one of the first Cosmos SDK chains, but looking to now get into IBC. We have Fred from Cardano, which has been like getting into IBC as well through sidechain implementations and some things happening there. Looking forward to it. Sanka, you're from Babylon, and I mean, Babylon's doing lots of exciting things. But yeah, I'll give you guys from Sanka across a chance to talk a little bit about the project and introduce yourselves properly.
Sure. So my name is Sanka. I'm the Chief Protocol Economist at Babylon. So Babylon, we are building the staking primitive on Bitcoin. As you know, like Bitcoin is a proof of work chain. So staking is a fundamental primitive in proof of stake. But we are bringing the slashing functionality to Bitcoin, and we are the first trustless, self-custodial Bitcoin staking protocol. And over the last month, we went to mainnet. We have roughly $1.6 billion of Bitcoin deposited on the Bitcoin chain. So super excited to be on the panel.
Lovely stuff. Yeah, Fred.
Yeah, my name is Fred, and I'm coming from the Cardano Foundation. We are one of 30, 40 companies who work full-time around Cardano. And we work specifically around operation resilience, adoption, and regulatory clarifications. And what really excited us about the Cosmos ecosystem is specifically the SDKs. So what we found is that there's a set of very bespoke enterprise applications where these SDKs just are fantastic in terms of business logic. And you can really think about that, and then you can move that into Cardano in terms of the decentralization which Cardano brings. And that basically means that you get sort of the enterprise use cases in a bespoke environment for certain things, and you get the security of the decentralized Cardano, which is building on the expansion of what Bitcoin actually initiated. I think that's a very powerful value proposition, and we've done some magical stuff about that we can speak about.
Exciting stuff, lots of stuff in the works. JP, over to you.
Yeah, g'day guys, JP. So got into Bitcoin in about 2013 and MTGOX. I had my coins on BTCE, and the hacker who hacked MTGOX laundered all the Bitcoin, about 600,000 Bitcoin through BTCE, through Russia, and the FBI shut the entire exchange down. So one day, I was trading meme coins on it. There was like Litecoin, Feathercoin, Beercoin. Like meme coins are cycle immune. They will always come back around in just different flavors. And by the way, if you are, a bit of a segue, but if you are trading meme coins, just understand it is a battle of attention and engagement. And as fast as the capital moves in, it will move out. And we're seeing a great meme coin rotation right now. Literally overnight, it's now AI coins and Twitter accounts. So unless you're Murad and you want to chase memes all day long, my suggestion is just chase cash flow. Cash flow lasts forever. Getting back to it, BTC logged in one day. FBI had seized the exchange, taken 60% of the assets, and I thought I'd lost half my coins on this damn exchange. Luckily, they rebirthed, they issued an IOU token. I was able to get half my assets back. And that was in 2014. And I thought the biggest thing I could do then is to build a decentralized cross-chain exchange, a proper cross-chain. Because at that time, everyone was talking about atomic swaps. And if you actually looked into the flow of atomic swaps between Bitcoin and Litecoin, there were 8 separate back and forth signing transactions between the two counterparties. And I thought, you know what, that is never going to work. No one is going to sit there and do an atomic swap with someone else in the world and do this kind of like rigmarole of 8 transactions. So we started building for liquidity pools, which was kind of inspired by Banker at the time. And the rest is history. Basically, because ThorChain is XYK liquidity with an MPC protocol, GG20, not multi-sig, threshold signatures, strapped to a Cosmos SDK state machine that coordinates the vaults and coordinates slashing and fund movement and stuff like that. So and one of the questions I had is why IBC? But as a segue, the Cosmos stack is by far the best app chain stack. It is a live state machine that has a begin block and an end block method that wakes up every block speed, and you can dial that thing down to 1 second or lower, and it pokes itself. So it's its own keeper infrastructure. Whereas on like all these OP rollups and L2s and SVMs, they are dead machines. You have to poke them with keeper bots. So you need more infrastructure. And yeah, IBC is by far the best connectivity infrastructure that we can have. So I'm a big proponent of it.
I love it. I can very much see the sort of columns that each of you fall into, with like the Bitcoin staking and security, the enterprise, and very much the decentralized finance side there. So quick one, I'm Ali, DevRel lead for Interchain Foundation. Been in blockchain since 2017, Cosmos since 2021. But this isn't about me, so I'm going to start with some questions with the panelists. So JP, what took so long? You had one of the first Cosmos SDK chains, but only now, many years after that launch, you're starting to look into IBC. And what's changed now that made you want to join the Interchain?
2 reasons. The first reason, as I told Chris back in 2019, Chris Goes, who was building IBC, is there was no economic layer to IBC. First of all, it wasn't hooked into Tenement. My argument, it should have been, the relaying of IBC should have been hooked into the block production itself. So you could slash non-relaying nodes, but also you could incentivize the relaying of the channels by paying out block rewards to those who would relay. But the first versions of IBC just kind of viewed it as this kind of altruistic, let the channels free play, where they just wanted to throw it out there and see what happened. As a result, it wasn't tight enough for us to add it to ThorChain, because the protocol requires that its assets are always available. And to have these altruistic channels that people could be running out of their MacBook in the basement go up or down was going to create too much of a threat to the machine. So we kind of had to shelve it for a period of time. The other reason was we were pursuing stability. There's obviously the 2021 hacks where there was a whole bunch of permutations upstream, downstream from the ThorChain Ethereum router that had to be resolved. And the stability issues through 2022. And even earlier this January this year, we had a big Dogecoin problem. I think Elon was pumping Doge, or they were tweaking block times or something, and the whole Dogecoin chain ground to a halt and caused issues into ThorChain. So we were chasing stability for many years. The latest version of IBC has resolved most of our early issues. It has expressiveness. The latest one actually has multi-token support. And the way we'll add it to ThorChain is we will enforce that every node has to run an IBC relayer. So now is the time. We've resolved the stability of the protocol, and we're ready to implement the latest version.
Exciting, and yeah, I like to hear the relayer incentives and getting relayers involved, like protocol level and such. That's super cool. Fred, has timing then also affected Cardano's decision around when to go IBC? Have you been thinking about this for some time?
Yeah, I think, Cardano, we are a little bit slower because we like to do things properly. And we're one of the few chains who just keeps, ending a block, every epochs. And we've never been down. And so timing has definitely mattered. But part of it is also the enterprise adoption space. So we saw that quite early on from the Cardano projects, there was quite a lot of Cardano projects who were more advanced than sort of the traditional Web3 projects. And they were looking for business logic, and we didn't offer that on Cardano. So we didn't have that set of SDKs. But we were struggling with finding a good bridging solution that you can use the business logic and create a bespoke industry environment, but still have the security of the network. And about a year and a half ago, my VP of engineering, he came up and said, you know what, we want to do a shot at this one, because we think it really makes sense in terms of the enterprise adoption journey. Plus, we'll be able to offer something to our existing community, because it's a two-side street. So we're able to basically take, from Cardano into Cosmos and from Cosmos into Cardano and then bridge that together. And, that's just a part of the Cardano Foundation strategy. I was a little bit skeptic, I have to be honest, and say if we could actually get that over the border. And as you will see a little bit later today, Sebastian will present how that actually works. And I think that's going to be a massive drive for some, let's say, more physical use cases from the old world. And by doing that, hopefully we can start changing the old world. Because I think we really deserve to get blockchain out there, not just to the few, but to the many.
Oh, beautiful last words there. Yeah. Sanka, Bitcoin purists often distrust DeFi contracts, proof of stake. How does Babylon win those purists over?
Can I just say something about the
Oh,
IBC?
yeah, please,
so
jump in.
So when I first read the IBC white paper by Chris Goes, I was actually very impressed by one idea in the IBC protocol, which was that here you have an infrastructure product which does not relate to tokens. And I think crypto is plagued by building infrastructure, and eventually the value accrual needs to be tied back to the token. And I kind of felt that some of the ideas which were not there in 2019, and one of the ideas was like shared security, right? So right now, if you want to activate IBC, you have to kind of go and ask the validators, please create a relayer. Now the validators have generally an altruistic mentality, like, okay, let's create a relayer. There's dependencies in terms of like, if you say like, hey, I want to launch my pool on osmosis, can you build me a relayer? Oh, somebody is about to launch a pool. There's money there, let's do this. Versus like if you're, in case of Babylon, our first product offering was Bitcoin timestamping. It was immensely successful because of IBC. We were able to integrate 60 Cosmos chains and checkpoint them on Bitcoin. If we didn't have the IBC network, that would, like, we would have to either build it or we may not even have been able to do it. So I think IBC as an infrastructure is probably the biggest success story of Cosmos as a stack. And I'm happy that IBC, when it started, it was not connected to a token. Because if the value accrual was connected to the token, maybe there was a hacking, there was an incentive problem. But because it was a pure infrastructure play, it kind of got a lot more adoption. And fundamentally, some of the biggest use cases in Cosmos, and I would say osmosis, benefited massively from IBC because around like Luna and all these protocols, they literally had like a one-day integration time to osmosis, and the volumes, you could be very fearful. So I'm actually super happy in terms of what IBC achieved, but now the IBC Union team, they're, I think, at the right time to integrate the economic layer back to IBC. So I'm super excited to see what they have to offer. Sorry, that was a little bit of a segue, but I kind of feel like Chris Goes and some of the core team members of who developed IBC, they have a lot to be credited in terms of the interaction which we have brought in terms of Cosmos. But going back to your question in terms of like, there are two types of communities in Bitcoin, the purist and the more progressives, I would say, and our co-founder Fisher yesterday talked about it, that at Babylon we feel very privileged that the core Bitcoin community have not come at us in trying out innovations in the Babylon layer. And I want to focus very specifically, what is Babylon's Bitcoin staking? So if you go right now, there's a very interesting research article on BitMEX Research where they're basically trying to say that Babylon is a success story because of a software update which the Bitcoin protocol did. It's called the Taproot script upgrade, right? And this idea was given out in 2014, but it took many, many years for eventually the ordinals community kind of doing that upgrade. So we feel that the Bitcoin community is not averse to innovation, but what they're averse to is not quick innovation. So if you're trying to come in and you're trying to do some software upgrade, and then, oh, fuck, like I missed it. Sorry for using a curse word, but so I think the reversibility of the store of value is very difficult. So you have built in a store of value character, you're open to innovation, but what it needs to be is that the consensus has to be there. And right now, because of this Taproot script upgrade, there's 100,000 Bitcoin, which is locked in the script in different protocols. And we, at Babylon, we have seen the success of it. So I think what's needed is to educate the community, and the innovation layer in Bitcoin moves at a very different speed than the proof of stake world. And I think if you're a Bitcoin builder, you need to appreciate that.
Beautiful. And yeah, I think I like the first part, also giving a nod to the IBC early days, and yeah, not having that value accrual system with a token there. It's what really makes it the TCP/IP of blockchain. But now onto the second part there, that pace of development and making sure things are right. That sounds like it fits in, Fred, with a lot of the design and way that Cardano moves forward. Like, so given that there are ideological similarities, ideological differences, especially between our communities, do you think that IBC is a bridge for more than just message passing?
Yeah, certainly. And I think also we are having the Cardano Summit in the next couple of days, right? And we're actually sort of thinking, oh, maybe this would be a nice announcement. But because we are flicking into building everything in open source, not just public source, what we actually saw was that the Cosmos community was in the Cardano GitHub repositories and picked this up and suddenly got really excited about it and started to contribute to it, and Osmosis got in contact with us and so on, right? So I think what we are seeing right now is, luckily, is that, some of the old fighting around political themes from the OGs in the space are right now looking a little bit more at, interoperability is a real thing, not just between layer 1 and layer 2s, and you need different tools for different things, but also about how do we actually bridge something in that we get 1 billion people to actually use blockchain. And currently, if you look at what we can observe on the stack across all layer 1s, right, we see around 220 million active wallets on a monthly basis. And that actually makes it sort of the 6th largest country, but we are extremely defragmented. So on one hand, we have this army of people, the 6th largest nation, who can basically go out there and actually start changing the world order, which is what we really wanted to do with Bitcoin, right? But on the other hand, we are extremely defragmented. And I think what IBC really brings to the table here is another venue where we can collaborate together, but we still have some certain beliefs that one architecture fits extremely well for healthcare, where another one fits very well for the definition of money, sound money, I would say, right? Because we see a lot of not sound money on blockchains, right? So I think this is really about the maturity, not just of the ecosystems, but also the people who's contributing to it. I think that's extremely interesting when you've been in the space for a while to see how that's going. But it also means that we need to be a little bit careful from the regulatory stand. Because now we are moving away from, let's say, it doesn't really matter, it's just a little bit of money. I'm paraphrasing a bit now, right? To that we actually are doing use cases with the National Space Agency, right? We have Dubai Police and other things, and we have requests for bespoke SDKs who keys into something which is as operation resilient as Bitcoin and Cardano is. And now the magic comes because suddenly you have operational oversight, not from a capital markets perspective, but also from an infrastructure perspective, right? And there, I think IBC, again, has very good definitions and good standards, but it is also a bit scary when you build bridges and stuff like that, because that is the weak point many times.
So the original version of IBC was just a token to an address, and that was actually one of the reasons why we had to stiff arm it for a while, is it wasn't expressive. You couldn't pass a memo. But today, it's moved to even to supporting interchain accounts. And that's going to give a birth of the next generation of proof of stake. So the original proof of stake, you may think of EOS or Cosmos Hub, esoteric staking with esoteric yield. So, you have to stake a coin and you receive yield in that coin itself. This led to high inflation rates. So the cost of security is quite high. Babylon and Eigenlayer were showing that, no, you can actually stake blue chip assets, which has a lot of monetary premium, and these security zones can rent the security on demand. They currently are paying out that security in points and soon tokens, but you'd hope that, and then eventually fees, but you'd hope that they could pay out that fee revenue in the actual asset itself. So stake ETH, earn ETH, stake Bitcoin, earn Bitcoin. Coming to how IBC fits into this is you could use a combination of IBC plus shared security in a Cosmos chain and just basically rent security off the Cosmos hub, perhaps even the Thorchain Rune, and Rune has a significant monetary premium as well. And you could have these separate execution environments, and you could do things like dial up the block speeds to 200 milliseconds and compete with Unichain, or you could do a certain like a DeFi chain, or even we've had inquiries with interchain accounts. You could spool up a DeFi app separate to Thorchain, but use interchain accounts to call in to move Thorchain assets around on chain. So it's going to lead to, especially if those chains, these separate execution environments, can rent security at the same time and pay on demand. So it's going to lead to an explosion in micro apps. So being able to deploy like an app environment quickly, and you don't need to bring TVL over. You just call into where the TVL is. So I'm very excited about that. So as I keep telling people, that the infrastructure, it feels like every cycle we go through another infrastructure boom, but we're still so far away from supporting 500 million people on a single app chain, let alone one app chain. 100 million people. Binance is 300 million people. Telegram have 950 million monthly active users. One example, it's a bit edgy, but how do you bring OnlyFans on chain? OnlyFans has the highest monetary velocity of any app chain out there at the moment. They've been able to match consumers and creators together more so than YouTube has or whatever. But they keep getting debanked, right? And we just saw with the latest acquisition of a stablecoin, Stripe acquiring Bridge for 1.1 billion, I think it was yesterday. The future of L1s is tokenized US Treasury settlement layers, so stablecoin settlement layers. Every L1 and L2 will just become stablecoin settlement layers. So then how do we bring existing apps and telecom providers and users all on chain to pay each other in stablecoins? And I think IBC, the Cosmos SDK stack, renting security, paying fees, will be the winner. It's a bit below the 8 ball at the moment, so interchain and your crew can pick it up a bit, but I think it's the winning stack. It's there for the taking. Go out and win.
Lovely. Stick around for my talk immediately after this. We're talking all DevX and adoption stuff. So, and yeah, obviously excited on that for the interchain stack and helping with that side. But naturally, as you can imagine, I'm very interested in the developer experience. So I'd like to, pose it to the whole panel how you've found the developer experience of integrating IBC, especially that it's a little bit different for the three of you.
So at Babylon, we have a pretty strong developer group. So and I don't manage that, so I can't talk about it. But before that, I was at Osmosis, Thorchain. And I also built some of my own passion-driven Cosmos apps. So one thing which I feel which could be better is once you integrate the IBC to your application, you kind of have to go and hunt around for somebody who builds a relayer, right? And so what happens is, like, as a developer, you can do all the work, and then you are dependent on a validator who needs to set up this relayer, and they give you this feedback that, hey, this was not set up correctly, and that whole process is kind of very discretionary, dependent on which validator you're having. So I think from a developer perspective, it doesn't look to me as that it's all in one box. So I feel like the IBC Union team is trying to fix that, but that's maybe one of the, I would say, frictions I faced myself in connecting the application to the IBC network. Yeah.
I think if I should add something to it, I'm not so sure that IBC is necessarily the winning stack across all segments. I mean, if you take a comparison to R3 Corda or something like that, right? And I know that might be very far from the space we're sitting in here, and look what they actually achieved in interbank settlement across nation states, and how the BRIC countries are actually using this to settle real assets, including, not using the SWIFT protocol. And then compare that to IBC, what you clearly see is you see two very different stacks who worked in two very different environments, but the ability to use layer ones to bring that all together gives us the power of interoperability and gives us the power of choice in an operation resilient world. So I think maybe for some DeFi applications, I can see, why you would, like IBC, right? But there's also sort of a reason why IBC is not at the moment the one and only out there, right? And I think sometimes we get very locked into, we're very passionate about one particular problem in one particular industry, in one particular code base, and we forget a little bit the holistic picture. And I think that's at least one of the things we've been fighting with is, you cannot be something for everybody, but there is somebody out there who has been looking really deep in being somebody for somebody, and how do you actually get the infrastructure of that to connect with the use cases and the levels of SDKs for the use cases you're particularly trying to service, whether that's Audi and BMW, or whether that is, how we can actually have a new type of stablecoin to replace the dollar today.
I disagree. I think if you look at the last 10 years, the market's already told you right now what's going to be the winner. TVL, yield, stablecoins. And if you compare IBC, what else is out there? Like to bridge between two L2s right now, what are you going to rely on? A cross protocol, hot protocol, layer 0, wormhole. You've got this, and they've all got their own security. You have to opt into the security model. The code has to be audited. I mean, just yesterday, someone was calling out a cross protocol from having infinite mint or infinite burn. I mean, you'd expect this to have met some standards. And I guess if you zoom out a bit more, you realize, like, the whole Ethereum community has always been very modular, very, plug and play, and just lets the ecosystem kind of moderate each other. Solana, on the other hand, is very monolithic, top-down, centralized, essentially managed, executing in their direction. Whereas IBC is in the middle, and like Interchain and the Cosmos stack, where it's very modular, but everyone is operating on the same code base. So once IBC gets upgraded everywhere, then everyone inherits those features. So we don't have this kind of smorgasbord of different security models. I mean, just try it out, go out, leave this room today, and just move some USDC from base to like a new L2 that pops up tomorrow. Good luck, right? You have to rely on what? Binance. You have to deposit Binance, withdraw across. So why are we letting Binance be the default bridge provider to all these L2s? The reason is because they don't have IBC. And we can do so much better to get IBC. IBC just works. It's one of the things that just literally works if the two chains support it. Caveat, we haven't yet supported IBC on Thorchain yet because we're still going through the upgrades, but it's just a way better user experience, and it addresses the key addressable market, which is stablecoins, yields, assets. There really isn't anything else out there. I mean, the largest market of them all is money. And I mean, even oil serves money, and money itself is $100 trillion. So you service the biggest market of them all, money.
Can I add? So I guess like the lesson for Babylon is we're trying to, so we launched our mainnet, we have like a huge TVL, but the majority of the TVL came not from the institutions, but still like retail. So I see like I would say like some of the differences in opinion between the enterprise and the decentralized side. But I think there's a bigger value in the abstraction of these two ideas, which is if you look at the decentralization of the world, then they're looking for efficiency and velocity, and I think that's what like JP has been talking about. And if you look at enterprise side, they're actually looking for stability. And we see this in Babylon when we're talking to the institutions. They're extremely concerned about the custody of Bitcoin because they have built a wealth, they have built a brand, so they would like to stake, but they want to be very safe that how is the slashing incorporated, how are the assets kept, and on the decentralized side, they definitely they have never made yield on their Bitcoin, so they want to make that yield. So I think it's a combination of efforts. The enterprise side needs to be understood in terms of what their concerns are, And as JP said, like the decentralized side, they want to get more efficiency.
Yeah, I think it depends a little bit on how you define what winning is, right? So I remember when I started on a trading floor oddly 30 years ago, right? I walked in on a trading floor and there was an angry guy who took up the keyboard and just trashed the screen because, he sold instead of buying, and he screamed, "First level support!" And this little guy, he came running, with a new keyboard and a new screen, and he hooked him up, and the guy was spitting after him, right? And back then, it was before the Lehman collapse and so on, money talks, right? It's all about money, it's all about capital, it's all about liquidity formation, right? And I would like to think that, blockchain is about more than that. Blockchain is about bringing people together and solving some problems we can't do in a centralized aspect. And one of the large problems I have with USDC, you mentioned USDC, you didn't mention the problem, is that USDC is extremely centralized, right? It's relying on all Wall Street people who are sitting there and clearing everything between cross chains with manual clicking a button. And that might be really great if you really trust them. And should we trust them because they have a set of American licenses? Or should we trust them because the source code is not public? Should we trust them because we can't walk in the door and see how they're actually pressing those buttons to do those swaps, as you spoke about before? So I think I really like IBC because it can do, as you said, more. But I really disagree that the only thing we should looking for is the definition of capital markets and money is king. I think we have to go to a system where we actually start thinking about we need to have a change in the political system, and we need to build a new social structure of developers, of contributors, of people who are looking for economic opportunities. And a part of that is not just follow the money. But I think on a proof of stake blockchain specifically, you need incentives. And there, to be very brute as an economist, I have to say, their money really do talks, right? We saw that with Algorand, right? So you have a staking model where there's no incentives for staking, and when you go into a very deep bear market, well, suddenly nobody's running a pool, right? So nobody's running a stake pool. What do you do then? Well, we have a centralized authority who gives them some extra money to ensure that we can run the security. Oh, we're running out of money. What do we do now? Well, we do the one thing we shouldn't be doing. We start printing money, right? So I think there's a trade-off here, but I think we have to go deeper and much wider than just say, capital formation and liquidity is king.
It's lovely. I'm seeing like synergies inside of the disagreements here as well, and so it makes me think that there is still a chance of IBC becoming that global standard.
So let me give you another example, right? So I had a meeting yesterday, right? And I'm not allowed to say exactly who it is, but it's a local company here. It's extremely big, right? They pay $100 million yearly for their license to Oracle. Let's just stand there in the room for a second, right? If you see what you can actually just do with the Bitcoin scripting language, or what you can do with representation of native assets on Cardano and with some IBC magic, or even with TorChain, right? I think we have a serious issue in terms of how the infrastructure, not just around how we move money, but how we manage data across holding companies and across, private personal data, and how the glue of business has been driven. And it is true to a certain extent that, money drives value to a long time, but data is taking over right now. And what we see with AI and AI agents coming on top of that is going to really also matter about privacy. And suddenly, privacy equals being debanked is going to be the new theme. So while we've been fighting about constantly being debanked for the last 7, 8, 9 years, right? What the next thing we're going to fight about is, what about privacy? And that's a really, really big trade-off, right? So suddenly you have some data points, and then you're being data debanked, right? And, how do you keep the provenance of that? And then you are back to you really need to have solid layer ones, but you need to have a good set of SDKs where you can actually have a trade-off, whether that's a CK roll-up or whether that is a non-exposed and exposed environment. There's many ways to kind of solve this, but it's going to be really big, and it's going to be a much different play than what we've seen coming up to this point.
Yeah, so that actually, unfortunately, brings us to time. We're actually 2 minutes over, but this has been, I wish this panel carried on for at least another 25 minutes. This has been really enjoyable. So yeah, I must thank you all for listening in, and thank you to JP, Fred, and Sanka. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that incredible panel. Ollie is right. I wish that panel could just keep on going. And that's exactly a word that I want to pick up on is trade-off. I think we use it so much in this industry. Like, if we want this to happen, we need to have a trade-off. But we have to be so careful. How much do we extend that? How much are we actually trading off our beliefs and ultimately what we're trying to do with this industry just to appease other people as well? So of course, I'm all for mass adoption, bringing on people into the industry, but we don't want to constantly be using the word trade-off as a positive thing, because sometimes it isn't. So we're moving on to our next keynote. So he was our amazing moderator during that panel, and he's back again. So this is Ollie from Interchain Foundation. Big round of applause, lots of energy for Ollie.
Hello again, long time no see. I don't have my speaker notes over there, so I will use my phone again, which I was just doing on the panel. But yeah, welcome. Lovely to, continue to see you after that awesome panel. We had a lot of fun there. So I'm Ollie, and I'm really excited to be here at Cosmoverse in 2024 in Dubai. So this city's been really, really fun and fantastic. So I have been in blockchain since 2017, been in the Cosmos since 2021, and joined the Interchain Foundation back in January. It's been a lot of fun since. And a few months ago, I gave a talk while at DevMos. If you haven't watched it, that's also a good watch. Titled Cosmic Cat Herding. And so my talk today actually builds upon that presentation. We dug into a lot of things about the developer experience during that talk, and we're going to see how far we've come since then. Ultimately, solving the developer experience of the interchain stack it's hard, but it's not impossible. So at Interchain Foundation, we're really committed to overcoming a lot of the fragmentation of the ecosystem. It was just mentioned earlier as well about fragmentation and such. And yeah, honestly, we gathered a lot of feedback for that talk, and we got pretty harsh. I'm going to quote myself here from that last talk, which itself was actually quoting feedback from one of our engagement surveys that we were researching how developers find a lot of the stack. And someone said, not my words, by the way, docs are horrible, code is difficult to read, and the Interchain Developer Academy is unnecessarily verbose. So yes, we are taking this seriously. A little bit of more of a recap is that we are fighting an uphill battle against fragmentation due to this decentralized development environment that we all have across the interchain. And the impact of Conway's law, it seems in fashion to mention this law from before the moon landing, but it seems ever present today. That, Conway's law loosely says that the structure of a software system follows the organizational structure of the teams that build it. So you can sort of see it in like car manufacturers if the gear stick team is friends with the dashboard team. So it's similar with our ecosystem, that by being fragmented, making sure that the communication paths are correct and the collaboration is happening. It's always exciting working in this distributed way of working, but it's not easy to do DevX in it. So, but we're fighting through, and so let's have a look at what's changed. So, first one, since the talk that I gave at DevMos, we have introduced the first of the interchain tutorials. And so these are new tutorial videos that, the first one was done with Reese from Strangelove, who was absolutely awesome. And it's a really cool 30-minute video that you can get up and running with an IBC-connected local custom chain with a name service module on it in 30 minutes. I've never seen that before in the ecosystem. If you're interested in getting into the code a little bit, really, really good place to start. But better yet, the stats on the video were absolutely phenomenal. And we got some good words from our friend Oscar there as well about the performance of this video. It's been the top impressions video on the Interchain YouTube. The shorts that we did from it have been our most viewed as well. And yeah, highest impressions of any video, with the watch time being 7.7 more hours than usual. So we can very clearly see that there are devs out there who want tutorial content, who are really excited to get going quickly. And so we're doubling down on this as we go. And I mean, this has been lovely validation for some of the work we've been doing. But what else? This one's cool. We actually announced this a few weeks back, but this is Interchain GPT. First time mentioning it on stage. This is well, as anyone who's used ChatGPT before, you can sort of guess what it does, but it has ingested all of the documentation of all of the 5 components of the Interchain stack, and any developer who arrives on currently the Discord, which is where most questions get asked, join it if you're not there. Any developer who arrives on the Discord gets far faster responses from this bot that knows our docs inside and out. Yeah, so it's also supported by our humans as well, predominantly Reese, who you saw the picture of in the last slide. But actually, something really cool that I found out just a few minutes before, that we didn't actually know, a few minutes before this talk, is that it's multilingual. And so anyone can actually ask this bot questions in their native language and get developing based off its responses in whatever language they like. Well, in terms of programming language, it'll usually go for the SDK and Rust for Cosmoverse. But in terms of like communication language, you get what you want there. So this, we've already seen some really cool stuff from. It's on Discord for now, docs later, but where it gets really, really exciting is that we can draw a lot of insights from it. We can see how complete all of our Interchain documentation is because of the certainty to which the bot is able to answer questions. So if ever it's uncertain, it flags it in our dashboard. So at the moment, we're sort of hovering around 17% uncertainty. I mean, some people are asking out-of-stack questions, but that number we're going to get up as we learn about our documentation and where the holes might be. And so, yeah, it's going to help developers find information quickly, provide insights for us into the docs, and really just bump up the DevX and get us a faster time to response, but still supported by humans. So jump into Discord and give it a try. The more we use it, the more we can understand about the landscape that we're in, thanks to a lot of these modern AI tools that we're now able to use. So unification examples, fine. I want more. It's a pretty demanding slide, I must say. This one's a big one. We're introducing the unified interchain doc site. This is like v0.5. You can actually, it is hosted right now. You can visit it, but don't poke it too hard. It might fall over. This is, as I say, v0.5 of a doc site that gives a one-stop shop for developers to be able to touch on all components of the interchain stack in one home. It has been historic that the stack components have been living, all of their resources have been living in many different places, fragmented, and the wayfinding experience, I love the word, has just been not great because of that. And so this is us moving towards that kind of unified structure of developers being able to find what they want when they want. And it also gives us consistent documentation across the stack. So you can see the IBC Go docs here. Again, a massive shout out to Reese from Strangelove, who's done a lot of the engineering work on this. And best of all, the best of the whole thing is obviously we have dark mode. Okay, round of applause for the dark mode. Yeah, there we go. Yes, that's what I like to see. So, bringing things back, this sets us up importantly for a new developer portal, a new front door to the interchain, specifically for those engineers out there. We've had a new person join the team, Serene, our developer experience designer, and through that we've been tackling a lot of the research that we've done in the past, research we're doing presently, and research we're going to be doing in the future, understanding from all of the development teams exactly what our developers look like. And Hackmos, big call to action here, Hackmos at the end of Cosmoverse, we're going to be gleaning a lot more information and understanding of how developers interact with our resources so that we can keep this train going. And so, yeah, we're really excited for a lot of the things on that side. We have been making a lot of headway. I mean, we were just in working sessions earlier, just before this, actually. That's where I discovered that the bot can do multiple languages. But this is what's happening in our world. Let's actually also have a look at what's going on in the rest of the world. So, the industry insights. According to a BCG report, developers are wielding way more clout within their businesses, and their decisions are being adopted by the higher-ups. So it's actually the developers on the ground who are informing a lot of the decisions. So if we can give a great developer experience to those who are actually touching the things, then we are able to gain adoption through the more senior and through the opinion leaders and the ones actually doing the decision-making through their organizations. 76% of devs are using AI tools extensively, and 70% of them don't see that AI is a threat to their jobs, but are using it more as a tool. And so this is also why we're leaning into things like Interchain GPT and using AI bots to give us a little bit more insight into what's happening with our developers. And back into our house for Interchain devs, the things that represent the biggest pain point from the research that we've done is around docs and support. And so you can see that we're doing the support part with Interchain GPT, the docs part with the unified docs side. So we are trying to tackle top-down, head-on from those main points there. This one's a weird slide. Electric Capital has a developer report that goes out every year that I'm always excited to read. And actually, many of the devs I know, they wait up at night for that report to drop. But what many people don't know is it's actually, the data of it are all open source. And so anyone can actually go and commit their repos to this, well, repo. And they then index that in order to assess the landscape of all of the crypto ecosystems. So this is another call to action that if you know of a repo, if you're building something cool, for better data, both to this really cool report that comes out every year, and for the sake of our data, because it's also useful for us, please go and add your repos to the Electric Capital repo, because those data and that publicity and stuff really goes a long way. And now for the rest of Cosmoverse. Tomorrow, we have 4 workshops happening as part of Cosmoverse's event. And those workshops are going to be pretty exciting and sort of the Cosmosm one's actually going to follow a little bit of the structure of that Interchain YouTube video. So excited for that one. And yeah, so we have Julien doing the Cosmos SDK smart accounts and looking at the X accounts module and things on that side. Yermund, who gave the Eureka talk yesterday, is taking us through some IBC ideas, which also fits with the Ideathon that's currently happening. I'm seeing a few Ideathon t-shirts in the audience as well. The Cosmosm one, that's with Reese, so that'll be a great one as well. And Comet BFT has a bunch of new things delivered by Daniel over at Informal. So, and further to that, come to Hackmos. Hackmos is going to be particularly large this year from the signups that we've seen. It's also happening in Dubai as part of the Cosmoverse conference, and it starts on Friday. There are really cool prizes up for grabs. There's a bunch of different tracks. We are running the interchain track, and so we will have 15 different mentors who will be there on hand to help support developers getting through hacking. We're also going to do even more workshops there so you can learn yet more about the interchain stack. Yeah, the prize pool is actually pretty sweet as well. I've been told that the interchain track has the best prizes, but I will need to check our sources on that one. And so wrapping up, what I really want to say is that developer experience, we're working a lot on it, and things are moving and things are getting exciting. But ultimately, and I said this during DevMos, developer experience is open source too. And we're looking for a lot of support from the community and the ecosystem in order to all kinds of awesome states and for people to be able to share what they're working on, the exciting things, tutorials, documentation that they've been doing. And that all fits into what we're currently building so that we can get greater exposure to the developers out there of good content. So learn from the workshops tomorrow, join the Discord, try out the Interchange GPT bot, the IBC Ideathon that I mentioned lightly, that's pretty exciting too and has been ongoing. We've seen a lot of really cool submissions already. Come hack at Hackmos, that's the important one. Follow me, follow us. And we've got a good booth out there as well, so swing by. We'd love to see you. We'd love to speak with you. And thank you, and we'll see you there.
Thank you so much, Ollie. Yes, he's reminding me that we have the Hackmos this weekend, starting Friday. I believe it is at the 25-hour hotel in Dubai. I think that's what it's called. If that's not correct, reach out to me later and I'll make sure you know exactly where it is. It's going to be a big weekend, so you don't want to miss out. And as Ollie did touch upon, he mentioned about Comet BFT. So we're going to take you straight into that with Anton from Informal. Let's get some energy, guys, for Anton.
But before we jump into that, a few words about myself. My name is Anton. I've been developing software for the past 15 years now. Joined Cosmos pretty early, back in 2016. Became one of the biggest contributors to Comet. Just to kind of know you better, who's here joined Cosmos back in 2018? 20? 22? 24? Okay, awesome. It's cool to see some familiar faces. Currently, I work at Informal, where we're doing a bunch of cool things, including obviously maintaining part of the interchain stack and security audits. And also, we developed some new projects like cycles.money. If you want to learn more about this, come talk to me or one of my colleagues. What I'm going to talk about today. First, I'll briefly explain what Comet is for those who are new to the ecosystem. Then I'm going to talk about the current state of things, and I'll finish my talk with new and upcoming features. If there are any web developers out there, maybe in the past, you'd probably know what Python's Django or Ruby on Rails are. Those are the frameworks for building web applications. And similarly, Comet is a framework for building blockchain applications. In a nutshell, it consists of 3 parts: consensus, peer-to-peer, and ABCI. Consensus is how nodes agree on the next block. Peer-to-peer is how they exchange data between each other. And ABCI is a special interface that separates the application from the other components. So you, for example, as an application developer, don't need to focus on peer-to-peer or consensus. You just focus on the application logic, and that's all. I've listed some of the methods here. For example, Comet calls checkchecks when it wants application to verify a transaction. It calls prepare proposal when it wants application to form the next block. It calls process proposal when it wants application to verify a block that it received from the network. And it calls finalize block when it wants application to commit the new state. And here I'm talking about some application. You need to understand that it can be any arbitrarily complex state machine like Cosmoverse, for example, which gives you smart contracts written in Rust programming language. In terms of positioning in the interchain stack, it's right there in the bottom, so you don't normally interact with it. And it's pretty old. Yeah, I've dug up this photo back from June 2016, where Ethan, one of the Cosmos co-founders, talks about Comet, or Tenement, how it was called before. Shout out to the oldies who remember. And this is actually one of the reasons why people choose Comet, because it's been in production since 2019. It's battle tested, it passed multiple security audits, it was verified by Jepsen. It gives you instant finality, it can process. It's relatively fast, I would say. It can process up to 500 transactions per second, according to our latest report, in a network with 200 nodes. Not globally distributed, though. And it's also developer friendly, because it's written in Go and has a ABCI. Okay, this number is completely made up, but I'll still say it, that 99% of the Cosmos projects are using Comet, even if they don't know about it. So if they're using Cosmos SDK, they're using Comet. Comet BVT is also used outside of the Cosmos network, even outside of the Web3 sphere. I can't speak the exact details, unfortunately, now, but we're starting to see some really exciting use cases. With that, let's talk about the current state of things. We've recently released a couple of really cool features. One of them is PBTS, proposer-based timestamps. It replaces the old algorithm. Blocks time is now more accurate, which is very good for time-sensitive applications. And it also paves the way for signature aggregation. Another cool feature is ABCI 2.0, which allowed Cosmos SDK to implement optimistic block execution. But more importantly, you can now attach arbitrary data to votes, and then this data could be used by the next block proposer, and this unlocks some really powerful use cases. For example, decentralized price oracles, or threshold encryption for transaction privacy, or cross-chain coordination. We've also worked on some other things, obviously, like performance optimization in collaboration with osmosis team. Bandwidth reduction, we've also added BLS curve recently. We've streamlined our release process and doing releases faster and faster now. We now have a release support policy that we would like to stick to, ideally. If you're interested, then go to our GitHub and check it out. Unfortunately, some of the teams recently experienced spam attacks. That's why we've wrote a guide which can help them mitigate some of it. But the general tagline is that they should upgrade to the latest version if they want all the improvements and bug fixes. And in the near future, hopefully in V1.1, they will be able to use mempool lanes. And this is our most recent feature. It is available in the experimental branch. So what are the mempool lanes? Before, the mempool was just a single list of transactions. Now it's more like a map of sublists, whereby each list can have a different priority application defined. And hopefully you could see how this helps with spam protection, because you can have transactions with higher priority that will be disseminated faster in the network and will be included in the following blocks, like next block or the block after, faster than the transactions with lower priority. We're also working on Quick. TCP has been our default go-to transport protocol. It does the job, but Quick has some really neat features that we would like to accommodate. For example, it has built-in streams, so no need for custom out-of-protocol multiplexing. It has zero-TC handshake, no head-of-line blocking. It will also remove the need for custom encryption that we currently have because it has TLS. We're also exploring other ideas like DOG, not the literal dog, dynamic optimal graph. It is an algorithm developed by my colleague Hernan, which extends the base flood algorithm with a mechanism to eliminate cycles. And we've got pretty damn impressive results for you to see, preliminary results. In a 200 node network and transaction workload close to saturation, we've achieved a bandwidth reduction of 75%. As you can see, the node starts at 3.2 gigabytes per second, and then it gradually declines to 1.3 gigabytes per second as it kind of eliminates the cycles in a transactions paths, like in a network. Well, of course, we're exploring other ideas like BLS signature aggregation, soft updates, soft upgrades, meaning no hard forks, pre-confirmations, pluggable crypto, and others. So if Comet V1 looks like this, I would imagine Comet V2 will look more like this, hopefully. What it will mean in terms of features, I'd say Comet V2 will be much, much better when it comes to resource management, and that means network, memory, disk. It will be much stable under high load of transactions. And also, yeah, just generally much, much better. Just to recap what we've talked about so far, Comet BFT is battle-tested, fast, and developer-friendly consensus engine. Informal teams and teams that are using Comet BFT are constantly contributing and innovating on this product. if you want to help or you want to join, like come to Hackmos and also come to Call Me BFT workshop tomorrow at 2:30, which will be run by my colleague Daniel. And yeah, like if you just need help upgrading or modifying comment, please reach out. We would love to help. And we're also hiring at the formal. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Anton. Wow, we're really going into some detail today. We definitely did that yesterday, and it's going to keep coming as well. We are sticking to our amazing interchain track, but this time we're going to be taking a slightly different stance at Cosm.js. So please join me in welcoming to stage Dan from Cosology. Big round of applause for Dan. Let's get some energy in here, guys.
Hello? Oh, there we go. All right. Hey, everybody. Very excited to be here. I just came from San Francisco. It's like a 15 or 16-hour flight. Interestingly, it's actually blockchain week right now. But just before I left, it was, let's see, it was like Deep Tech Week, then Tech Week, Fleet Week. And it was so funny because it's just a reminder of how cool crypto is in Web3. Because when I was in SF, everyone was like trying to connect with me on LinkedIn. And I was just like, anyway, a reminder of like how much more at home I feel in the cosmos. Okay, so here to talk about interchain JavaScript, elevating UI and UX across the cosmos. I'm Dan Lynch, founder at Cosmology. I've been working in no code since, well, before it was a hashtag, around 2005, building drag and drop website builders, Cosmos since 2022, and UI UX tooling for the Cosmos. So we'll dig into that. But just to give you a bit of my background, what I like to do generally is take something complex and simplify it into something simple. So a lot of my work historically was around taking design and engineering and other areas like marketing and sales and compressing it into something more simple, because when you weave together these other areas, you end up kind of braiding things. We'll talk a bit about that. So a lot of what I do is like to simplify complexity. And I've done this for a lot of top-tier brands such as General Electric, Visa, William Morris Endeavor, a lot of great brands. So, and a lot of the goal is to bring this to the cosmos. So the guiding principles are decreasing complexity, increasing simplicity, enabling access for creatives and lay people, and also bringing that also to engineering and software development. But generally, I like to start with things that people care about most. So we'll get into that. But generally, I like to solve people problems, not just technology problems. So we will see more about what that means. So we're introducing the interchain JavaScript stack, which was spawned with Telescope, our initial sort of Cosm.js companion. It basically reads the blockchain protocols, and like a printing press will like print and generate your client SDK to allow you to, as a front-end developer, to now work with the back-end blockchain. TS CodeGen is the same type of tool for Cosmos.
separate concerns. We have contracts that send messages between each other instead of calling each other directly, which avoids this whole class of reentrancy attacks. And this model maps very nicely, not only between contract to contract communication, but also sending messages between the contracts and the Cosmos SDK, which is also based on messaging. We have a built-in upgrade system. So every time you upload a contract to your chain, it's pretty, chances are pretty high that this is not going to be the final version of your software forever. There will be bugs, there will be improvements needed, there will be all those little things, and there is a standardized migration system that allows you to upgrade the contract in a safe manner, in a standardized manner, such that the entire ecosystem knows, okay, this is how we do it, this is how we can verify who has authority to upgrade something, and if something is immutable or not. It can be immutable if you want to, but our advanced users use the upgrade system. What we have done, and this is pretty much one of the biggest feedback that we got, is a lack of docs. So what did we do? We did all kinds of approaches to documentation, hiring people, having external contributions, doing this and that, and doing it small and a little bit here and a little bit there. But it got nowhere until we said, okay, full stop, we need a completely different approach, and this is how we came up with Summer of Docs. So what we said is, 4 months in the summer of 2024, this summer, we do 4 months of documentation work. So no single feature is expected from any developer in that period of time. That is our work, that is the focus, that is the feature, that's the priority for the entire Cosmoverse team. So we have 10 core developers writing that documentation. The people who wrote the libraries also wrote the documentation. And yeah, it worked quite well. We have it live. It's updated to the latest version of Cosmoverse 2. So have a look at that. Now I want to talk about what we did pretty much this entire year, the latest and greatest improvements in Cosmoverse 2. So how it is different from the Cosmoverse that you might have played around with 2 years ago. Because, yeah, a lot of great things changed, especially when it comes to connectivity to IBC. And, yeah, you can build even greater applications with that now. So, talking about IBC, Cosmoverse has always been, and pretty much since the beginning of IBC, been able to connect contracts with standard IBC protocols and custom protocols. So you can do standard things like ICS-20 token transfer, NFT transfers, interchain accounts, interchain queries. But what you can also do is say, okay, I have 2 different contracts on 2 different chains, and I want to have an application-specific IBC protocol. So this is what IBC has been built for this general message passing between 2 endpoints, and this is what Cosmoverse allows you to do. And yeah, not only the simple stuff that everybody's doing. We improved message transfer, so which is like the most popular and most important message type in the IBC world. We have the memo field now, which gives you all the access to packet forward middleware and some other improvements there. And we will be working on ICS-20 version 2 as soon as it comes out, such that a contract developer has easy access to the latest version of that protocol, which, yeah, is obviously pretty important. This is an advanced one. We have the option and this is really for custom protocols, the option to do optional and asynchronous acknowledgements. Optional acknowledgements is pretty much the idea, yeah, you have a packet that is sent, that is received, not create an acknowledgement for receiving that. And there are protocols, and you can build protocols where this is perfectly fine. You send messages you don't want to hear if they arrived or not. Maybe your application does not care. And you can do that with optional acknowledgements. But the second step then is you
have asynchronous acknowledgements. And asynchronous acknowledgements is the ability to receive a packet, process it, not write an acknowledgement right away, but a few blocks later, maybe even in a different transaction in the same block, you create the acknowledgement asynchronously later on. And that allows you to do things like implementing packet forward middleware in Cosmoverse contracts, as well as interchain query long polling in Cosmoverse. Interchain query long polling is pretty much the idea you send a query over IBC to some data source, and the query result is not yet available, but it might come in a few seconds. So you might, for example, go to drand and say, yeah, I want to have this random beacon round number XYZ, but that is only going to be published in 10 seconds. So you don't get an answer right away, but the moment it comes in, you get the response for your interchain query. And this is what you can do with asynchronous acknowledgements through the advanced IBC interfaces in Cosmoverse. We have support for IBC callbacks, and that is pretty much package delivery notifications. So there are two types of package delivery notifications. One is, okay, I'm the sender of a packet, I send it somewhere, I get notified when the packet was delivered and everything went smoothly. And the other one is, okay, I'm the recipient of tokens, for example, and when I receive tokens, I might want to process them, or I might want to send them to another place, or do some staking, or whatever you can imagine with that. So that is possible with IBC callbacks. This is implemented in Cosmoverse. I don't think it's live on chains yet, but we are getting there. IBC callbacks, if you worked with IBC hooks before, that's pretty much a more standardized, more generalized version of IBC hooks. So it's pretty much solving the same use cases. We have support for IBC fees, which is going to be quite important as the IBC ecosystem is getting more and more expanding and more interesting to attack when, yeah, the whole question of spams come in. Because if you have a general purpose communication platform between two entry points that is completely permissionless, yeah, okay, there's some script kiddie who thinks, okay, it's fun to send some random messages over this channel that are complete nonsense and just polluting the entire communication line. Maybe they want to play with your chain, maybe they have a financial incentive to do so, but with IBC fees, we can make sure that this kind of spam is going to be expensive. And the IBC relayers get rewarded for the work right in the protocol. So we have that in the latest version of Cosmoverse, and you can use it pretty much from your next project on. Cosmoverse is not just a virtual machine that lives somewhere high in the stack and does its things in the sandbox. It is very, very tightly connected to the system that is implemented on that. You pretty much just say, here, this is the message, the contract knows it, the chain knows it, only the two components need to. With Cosmoverse 2, this is much, much, much more streamlined, standardized, beautiful, and we got rid of the Stargate name, which never made sense in the first place. We worked a lot on efficient storage because the applications that we have were getting more and more advanced as Cosmoverse was out there. People came up with more and more complex ideas what to store in their application. And yeah, a large critique was around JSON encoding in storage, as well as how we encode keys in storage to make sure as the application is growing, things don't get overly slow. So we have a second encoding scheme in Cosmoverse 2.2, which is out in a bit, which is message pack, which gives you a binary encoding for all of your message types without you having to do anything as a contract developer. So it's pretty much the same SERDA development, SERDA encoding, but gives you a binary representation that's much more compact, but it's also much easier to encode and decode. And we are working on a new storage library that is going to be the successor of CW Storage Plus, which is called Story. And with that library, we take a lot of the learnings from working with CW Storage Plus and building something that is, really focusing on the application with the highest demand, that is more composable, that is more encoding, space efficient, and that's going to be much more maintainable in the long run. We improved the handling of sub-messages, so that's this whole idea of contracts sending a message and getting replies. So we have error messages in replies, which was like one of the biggest feature demands for Cosmoverse 2. So we know that, that getting an error message that is just some code space and some number does not really help any developer. So we now have error messages in a way that does not sacrifice on determinism questions. So we know the error messages that we get always have the exact same string representation in all cases, which is a major achievement for developer experience. And we have the ability to add payloads to sub-messages, which allows you to say in the code that where you create the sub-message, you add some extra data, some extra information, send the message out, get the reply, and have that extra information available, which saves a lot of storing to disk and then reading it again in cases where you don't want to persist data. We have new cryptography in Cosmoverse 2, so signature verification is now, in addition to SecP 256K1 and ED 25519, we also have the R1 curve, which is the curve that you need to do passkey verification. So that has been highly requested by all the folks working in this area of account abstraction and wanting to do things with keys that are maybe in your watch, in your phone. So you can use those for your applications. And this is one of my favorites, BLS 12381 allows you to do DRAND random beacon verification, so you can verify those beacons right on the chain very, very efficiently, something like 10 to 20 times faster than doing that verification in WebAssembly. And you can verify Ethereum block headers. So if you're interacting with an Ethereum chain and want to verify some state there, then this is the way to go. I heard Union is using that already. So another big feature that we are working on right now, that's a little bit in the work in progress, is mass migrations. When we designed the code and instance system of Cosmoverse, we pretty much thought of one contract address as an instance that has a team behind it and that is pretty much very well maintained, and we have a small number of instances. But it turned out that as the usage grew, we have systems where people use factory systems with a lot of different instances. So for example, you have a DEX where every pool is its own contract. So we have a lot of instances, and people are getting a little bit nervous when they think about, okay, if I have to do a security upgrade in the code, then I need to migrate all of those instances on my ledger and create a single transaction for every 5 instances or something like that. So we are addressing that. We have a new numeric versioning schema, which gives you migration versions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very simple, linear, no somewhere, no nothing, because you only migrate linear. That allows the system then, in case the migration version did not change, to skip the migrate call in the contract, which makes the whole migrate step much more gas efficient. And that is recommended for cases where you have security patches that don't need any state changes or any other interaction. And that is a preparation for mass migrations, where suddenly in one transaction you cannot only migrate one individual instance, but you can say, okay, I take this 100 instances and I want to migrate all of them to the latest version of the code, and I do that in one step, in one transaction, it's atomic, and you only have to click through 100 pages once on your ledger. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. I wish you happy building with Cosmoverse. The application layer of the interchain. Find me at Hackmoth. We are going to have a lot of fun this weekend building. Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Simon. Yes, our Hackmoth is happening this weekend, so join us on Friday. It will be starting. At least you guys get a little bit of break, because this has been a very intense 2 days, and we still have one more day left as well. And of course, we've still got another track left this afternoon, so just stay in your seats, get comfy, grab another coffee if you need it, because we've still got so much more to come. We have 2 more keynotes left for this track, so let's get straight in to Cosmos SDK. Please join me in welcoming Julian from 01 Binary Builders. Put your hands together for Julian, everyone.
I'm a Whiteside founder, but I'm Julian, the Cosmos SDK engineering lead for the Cosmos SDK. I'm going to talk about what we've been basically doing for the last year, mainly Cosmos SDK V2. But before starting, I think most of you know what the Cosmos SDK is, but let's just go back to explain what it is, what can it do for you and your application. So the Cosmos SDK is basically the framework to bring software blockchain, mainly app chain, as we're in the Cosmos ecosystem. But you can build basically anything you want, from decentralized finance application or different application that you have like with akash and everything, or basically your own other kind of application you're able to do with the Cosmos SDK. As well, it is a framework that is limitless. So you have to build the building blocks of your blockchain that we call modules, and know that is native code that's being used in your blockchain. As well, you're not limited by a VM. So you're free to use one, as there is that being existing in the Cosmos SDK, but you're not limited by it. And that gives you full control over all the messages, over the site management, or even the tokenomics of your blockchain. So next to that, it's like really a framework and an SDK, so it's plug and play. So you define in your blockchain, this is the application layer. Earlier, Comet BFT mentioned that they are the consensus layer. The Cosmos SDK is the application layer of your blockchain. And it's plug and play because we already developed more than 20 modules to help you ship faster. Basically, the 20 modules that we have, like just to mention a few, like this is basic functionality that you do not need to recreate when you're building your blockchain. There is obviously the bank module to allow you to do bank transfer and send denim, etc. The governance module that many of you might like or hate, that allow you to have on-chain governance by submitting proposals, or the POS module, as it's by default a proof of stake chain. So we have like 3 modules to handle that nicely, which are staking, slashing, and evidence. So as I mentioned as well, you can tweak anything you want for tokenomics. Like you have the mint module that allow you to define any mint function or an inflation rate for your tokens. And as well, distribution module that allow you to resolve rewards, etc. And last but not least, one good module as well, chain upgrades. You want, when you made a change in your module, to upgrade it via consensus upgrade, so the upgrade module allows you to do that very easily. As I mentioned earlier, this is extensible, so as a chain dev, what you really care about is building your application and your whole module. You shouldn't care of how the inside of the Cosmos SDK work, it's all abstracted for you. You as well, many other entities that develop other modules. For instance, within the intention stack, you have obviously the IBC modules that you can easily add to your chains, and you have as well many VMs, like an EVM with evmos, or Cosm wasn't the most used VM in the Cosmos ecosystem, as well JavaScript VMs, such as the one developed by Agoric. So you might have seen this image quite often, actually, at Cosmoverse, but this is a great representation of all IBC connected chains. And here, if you look at this, 99% of them are using the Cosmos SDK. Like coinbureau allows you to use another application layer, but most of change stick with the Cosmos SDK because it's going to use some other. I'm not even sure if there is any live chain in this screenshot that actually do not use the Cosmos SDK, but there is currently live, I think, only 2. So before I dive into V2, we'll get a bit technical. We have to understand a bit how the VOXX works. So as I mentioned earlier, the Cosmos SDK is the application layer. So you define all your business logic within your modules. You define extra validation that will run before the DX makes it to a block with anti-handler. And the application is really the state machine. So we do not handle any consensus or networking. This is all done by coinbureau that implements the Tangled consensus algorithm. So this does the processing of the block, the peer-to-peer, etc. The Cosmos SDK just interacts with extends to the ABCI interface, which is quite handy. So internally, how really it works, it's a bit like currently one big monolith. So we have something that we call base app. So that does the implementation of ABCI 2.0. So it implements the prepare and process proposal. It implements checkDX, FunOutLock, or all those ABCI methods. And then within that, it does all the execution and running the check with anti-handler, executing the beginning and blocker, for instance, of modules, or executing a transaction. And thanks to ABCI 2.0, we even can have, thanks to prepare and process proposal, an application-side mempool that can be defined by the application directly, as well as the store handling and more. So to simplify this and to not have to let you always configure that manually, we created something in the price version that we call runtime. And runtime basically hides the complexity of base app and create base app and basically handle all the module wiring. So we really want you to only focus when it's needed on the module wiring. So you just pass a new module into runtime. It will configure the module manager, and you just can really focus on your modules. And next to that, we have a third component that we call server. This component basically allows you to have the start comment of your application. It will start base app, it will start commit, and it will just all be packed into one binary. So we actually work on this, and still, as you know, 050 and all the previous releases. So we have an upcoming release that we call 052, Olympus, that will come with 2-year support because of the change we're going to make later. So that means in that version, we added coinbureau V1, which is this version of coinbureau. We finally are coming with stable module APIs. So we have all the core APIs for module and for the application that are created in a package that we call core, Cosmos SDK core. And this will be tagged V1, which means that module between upgrade of Cosmos SDK will start breaking. We finally found the perfect APIs that we like people to use when they develop their Cosmos SDK modules. As well in that version, we extracted all the modules. Many people, when they are building a chain, maybe need to make a change in bank because they don't like it, they want to add hooks or whatever, or they want to make a change in other module. Before that, you had to fork the whole SDK just to have a 3-line code change, which was not super. So what we did is we just extracted all those modules. Now there are small components that you're able to just simply replace in your blockchain and just use a normal Olympus, which is easier. You don't have to maintain a fork and do basically the work we're doing. We've added a few new modules as well that are going to be Olympus compatible. Protocol pool. To mention, this is basically, we extracted the community pool that exists currently in distribution, and we put it in another module. And this module basically enhances the capability of the community pool. Now the community pool is just a normal module account, and you're able to have continuous founding as a community pool for continuous founding, or easily fund a community pool, etc. We've actually upstreamed the work from the osmosis chain and upstreamed the epoch module, as it is a widely used module, and some people wanted to use it. So we actually make sure that that module exists, and now it's maintained by the SDK, and as well stay compatible with the osmosis module. And we have added a quite cool module that is X account that I will give a workshop tomorrow to see how it works, which is a module that has a smart account compatibility. You're able to basically define your own account logic, authentication logic directly into it, but I'll dive into that tomorrow in the workshop. We've added, again, more module improvement, like XGov. For instance, we've added optimistic proposal, which is a proposal that if you do not vote no, will automatically pass, which is quite handy for recurring tasks. And as well, some staking improvement. And before I go to V2, Olympus, that is maintained this for 2 years, is the last version of Base App and the O50, the O0 architecture, the V0 architecture, which means after these 2 years, everyone can, and already today, everyone can embrace the V2 world. But we want to give you enough time to migrate to V2. There is not too many changes that need to happen. But this will be a long maintained version, a long-term supported version for what is currently existing. So now let's dive into actually what V2 is, what it changes. So at the beginning of the year, we were like, okay, we want to actually make the SDK even more modular, easier to maintain, easier to swap things that are not super easy to swap because of Base App being a big monolith, and make whole life for you and for us as well easier. So you may say, yeah, Base App is battle tested. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Well, we've come up, as I've said, with something easier to maintain, with some performance improvements thanks to the simplification, and as well, you almost have, because it's really the core layer, as I will explain later, you don't have actually anything to change in the application, or maybe 1 or 2 lines. And because we don't want to break people, and we care about dYdX, we will ensure that there is feature parity, at least maximum feature parity between Olympus and V2. So if you migrate from O50 to V2, or from V52 to V2, almost nothing will break, at least on the client side and on the code side. So as well, why V2? You may be, oh, where's V1? Well, there will be no V1. We changed so much that we decided to name it V2, but the advantage of having finally a version that follows Semver is bye-bye breaking changes. Like, we will stop doing API breaking changes. Something that we hear often from developers is when they migrate from a version for SDK to another, they have so much to modify in their code because we modify the API here and there, always to improve the UX eventually. But all of that led to now two of us being able to tag V2. And V2, thanks to this modularity and swappable components, allows you to have even more control over your app. You have even more control over the core layer. Before, you always have control over the modules, but now the core layer as well have swappable components. And as well, we're able to release faster, non-breaking changes, but just add like features or patches very easily. And that won't be like a big upgrade like you have to do when you migrate from, for instance, 047 to 050. So how does it really work? What does V2 really entails? So we have something called a state transition function that we call STF. That is something that is stateless and really handles, there is really have like five methods on it that handle the transaction validation, like Base App did, the delivery of a block and execution of transactions. So basically, we'll just execute the block. It handles the queries and simulation. So on this graph, I'm not sure we can see. Yes, we can. We have the consensus server that we'll explain later that will pass to decoded transaction to the state translation function. And then deliver block, we basically run the same module flow like it did on Base App, which is pre-block, backend block, the transaction, and the end block. So on the module side, nothing changed, but the core layer has changed, as you see. So we have then created runtime V2, which is basically a runtime that we had, but doing another kind of wrapping. Instead of wrapping Base App, you write STF, and it does now the handling of Genesis and storage via App Manager as STF is stateless. And the same thing changed. We made sure that when you have your app.go, when you have your application, if you do the migration to V2, not too many things will change. We want to make it easier for chains to migrate to V2. Additionally, as I mentioned, the server part, as well as now a V2 component, we're trying to split the big server function of the SDK into multiple servers. So now you're able to extensively extend server and create any server that you want. But by default, for feature parity, we still provide a gRPC gateway. We have a new REST server because of the new API, the new handler API, the telemetry server, and last but not least, obviously, the Comet BFT consensus server. I'm going to just dive a bit into that now, as it's like the pretty cool thing. The fact of, because we have been able to split everything, we have been able as well to push all the way to the edge commit BFT. So we're part of the integration stack, so obviously we provide a commit BFT server. That commit BFT server implements ABCR 2.0 like it did in Base App, and they just be doing all the integration with commit BFT. But say for a second that, okay, you like the Cosmos SDK, but you want to try something new. You're like, okay, commit BFT is great, but I don't care about ABCR. I want to use something totally different. Well, now it's possible. For instance, if you're building a rollup, like Rocket, for instance, what they do is they fork commit BFT and do their thing with a sequencer. You're able to just instead rewrite a server, a consensus server that will just directly talk to the sequencer, and that's it. You can just swap it without having to do anything else. So are you not convinced yet to migrate to V2 when it will be released? Well, there is even more things maybe that you might say. For instance, modularity doesn't matter to me, or always use the commit BFT default, or you're a bit worried about moving to something new. As always, new code base means new risk. Well, we have some great performance improvement to maybe try to convince you. For instance, runtime we use by default store V2, which is a rework of the store layer of the Cosmos SDK. So store V2 uses AVL V2, which is a 10x faster than AVL V1. So you'll see if you migrate from 50 to V2, or from even 52 to V2, you'll see an improvement there as well, thanks to the rework and the simplification of everything, and the removal of mutexes and stuff. We've been able to make query even more faster. And we've seen a small TPS increase as well. We're going to do more work on STF, and I have an alternative version of STF, as not every change one parallel execution, but we'll be able to bring as well parallel execution within STF to even more increase the TPS metric. So this is like benchmarks from Matt that he did at DevMos 2024. This is just to show you a sneak peek of what AVL V2 entails. So as you see, if you're on 047, the upper stream per second for V0 are like pretty low, but if you migrate to V2 and AVL V2, you can see a V2 hot heavy cleaves. This is the interesting one, is like 10x faster. Matt has gone in his talk way more into detail than I'm doing here. I'll invite you to all watch it. You can just Google this, and it was pretty interesting. So as well, something that I want to make clear is like we modify only the core layer. So things pretty much stay the same for you if you use the same default component. So the SDK is currently more of a framework that provides good default, but we wanted to make it more of an SDK, so people and power users can pick only the part that they need and replace the part that they don't need. But if you want to keep using the SDK as a framework, that is possible. The Cosmos SDK provides all the good defaults, and you just have to care about building the building blocks of your module. But if you really want to dive into switching STF or switching the different implementation there and do more some tweaking, that is something that is possible right now with V2. So stay tuned for more. There is actually even more things that are happening that are not really V2 related, but that will be coming with V2. For instance, we've been looking into ways to build modules in another language than Go. Like some people really like Cosmosm or VMs, not only because they are VMs, but as well because of the language. So we have been working on making native module, and we're currently working on making native module in Rust. There will be more articles coming on it, and I invite you to look out the social media for it. As well as I mentioned, the parallel execution STF is something that we're still working on, and that will be released as well very soon. So that was a talk. You can have a look at more on, obviously, the docs website, and you can as well talk to me later here at Cosmoverse.
Thank you very much, Julian. Cosmoverse Dubai 2024. Wow, what a day we have had so far. So much in-depth information, and please do reach out to our speakers if you do have any questions, if you think that you can work with them, if you agree or disagree with something that they've said on this stage. They are all extremely friendly. We are one big community, so please do have your conversations with them and see how we can work together. We also do have our booths as well, so if you do want to speak to some of the teams, they're there for you. We have side events happening. We have another whole day tomorrow as well. So yeah, still a lot more to come. And we have our final keynote of this amazing track. This has been the interchain track, which is extremely key as we push into the future of this incredible blockchain industry. So please join me to give a really warm welcome. I think he's here and ready. He is indeed. This is Sebastian from Cardano Foundation. Round of applause for Sebastian, everyone.
Hello, Interchain. Hi, Cosmoverse. I know it's the last track, not the last track, the last talk in this track, so I'm going to go light on you. I'm from engineering from Cardano Foundation, and as you all know, or typically outsiders consider our chain as the notoriously slow one. I'm actually surprised we only got a 50-minute slot. But I also want to be a nice guest and say definitely thank you for having us here. And what I'm going to talk about today is a bit about the why. Why is Cardano actually on stage at Cosmoverse? How does this make sense? How does Cosmos make sense for Cardano at all? And I'm going to talk about a bit the what we have achieved so far, what we still have to solve before we can roll all those things out to mainnet, basically. Yeah, but let's dive into it. I'm, by the way, pretty happy that our marketing team is not around and does not see my silly slides that I put together here. But the question that we asked ourselves when we invested heavily into adoption during the last 2 years, and we're speaking to a lot of players trying to figure out, okay, how can they apply our tech that we have built, so public permissionless blockchain, which in our case is the Cardano mainnet, or the Cardano blockchain overall. How can we make this fit for their specific requirements? And I guess that I'm not the only one in this room that's very well aware of that traditional business, be it enterprise or be it institutional adoption, has some specific requirements which, let's say, are not that easy to fulfill, at least when you're coming from a decentralization purist perspective, right? So this was the reason why we are, and this is really my profane engineering point of view on this, why we dove into figuring out, okay, what kind of tools are missing for us so that we can satisfy those specific industry requirements. And where we ended up is that we, in that case, were lacking a so-called sidechain SDK. I also want to give some kudos to some other projects in the space, because in the Cardano space, we're not the only ones building interoperability solutions or scalability solutions, if you wish, that's somewhat interrelated. I listed some of them here on this slide. Some of them are still haven't shipped yet. They're soon to come, maybe not soon to come, maybe a bit later to come. Very interesting projects overall, all with different approaches to how to solve this topic. And some of those projects are even around for a couple of years now, and they started bridging to other ecosystems long before we even thought about it. So that's a shout out to kind of the interop OGs in our space. But question is, how did Cardano end up going ahead with implementing or trying to implement IBC and using the Cosmos SDK? Because, I mean, when we figured out, okay, there seems to be that gap that we need a sidechain SDK, Cosmos SDK is not the only one out there, right? I mean, the next obvious choice would have been to go with Substrate, maybe use for interconnectivity their XCM stack. But there were some strong selling points when it comes to Cosmos SDK and IBC, which were significantly superior to what we wanted to build. And the one thing is definitely that IBC as a protocol gives the sidechains or the app-specific blockchains that you're building sovereignty. So you don't have to go through a very cumbersome auctioning process to get your chain connected to some main chain or something like that. Of course, that's a trade-off, because then you also lose the capability of inheriting the security from this hopefully super secure mainnet. But it makes your chain very flexible when you're building it and gives you choices. And this was basically what we wanted to leverage, and which made us choose Cosmos SDK on the one hand to build the app chains, and then on the other hand IBC as a messaging protocol, so that we have some means how to communicate between those app-specific, business-specific blockchains with our mainnet. IBC, however, also has a mechanism which is interesting for us again, because you all know the struggle. You bring up your own app chain, you don't have a big set of validators, and you run into some problem in terms of, okay, how secure is actually my tiny application-specific blockchain when it's only run by 5 validators, or make it 20 validators. And maybe even the number of validators is not that important, but it's maybe more the economical power that secures your blockchain, especially in the proof-of-stake situation, right? And there was, I think the standard is still kind of in the making. I guess it's ICS 28, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's really about how my application-specific blockchain can inherit partially or completely the security of the mainnet, which is important for us because maybe our customers or clients or partners, they want to do their own thing, kind of, on their application-specific blockchain or sidechain, but still they don't want to suffer from the security losses that they have to take. So this was interesting for us as well, and there are different approaches in the space. I mean, you can also look at approaches like AVSs, restaking, where you don't even have just services that are blockchains themselves, but more arbitrary services, which then inherit the kind of economical safety that Ethereum would give you. And Cardano is also shaped in a way with its validator sets and some unique features that we have that we could support an approach like that. And there are even some joint between EigenLayer and Cardano, or IOHK in that case, research activities around how to get something like that done. But however, and it's also pretty much in line with a podcast that I recently heard, I'm not pretty sure how many friends the person on the podcast made actually, but it had the catchy title, Is Cosmos Dead? Which made me at least listen to it. But the key takeaway of it is definitely Cosmos is not dead. And IBC, and specifically the Cosmos SDK or Interchain SDK, stay strong. And when you start working with those toolings to bring up your own app chain, to modify it according to your needs, and you use all those tools that were presented by the speakers before it, you really figure out, okay, why Cosmos makes sense, definitely for us. If I could make a wish, I would definitely say, okay, we now got IBC. It's a very pragmatic standard. You can call it the TCP/IP whatsoever of blockchain tech. You really see it, how the message passing is structured, that it's very inspired by those traditional network technology approaches. Also, its security model is pretty straightforward to understand, not that straightforward or simple to implement, especially for a Nakamoto-style consensus chain like Cardano is. But if I could make a wishes, and maybe the pragmatists in the room hate me for it, but please take IBC a step further when it comes to standardization. Maybe approach IETF, not sure if there are any such activities already happening, but maybe make it an IETF standard. Because the guys at IETF, if you look at their blockchain standardization, are mostly focusing, at least when you look at their output, on how to standardize safe asset transfer, which is nice, and maybe one of the more important topics in the space. But if you then again look at IBC and what you can do with IBC, it does definitely not capture the whole range of possibilities that you have. So what did we do? Basically, we kicked off the project like 10 months ago. You can see everything in the public right from the beginning. We called it the IBC incubator because when we started off, we weren't pretty sure if we were able to figure out all the different challenges that we were facing. And you can believe me, it really took a good, kind of a faith of leap to go ahead and try to figure out how to implement specifically a light client for our Ouroboros consensus algorithm. What we achieved so far, and you can see it in those GitHub repositories, is on the one hand, we implemented a Tendermint light client running on Cardano. We're using our own smart contract platform for it. That's called Aiken. Pretty nice when it comes to developer experience. One of the fewer tools in our space, I have to admit. We implemented 2 different light clients for Cardano. The first one, and that was really maybe the biggest challenge, is Cardano is not a BFT, does not use a BFT consensus, right? So I don't have fast settlements. I also don't have super nice proofs of the state of the network. So we had to work around this a bit, and we did a first approach developing a light client that was basically using a notary scheme, so not super exciting from a decentralization point of view, because you needed someone that attests you that what's happening on Cardano is really what is happening on Cardano, and it's not just what one of the relayers is claiming while transmitting some messages over to your Cosmos chain. But we went one step further, and we're using a technology called Mithril, which in the beginning was actually just designed to be a stake-based multi-threshold scheme, which allows network operators to more easily and quicker bootstrap Cardano nodes. But the team developed this software into a direction that we now almost got something that looks very familiar if you're aware of approaches like AVSs, restaking, or maybe you can even consider it a very limited prover marketplace. So what it gives me is basically proofs, state proofs of Cardano, and it secures those state proofs with a part of the stake that also secures the Cardano mainnet. And by that, I get this decentralization component in it and a more, basically a better light client, right? Because I mean, also heard this recently from someone from the Cosmos space. Everyone can design a light client, but the question is, how secure is this light client really? And how decentralized is it? Or if you look at censorship resistance, those are all challenges that might then be harder to solve after you have solved those very first challenges. Next thing is, I'm gonna give a talk tomorrow at the Cardano Summit. It's starting tomorrow and goes until, the day after tomorrow, basically. There I'm gonna have an hour and we'll elaborate in more detail about what we have actually built, also with whom we have collaborated, what the next steps are, what needs to happen. So all the nitty-gritty details. Another thing is, we also developed a nice use case, basically, using Cosmos SDK. And this was quite a pleasant experience because it's, with the tooling that you have, it's super easy to bring up your own application-specific blockchain. You can find this in the other GitHub repository that's in there. It basically implements a simple traceability use case where we're fetching data from an API, which provides you with data about chips. We do a kind of decentralized Oracle thingy, figuring out, okay, are there any outliers in the data that's reported? We do this all on Cosmos. And once the data reports have been consolidated, we submit this over to the Cardano mainnet so that then a Cardano smart contract could pick it up, do something with it, and send in via IBC a message back. So, as you might have heard, the reason why we started with this activity is actually pretty selfish, right? So we just needed a building block. As an engineer, just needed a building block to find more adoption for Cardano. I wasn't looking specifically in the Cosmos space because I wanted to also give Cosmos a push so that they get more adoption. But then we figured something out, and that was a very, very pleasant experience, is once we made this public, and we started to engage with the Cosmos community or the interchain community, it was actually a super welcoming experience. And we have worked with some of those projects or just talked to those projects, and they all were very welcoming and opening and offering support so that we get our stuff done, if you wish. so that we are able to join the Cosmoverse. The Cosmoverse, no, that's the conference, the Interchain. So I'd like to say thank you to all those projects. It's lots of kudos go into this direction. The Interchain Foundation talks with Osmosis. We already were talking to, because that's one of the next biggest building blocks that we have to fulfill before we roll this out, spoken to auditing companies, because I mean, we're talking in the end about that we are trying to exchange financial assets via those interconnectivity features that we are building. So we better have a good security audit in place, besides having a good design. That's already the end of my presentation. There's just one statement that I want to make, and maybe I mess up my whole presentation with this one, but when I Googled a bit, especially for some of the tech that the Cardano people are building, at IOHK, at Cardano Foundation, at one of the community teams, I always find sentences and statements in the media where if we're going to have this, just an example, there's going to be a scalability technology on Cardano called Leos, and then there are statements around like, if we're going to get this, we will be faster than Solana. If we're going to have this, we will be more secure than X, or something like that. And it really annoys me, and maybe I'm the boomer on the stage here, coming from traditional business, because I think that's not how adoption is going to work. If we in the public always speak bad about the other protocols, just talking about what our strengths are, but I never read any news like, and that's really what I'm hoping for in the future, that, for example, Cosmos and Solana pitch together to back up the health insurance system at a nation state. And just because they combined the unique features of those protocols, they were able to get this done, because this also created trust. There are tons of other examples which I could bring up where this might make sense, but I'm going to stop here because, like said, it's the last talk in this session, and I'm pretty sure everyone is looking forward to the next track. So thank you very much, and see you around.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Yes, that was the end of our Interchain track, and Sebastian is correct. It is all about coming together, collaborating, seeing how we can help each other. Because someone on their own can be amazing, but two people together can be even more extraordinary. So it's the same in business. If we just bring our minds together, we actually can achieve so much more. So we really need to be doing that as an industry as well. We're still, in the scheme of things, relatively small. So we do have to help each other out and try and learn from what each other are doing as well, in a positive way. Let's keep it positive. So we are moving to our final track of today. I know it's sad. I can see you in the audience like, what? Only one more track? We still have one more day tomorrow. But for our final track today, this is all about app chain. So I know you guys are excited. You've all come back ready for this final session of today. So this is being brought to you by dYdX, which always takes me back to my mathematic lessons in school whenever I say it. So please join me in welcoming to stage Charles from the dYdX Foundation.
Woo! Excellent, good to be back on stage. I guess my presentation will come in a minute. So my name is Charles, I'm the CEO of the dYdX Foundation. Very happy to support the app chain track within Cosmoverse. We've been migrating, for those who did not catch up with the history of dYdX. dYdX started his first chapter, so to say, on the Ethereum side, where we reached $1 trillion of trading volumes. And then about 1 year ago, we built and launched, together with the community, the dYdX chain. And the dYdX chain has been recording $225 billion of trading volume, so more or less $1 billion a day, even though the market was not always supportive. So this app chain narrative is, I think, well illustrated by dYdX, and what we want is keep building with all of you. I'm going to give you a little bit an overview of how we've been progressing over time, and what is cooking at dYdX. So a quick sum up of what dYdX is, how you can stake dYdX. We are a Cosmos SDK build blockchain, so there is an opportunity for the one who decide to stake their dYdX on the dYdX chain. And I want to kind of double click on the dYdX governance. We have the chance to have a great community which enable the software, the builders to really deploy at high velocity all the good software we have. So dYdX chain, 235 billion US dollar of trading volume since the genesis of the dYdX chain, more than 145 different tradable markets, and we will come back to these tradable markets via governance. The governance has been enabling this. More than 200 million US dollar of open interest. That's a metric we use in the world of perps. And there is an insurance fund for all the users of dYdX, which keeps growing epochs after epochs to ensure that there is always some funds aside in case of an incident. What is dYdX? dYdX, in a nutshell, is a decentralized DeFi protocol focusing on one specific market of DeFi, which is a crypto derivative. The crypto derivative is the world's largest crypto market. It's 10 times bigger than the spot market. It's a very important market where the price discovery, where a lot of the action is actually being put in shape by traders, leveraging futures contract where you can express your opinion on the market in a much more granular way. You can go long, you can go short, you can take some leverage. So all of this is enabled by the dYdX chain. The role of dYdX with the chain is essentially to offer this protocol for people who want to use it and deploy some front ends, for example. With the dYdX token, you can secure the chain via staking via validators, but you can also receive staking rewards, which are coming in USDC. That's one specificity of the dYdX ecosystem, and one specificity of the dYdX chain is when you stake dYdX, you do not get dYdX. You get USDCs. Those USDCs are coming from the user trading fees, which they pay when they use the platform. It's a very unique proposition, which was enabled by the engineering teams involved in building dYdX, but also by the unique capabilities of the Cosmos SDK stack. So a good app chain needs to bring something very different, and this token economics has been really enabled, and I think talks to a lot of people. The token has a 1 billion maximum supply, and as we mentioned, there is a staking capabilities with the protocol. So how about the staking? What has been happening over the past 11 months in staking at dYdX? More than 38 million US dollar of USDC have been distributed to token holders who stake. So they've been bringing services to the chain, enhancing the security of the chain, and they got rewarded since inception by 38 million US dollar. About 70% today of the dYdX token have been unlocked. So there is a process within the chain with some tokens which are being unlocked every second, and we already reach 70% of this unlock. An average APR of about 11-12%. When you stake your dYdX, you get about 11 to 12% of APR today. Things might be changing in the future. Stay, I would say, in the conversations on the forums. And we have more than 45,000 of token holders. So that's very important to see how this staking ecosystem has been essentially get off the ground in the past 12 months and put some highlight on some of the key numbers here. The governance statistics are, in my opinion, extremely important. Beyond the engineering, beyond the users, and beyond the big numbers of trading volume, there is really this governance which enable engineering talents to deploy and adjust the software which is used on the dYdX chain. So we have a 33% total governance participation, and so far we recorded about 43 different proposals for a total of 160 governance proposals, including the live one. 148 passed and 6 were rejected. And what is important to look at is what kind of proposal has been submitted by the community for governance and essentially for decisions from the token holders and stakers on what could be the directions of the protocol. So for the most part, the token holders via governance have been enabling new market, new business, additional trading flow on the protocol. And this is via submitting new markets proposals for the users of dYdX to trade eventually. There was also some parameters adjustment made via governance, some community spend. So for example, the dYdX Foundation has been raising some funds from the community treasury in order to operate for the next 3 years. And this was done through a governance proposal, which was essentially activated and enabled by the token holders. Some software upgrades and also some kind of maintenance on the order book with when it's necessary to close some markets. So there is different way to do governance proposals, but eventually, as per today, this is constantly evolving and being upgraded. But you can, with about 2,000 dYdX token, make a proposal which will be returned to you whenever the proposal goes through. So it's a deposit to avoid some kind of spam in terms of governance, but it's also just enabled just to prevent the spam, but also it comes free of charge eventually after the 4 days or less kind of governance cycle for the state proposal. So what is dYdX cooking? You know there is hundreds of people working on dYdX via different entities. Should they be grantees, the dYdX Foundation, dYdX Trading, the DAOs. We have now 3 DAOs within the dYdX ecosystem. So a lot of people are involved, and all of them are specializing in different enablements for the dYdX chain. So first, there was, at the beginning of the dYdX chain, which was last year, around the end of October, early November, there was this new chain. So a lot of work has been made to essentially connect this new chain with as many key contributors to the crypto ecosystem overall. So the dYdX chain, very quickly after the launch of the chain, was integrated essentially with Binance, OKX, and you see the list of I would say, the major CeFi players to enable CeFi players to also access to stake their dYdX and also just get some more connectivity with the chain. So the chain gets out, and then we connect further the chain. That was one part of the first work from the ecosystem. And then building the ecosystem, I would just want to say a big thank you to the DAO, the Grants DAO, a big thank you to the dYdX Foundation, dYdX Trading, some volunteers from the community to essentially bring all these pieces of the puzzle. And this puzzle is getting bigger and bigger every month, and is also designed in a way that it's really kind of focused on efficiency and pragmatism. So you see here a snapshot. We cannot put everyone's logo here, but plenty of exchanges, plenty of validators, best-in-class validators, a lot of people doing research, because it's still very experimental what we're doing, and to keep an edge, we need to keep investing in research, DAOs, more validators, infrastructure provider, custodians, market makers, wallet providers. So you see a little bit all the elements the community of dYdX and the dYdX Foundation has been engaging with to make them understand the value proposition of the chain and come and contribute and enhance the kind of dynamics around the dYdX chain. Token economics are very important. They keep evolving as well. Maybe you learned yesterday during the dYdX Day, which was hosted here in Dubai during Cosmoverse, a proposal coming from Nethermind in enhancing this token economics. So this is a conversation which will be happening with the community on Discord, on the forum of dYdX, and people will have time to kind of debate and eventually decide what will be the direction. But as a snapshot today, you've got a little bit a sense of how the token economics are working today. I guess the big number for you to keep in mind here is that since the inception of the dYdX token, the token monthly emission has been reduced by 75%. So we are getting closer and closer to the kind of emission cycle, and the closer we get to the end of these cycles of emissions, the less tokens get released on a monthly basis. The Grand Sub-DAO is a key player within the dYdX ecosystem. It was created by the community. It's run by the community. We have some top trustees, top teams working behind that. And they've been distributing over the first 6 months of 2024 about 5 million USDCs to 47 teams, which were building either Kepler integrations, for example, Slinky oracles, which are very important for the protocol itself to get an understanding of what is the price of the asset outside of dYdX. So community works, some R&D, a lot of marketing initiative for the launch of the chain, protocol development, infrastructure. You see here a little bit how was split the kind of distribution of the grants by the Grants DAO, which operates independently from many other entities within the ecosystem. Another very important group within the dYdX chain ecosystem is the Operation Sub-DAO, which was also created by the community as well as funded by the community. So a vote was kind of launched within the community to, do we want to create, yes or no, this sub-DAO, and do we want to fund, yes or no, this sub-DAO? And eventually they received this first grant, and they got another one on the way in order to build a team of core contributors which are running some key infrastructure for the dYdX chain. So the indexer, for example, doing some legal research, doing some work with the validators, making sure they get some technical support when they need to, but also launching the iOS app as well as the Android app. So you see, the same way there is for the ecosystem of dYdX, a big puzzles with some key parts. Within dYdX, I would say, a group, there is many different entities which specialize in very important missions. dYdX Foundation, which I represent today, and you can see quite a few dYdX Foundation members here in the room. 21 contributors at the dYdX Foundation. We rose earlier this year $30 million from the community treasury. So thanks to all the supporters and token holders who enabled the foundation to expand and grow. And we've been doing a lot of works around the brand awareness of dYdX, making sure the upgrades, making sure the new things happening in the ecosystem gets well broadcasted to the market in general, attending key events, but also working on our social media presence, as it is very important for any crypto-related project. We hired a CMO, we have a new social media manager, a solid team in finance, as well as building a solution engineering team supporting the key projects who wants to get some kind of consulting support whenever they want to integrate in a permissionless way to the dYdX chain. The one news which happened a few weeks ago was the community decisions to create the third dYdX DAO. So this dYdX DAO is called the dYdX Treasury Management Sub-DAO. It has been created a few weeks ago via a governance vote, and there is one operator of this DAO which was also picked via governance, which is Carpet Key, one of the top players in treasury management, coming from the most part from the Ethereum space, but with a solid experience in how to manage the treasury of the protocol itself. So if you want to know more about their plans, essentially they will be allocated some additional dYdX. They are planning to stake this dYdX, and with the USDCs they will be receiving, they will try to support financially some initiatives, but also possibly doing some buyback of dYdX as well as staking those dYdX. So deep dive into their plans. I think it's very interesting, and it's contribute to some of the flywheels we have within dYdX itself. Talking of flywheels, we shared yesterday, but I want to kind of double click on the main things which are being released in the coming weeks, which is the next upgrade of dYdX, which is named dYdX Unlimited. So essentially, it's a very big enablement of a lot of learnings after 12 months of operations as an ecosystem and a chain. And we will be enabling, via this upgrade coming up in a few weeks, permissionless market listings, which means if you want to list any kind of asset which have a price oracle already connected with the dYdX chain, you can do so. So I mentioned earlier, if you look at the governance dynamics, we already listed, thanks to governance, about an additional 100 new trading pairs, but this kind of movement will just amplify and accelerate with the permissionless market listings, which will make the listings even faster for any kind of asset. We've seen people listing FX, such as the Turkish lira, for example. We've seen people listing the latest meme coin of the week without waiting further. So we keep trying to build with the community some value proposition at dYdX, which are very unique to DeFi, in order for us to compete further with CeFi, which is really the competitor to DeFi, in my opinion. If you think and if you kind of let your brain moving forward with this idea of permissionless listings and trade anything, the next kind of bottleneck could be liquidity. And the next upgrade of dYdX Unlimited is coming with a mega vault for liquidity and essentially APR as well for people participating in this mega vault. So when you list 100 plus different markets, there is a core market, the OG market, the Bitcoin, the Solana, the ETH market, which have an organic liquidity. So you don't need to support those markets so much to guarantee a good a good trading experience to users. But on the long tail side, you've got the meme coins, you've got like smaller coins in general, which will need some kind of liquidity to offer a proper experience for users. And that's where the mega vote comes in. It's essentially systematic, organic liquidity built within the protocol, which will bring some liquidity, better experience, but also bringing more fees to be essentially distributed to the validators and the stakers. So that's really one of these kind of flywheel this upgrade will enable. More market to be listed, but also more market to be supported in terms of liquidity. And that's really what is the core, I would say, value proposition of when you are in DeFi. You can list all kind of things, but if the experience or the liquidity is not there, eventually your growth kind of stagnates. We keep experimenting on new markets. One of them is the prediction market. It's obviously a very hot market right now, but dYdX wanted to kind of bring what we cook the best, should I say. So prediction market on poly market are essentially binary events. Either you win or you lose, and you have to wait for the events to conclude. So for example, if you're speaking about the elections in the US, you can take a view on the market via poly market today, but you have to wait the elections results to eventually know if you won or lost your prediction. What dYdX has launched already, it's already available, is the leverage prediction market. So essentially, the prediction market from poly market is pulled in within dYdX. We wrap a futures contract around it, and it brings you much more granularity to express your opinion on the prediction market. So let's say you take the opinion that Trump will win the elections. With a prediction market plain vanilla from poly market, you would have to wait the elections result. With the same contract on dYdX, you can go long on your bet that Trump will win. So you can go 3x, 5x, you decide how much risk you want to take. You can also take you can go short, you can take some leverage, and you can also take some, I would say, some money out of your bet, the closer you get to the eventual outcome. So there is a way to kind of trade this outcome and real world type of outcome and prediction market in a much more granular way. The last upgrade is much more technical, but if some of you are in a high frequency trading field, it will make a lot of sense for you. The full node trading, today when you want to use dYdX via an interface or an API, for the most part, you will be essentially connecting your bot or your trading engines to the sequencer itself. And it's efficient, it's working very well, but some people want to get to another level of efficiency. So there will be an opportunity for the most experienced traders and the traders with the right engineering teams around them to run some full nodes, which are not validators. And those full nodes will essentially enhance the connectivity, having a full node connected to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different validators in order to broadcast their orders in a more efficient way, but also getting the latest version of the update of the order book. So dYdX Unlimited is coming in a few weeks. We're extremely excited. Our marketing team, BD team, support teams, everyone is really involved, and we look forward to celebrate this launch with you guys in a few weeks. If that's okay, I will take a quick megavolt, sorry, I will come back. We mentioned already the megavolt. I mentioned it one time. I mentioned also the prediction market with leverage. I gave you a few explanations just before. And yes, the explanations how you can essentially do the perpetual leverage trading, manage your risk in a much more granular way, and you can also settle before the end of the outcome. One big news in our ecosystem, you might have seen that in the news, the media, and social media. Antonio Giuliano, the founder of dYdX, the CEO of dYdX Trading, took a break after several years of being an entrepreneur, but eventually could not resist to come back. So he officially announced last week that he was coming back to dYdX. We're very excited to see the original founder, the giga brain that is Antonio, coming back with all the teams involved to drive the next chapters of dYdX. So that's something also for you to consider and get an update. To stay connected with us, you can connect with us here at Cosmoverse. There is plenty of very nice people with a black t-shirt written dYdX on it. So please go and high-five them. They have always some good update and ideas to share with you. But you can follow us on Twitter at dYdX, and also join the conversations on the forum at dydx.forum. Thank you very much, you all, for joining today, and very excited to follow up the conversations later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Charles will be back for our final panel today as well. Just making sure he realizes that. Stick around for that. Thank you guys so much for still remaining with us as well. There's still lots of you in the audience, which is amazing, because I promise for our speakers, it means a lot to have so many of you here, engaged, excited. And we're in our final hour right now, which is absolutely crazy. I don't know, where is today gone? So let's get back to another keynote. This is titled Dora Votter. So please put your hands together for Eric from Dora Hacks. Round of applause for Eric, everyone.
At Dora Factory, we are very actively engaged in governance throughout the ecosystem. So, for example, our dYdX validator are voting for proposals every week. But we are we are also building the technology for decentralized governance. So today I'll be talking about the most recent development, which is the general anonymous Macy interface on Dora Volta. So just a quick survey. So does everyone know about Macy and how that works? Okay, probably I will just do a very quick rundown about Macy. So Macy is a very simple but powerful anti-collusion infrastructure, which is super useful in decentralized governance and voting. So as a voter, so imagine that you are in a governance round yourself, and you encrypt your vote and you cast your vote on chain. And then on the other side, there is the operator who bring down all the messages and decrypt the messages and generate zero knowledge proof and finally validate it back on chain. So Macy has already been implemented on Cosmoverse, therefore it's already available on the interchain stack. So we did that early next year. And after that, we started to implement another product called Dora Volta Macy. So it's a general and portable Macy interface for anyone who is interested in creating a Macy voting round for any ecosystem. So on the left hand, we have this Explorer where you can see all the details of the Macy round. And as an operator, so if you're running your own Macy round, you can create and manage your Macy rounds from this simple UI. And together with that, we also have the portable Macy, which is the open source voter front end. So it's pretty important to expand the open source front end ecosystem for Macy. So imagine that you are running a Macy round. What you can do is either you can create your own front end, or you can just use this open source front end, or you can build your own front end from this open source version. And the final thing we provided was a set of scripts for Macy operator. So if you are operating a Macy round, this set of script is going to compress everything that the operator is going to do, ever from preparing for the ZT, downloading the messages, telling the round, generating the zero knowledge proofs, and validating that on chain. So everything will be compressed into one command, making the operator's life much easier. So we actually released the product last year at the Cosmoverse conference. And ever since then, there was a wide adoption of Macy across the Cosmos ecosystem. So in the first place, there were some smaller rounds, like hackathons. They were using Macy for project judging. They invite judges to vote for their favorite projects in Meisei. And earlier this year in the summer, we had this AEZ quadratic grant following the approval of governance proposal 917 when we started to kick off the quadratic funding grants on DoraHex. So what happened was that in the round, there were more than 1 million Atom staker addresses got whitelisted. And there was a great turnout from the round. And there were more than 10,000 Meisei messages casted on-chain. So there were thousands of people from the Cosmos community who participated in this Meisei round. What it enabled was the largest ever Meisei voting round in the Web3 history, and it allowed that every Atom staker to directly vote for public goods in the ecosystem. So it's sort of a revival of direct democracy on-chain. And then later we got several other rounds, including the Celestia hackathon round, which is also inviting the community to pick up their favorite hackathon projects. So next, we'll be talking about the Meisei trust assumptions. So as a general framework, Meisei obviously has some trust assumptions. It relies on the honesty of the operator. So the operator can obviously collude. And if the operator does that, the whole round will just collapse. So how do we solve that problem? It's through an upgrade on the protocol. It's called anonymous Meisei. So the idea of anonymous Meisei is actually quite simple. You allow an additional operation for the user, which is the users now can deactivate their key. So when they vote for anything in the round, they will have a key and they can deactivate their key and then register for a new key. So when they do that, they will do that secretly. So with the help of zero knowledge proof, when the voting key is deactivated and re-registered, the operator cannot figure out which key actually corresponds to which user, and then the operator will be totally confused. So there are some challenges during the implementation of anonymous Meisei. Some involve cryptography, some involves engineering. So I'm going to skip this part. If you're interested in the detail, I had another talk back to June in New York at the DevMos, where I give a lot of details on how we actually implemented anonymous Meisei. Right, so we did the research, and the first meaningful adoption of anonymous Meisei was earlier this year at East Vietnam, where at a hackathon we deployed an anonymous Meisei round, and then there were more than 100 hackers participated in this round, and they gave us very valuable feedback on the product. So after that, we started to build anonymous Meisei into DoraVolta, because by doing that, we will be able to facilitate Meisei rounds throughout the interchain community. And actually, just a week ago, we released the anonymous Meisei interface on DoraVolta. And currently, if you go to DoraVolta's website, you will have the option to deploy an anonymous Meisei round compared with a classic Meisei round. So the most fundamental upgrade here is that we are enabling third-party operators. So in a traditional Meisei round, it has to, so whoever initiates the Meisei round has to be the operator, him or herself. But in anonymous Meisei, because of the reduction of the trust assumptions, now you can hire third-party operators and hire them to do the job for you. So so from the UI, if you're starting a Macy round, now you don't have to configure your operator keys and all those stuff. You can just select one of the operators from the drop-down menu and pick up your favorite one and let the operator do the work for you. So currently, every operator is a dYdX mainnet validator. So asking of the mainnet validators to function as the AMAC operator as well. So the next step is to fulfill the mission of AMAC, which is to create permissionless operators, which means everyone could become an AMAC operator and tally the votes for other people. So the purpose of AMAC token economics is to facilitate that. Right? So I did a very rough write-up in September, and for those of you who are interested in how that works specifically, you can go to Dora Research website and refer to the article. But there are two basic ideas behind the AMAC token economics. So the first idea is that we want to encourage and incentivize good operators to perform well and keep performing well. So good operators, if they're doing the right job, they're tallying the votes correctly and on time, they have to be rewarded. And the second idea is that we want to make sure that the AMAC round actually scale. So think about some very important voting rounds like national election or some super critical, super high stake voting rounds in Web3 community or Web3 ecosystems. You definitely want to make sure that the AMAC operator is doing the right job, right? So in terms of tallying the votes, so the operator has to do that correctly and timely. So the solution to that is we are going to introduce an economic guarantee in the form of an insurance fund so that every AMAC round can be insured based on importance of the round. So with the token economics and all these infrastructures, we will be able to achieve permissionless operators, which is a major milestone in Macy and a major milestone in decentralized governance. Right, we also have a few other product features that we just brought to Dora. So first of all, if you are tallying a round, whenever the round is successfully tallied, you will see the leaderboard on the round details page. And there is a gas station feature for the round owners. If you want to make sure that the voters are free to vote, you can set up the gas station and you can pay for the user's gas fee. And the search function is, user experience is improved. And finally, we have integration into DoraHacks. So it's called Hackathon AMAC Judging. If you're organizing a hackathon on DoraHacks, now what you can do is, in addition to the traditional judging features, you can start an AMAC judging round on DoraHacks. And then you can invite your community members to vote for their favorite projects from the hackathon. Okay, so we actually just released the product a week ago. So all of the AMAC infrastructures are currently under very intensive stress testing, and that will last for a few weeks, and then we'll step into the token economics. So hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have permissionless operator for anonymous Macy. But nevertheless, you can still start a Macy run at vota.dwarfactory.org or just try it out. And also put up the QR code to our recruiting, just in case you need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric. That was our second to last keynote, which means we only have one more keynote left for today. This has been our amazing app chain track. So we are moving on swiftly to discussing Agoric orchestration. So please join me in giving a super warm welcome. I know it's towards the end of the day, guys, but let's keep up the energy. This is Dean from Agoric.
Thank you all. Thank you for coming. Happy to be back at Cosmoverse, one of my favorite conferences. And I have, I might be a little bit hot on my mic. I don't want to burn your ears here. Except with how hot the topic is. Agoric orchestration. Oh, I need a clicker. There we go. I have the power now. Excellent. And we talked about a bunch of these ideas starting last year, but it really all came together where we can do things with the engine that we've built over these many years that are impossible on other chains. We'll talk about how we can build impossible things. But let me start with, we have all succeeded with IBC, with the modular explosion and so forth, of creating a vast number of chains that are all connected. And obviously, there are hundreds more than I can possibly show on the slide, but it gets us to a world where things are connected, but you still have to hand carry your assets from one chain to another, right? And so what that results in is fragmented liquidity and fragmented user experience, and generally a pretty bad user experience. Now, in response to that, you may have heard of chain abstraction. People have been building solutions. And so, first off, how many people here have had to move tokens from one chain to another? It's like, I know you're out there. All right. And how many people have used an interface that looks like this? Right, one of our favorite around here. Okay, we got that. There's also a cross. There's a few others where they're really doing a much better job of rolling up into that UI, into a single UI, the ability to move chains and swap them at a particular time. And you may have heard of intent systems that are similarly creating a nice experience there. People are very excited about this as an improved use case. And if people used these nicer interfaces, I think I asked. Right? Okay, so now, when you bought your plane ticket, assuming you're not a local, to come to Dubai, how many people here had to manually move money from their bank account to the bank of the ticketing system of the flight in order to be able to purchase that ticket? You manually move money from Wells to Chase in order to pay for it? Wow, okay, I'm impressed. Most people just go to Expedia or Travelocity or Delta or whatever it is, push a button, and they say which credit card, and the ticket comes in, right? And that's the experience that we're used to in Web 2. That's what the user wanted to do. It's rare that users want to just move a token. Right? They want to move a token from one chain to another and do a swap in order to do something with it, in order to have a full and complete user experience. And so even though we have now started to gather together and unify the liquidity, we still have not unified the functionality and the user experience in order to deliver simple user experiences to end users. And so the antidote to that kind of fragmentation is orchestration. And if Basil's around, I'm going to say orchestration as often as possible and see if I can't get him to screen. All right. And so we started this orchestration, we helped kick off chain abstraction as a narrative at ETH Denver at the beginning of the year, and since then, and introduced orchestration. And orchestration was not on anyone's radar really at that point, and it is now a category that has grown in the market map of chain abstraction, and it's really about going beyond chain abstraction into enabling these rich end-to-end experiences across chain, seamlessly, both for the developer and for the end user. So my experience is push button, buy a plane ticket. Push button, buy an NFT. Push button, get a subscription that will renew every month. Push button and get staking happening where I automatically compound. okay? And so what are some of those experiences, right? Multi-chain yield optimizer. There's one of our early access partners is building, has a yield optimizer on Arbitrum where their customers are asking, can you get it on Base? Can you get access to spread this yield so you're putting something into Camino on Solana, right? And they want to use orchestration to be able to achieve that extended access for their users. We've got the unified liquidity solver, a solver infrastructure where the liquidity is on-chain with automatic settlement that's part of the Fast USDC project we talked about at Token 2049, and it'll fit into things, into both Noble Express, but also into things like the skip go fast that they talked about in the other rooms. This is one of these things where being able to bring these stuff that people are currently doing off-chain, on-chain in an automated fashion, so it becomes a smart contract with the integrity we expect of that turns out to be really valuable for some use cases, right? But those are slightly more complicated automation, orchestration of the asynchronous activity. The kind of thing that I said about buying a plane ticket, just being able to do that simple thing, we can't do. We can do the end-to-end swap now, and that's really sexy, but if what I want is a ticket on Omniflix or an NFT on Stargaze, I gotta do 2 actions, maybe 3. I do one, and then 20 minutes later when it's all arrived, or 3 minutes, or whatever it is, I need to remember to go back and continue. So being able to, I'll start with sort of these simple use cases. There's plenty of complex ones that people are starting to build with orchestration. But let's go down, like Native earlier today and yesterday talked about doing in-place swaps of Bitcoin, where the Bitcoin stays on the Bitcoin chain, and you're natively arranging to buy it using orchestration by participating in a stablecoin sale, an IST sale on the Agoric application, right? So, but I'll talk about cross-chain staking management. That's something that lots of people end up doing. Kind of a back office thing, but it ends up being something that is exposed to all of the users of all of the chains in Cosmos and now extended out over into Ethereum land. This shows up as a common thing that people want to be able to do. So I'll talk about that in the context of how does orchestration work, right? It's a smart contract. Your contract to do this orchestration stuff is a contract running on Agoric that gets, let's say, in this case, I want to use my USDC on Ethereum. It's burning a hole in my pocket. I want to buy Celestia token and stake it, right? Or then, well, we'll see what happens then, right? So being able to coordinate the actions asynchronously of different chains in order to accomplish that use case is fundamentally what orchestration is about. And so the way we do that, what that looks like, and I always love having code because it's so accessible in the environment that we're in that non-coders can understand it, right? So where's the camera I'm looking at? So I will start by getting an object that gives me all the things I can do on Celestia. I will then make an account on Celestia. So this is reach out over to Celestia, make a brand new account, and the first miracle of the platform is I can wait for that, right? So that finishes this block, right? It's going to take a couple of seconds, a couple of, 5, 10, 20 seconds to reach out over to Celestia, make a brand new account, and come back and say, I got it. Right? So then this thing will continue, right? So this is running on-chain in JavaScript, a language that is understood by tens of millions of programmers, right? And it sits there and waits. The second miracle is what I get back is an object in JavaScript, like the window or a document or what, HTML page or whatever it is, that is the only thing on the planet that can control that brand new account on Celestia that I made from running this smart contract on Agoric. Okay, so then I will trigger a transfer of my USDC. I'll send 1,000 USDC from the Noble account that this smart contract controls on behalf of the user off to Osmosis to swap it for Celestia token and end up delivering into ICA Celestia, which is the account that I just made and that is being controlled by this contract on behalf of the user. So once that happens, right, that wait is going to wait for 4 chains to do their business. It will either succeed or roll back and throw an exception in the normal JavaScript style that I can try catch and do all the normal error handling that we do, that millions of people do in Web 2, right? And so once it completes, how much transferred? Let me stake it. That's what I wanted to do. That's the menu of actions. Let me get my money, swap it for Celestia, send it over to Celestia, and stake it. I understand that, and it maps pretty directly to this experience here, right? And the fundamental magic that makes that happen is this native ability to execute multi-block actions, right? Async await is an important part of that, but multi-block actions are something that no other platform can do. All of these other platforms, starting from Ethereum, the programs are all built where they start and end within one block, right? If I've started a block, I can do a swap instantaneously. I can lock up the world, make everybody stop and do my one thing if it fits within 5 seconds, but if it doesn't, you're out of luck. And anything multi-chain, anything cross-chain, anything that wants to bridge does not fit in a block because it doesn't start until you end the block, right? And so what that means is the Ethereum execution model, the Cosmoverse execution model, all these execution models are built around focusing on that clearly very important thing, right? You know, billions of dollars are happening in atomic swaps. But not everything in software happens that way, and all of these use cases that the user wants, that are do something, transfer something, and spend the money, all of those use cases are multi-block. All right, let me move more quickly, right? Similarly, you know, multi-block, being able to do multi-block is not just a few seconds. It could be the 21 days waiting for an undelegate. So reach out, undelegate my things, wait for 21 days, move the money around, ending with a custom action, which is to liquid stake it on Stride, right? And this would be the action that if you don't have it, that means you've got to do an undelegate, remember 21 days later, maybe set an account, maybe I'll come back and go, and then go and do the liquid stake, right? And that's bad for you, it's bad for the liquid staking provider, it's bad for all the ecosystems. Automating that, orchestrating that is really important and really valuable. Okay, so similarly we have timers, right? This is something that no other platform has. And being able to express something where, like, if I want to do compounding, that's just every 24 hours, run the compounding, how much it is, and stake it. That's what compounding is, right? If I wanted to do something that takes some of it, sell it to get $1,000 in order to pay my power bills for my machine, and then restake the rest, that's just a little more code that 1 million programmers could build for you. Okay? And so my button is not working. Oh, there we go. Oh, yes. That API that I showed you is alpha. All the others are deployed, right? So I talked about like the portfolio manager or the yield optimizer, right? Similar, just like I can react to time happening. I can say, hey, wake me up in an hour because then your offer has expired. I can react to prices changing. I can react to notification that a particular sale happened, right? It's easy to, you know, the reason why JavaScript is the #1 programming language on the planet still is because you can use it to orchestrate the activity in Web 2 of hundreds of thousands of microservices all across a myriad businesses. Well, this gives you that same kind of power. So any functionality, any app chain, any service that is deployed in the accessible Web 3 becomes something that you can respond to and react to in real time on chain. Okay, so that gives you those seamless cross-chain workflows. It gives you the ability to, instead of saying, oh, I've now done a liquid staking token, let me send them to Osmosis to put it into a pool and hope they come back to me someday. Instead, you can write an orchestration that does that for the user and you keep the user, right? In any business except in the Web3 world, user retention is well understood to be something that is valuable because you put a lot of work into bringing those users in. You'd like to be able to sell them the next round of stuff. You'd like to be able to add value to their experience and keep them delighted with your platform, right? And then you get the improved economics of being able to use all those services. We don't need to build an AMM because we've got Osmosis and Astroport, you know, just a click away, just a call away. It's just as accessible to us as one that would be locally. And so that lets us amplify the value of applications by all the services that anyone else has built. And finally, you can build these fancier and fancier applications. I focus here on the simple but impossible cases of do a transfer and swap and then do something with it. But there's as many more of, let me undo my yield position, pull my cash out, go over here, buy a thing, and then stake it, right? Being able to do something, do your intense style swap, and then do something with the result is covers an astonishing number of the use cases that people have come to us that they want to do now, but the next generation where they want to automatically rebalance a portfolio whenever the price crosses this or every day, whichever one comes first. That kind of code is much more fancy code, but it all fits into this kind of framework. So that leads us to the extensibility. Obviously, we can add timers, we can add lots of other features. One of them is what works now, what's deployed now, what's live on chain, lets you orchestrate anything in the interchain. And it's already extending out to Ethereum and will extend out further to Ethereum and Solana so that people are designing now the work to be able to, their applications to be able to leverage the power of services out in Ethereum and the user base out in Ethereum. And so what does orchestration give you, right? It lets you unify access. It lets you unify the liquidity. You can pull all these assets together and be able to programmatically and automatically deploy them. And it lets you unify the functionality that we've got spread out so you can deliver these simple user experiences to users. So, these are some of the projects that we're working with to integrate orchestration functionality. There are several others in progress that we can't talk about yet, but you'll hear about them over the next couple of months. And we would like your project to go out and do this too, because this is not about moving your project onto a new platform. This is about adding orchestration value, being able to take your users that are excited about your platform, but they would like to take their assets over there and automatically apply them. Or they would like to take the rewards from your platform and do something else with them, but stay connected to your platform. Those are all the things where it can add value to everything that every chain is doing anywhere connected to the interchain. Come talk to our team. We're in booths over there, and there's a workshop of how to do this, and you can build on this stuff at HackMos. Thank you much for your time.
Thank you very much, Dean. Our final keynote of today. Wow, it has been epic. We have managed to have so many speakers on this stage as well, delivering really key insights into the industry and showcasing what they're building as well, which is completely changing the game. I have been extremely excited about this final panel, and they've told me that they're going to be freestyling, just having conversations. We're calling this one a debate, and I really hope that it truly is going to be a debate, because everyone has an opinion in this space. Just say it. As an industry, we shouldn't feel like we need to be filtered. We're learning from each other. It's okay not to be correct. It's okay to question someone. And I'm more than happy when it happens on stage. It just makes things a lot more exciting. You guys have stayed to the end of today, so it's the final section, so we're going to keep you guys excited, okay? So please join me in welcoming to stage. This is titled Modular versus Monolithic. So let's get a huge, huge round of applause for Anurag from Aval, Chain Yoda, welcoming back the amazing Charles from dYdX. Let's get some energy, guys.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I can be heard. Okay, so thank you so much for joining. I'm surrounded by ST. Now I have become a KOL, so, bad things happen to good people. Anyways, bad things happen to good people. Anyways, it's a wonderful topic, extremely boring, so we're gonna keep it spicy. Looks like from the monolithic or integrated, whatever you call it, Mart, you're the only person? Okay, yep. So I have a question, right? So for all the esteemed panelists, I mean, why do I care about whether something is modular or monolithic? I mean, all I need is a ticker or a contract address. I type it in Bong, the meme coin shows up, right? Who cares about modular or monolithic? Mustafa, you want to start?
Well, I mean, I think this is like the 100th modular versus monolithic debate, right? So, I mean, it's like the annual debate. But, I mean, I think for me, it's not like, for me, it's more of a developer experience thing. So, ideally, from the user perspective, there shouldn't be a difference between them necessarily interacting with a modular or monolithic chain, except for what kind of products you can build with a modular chain. So, the main advantage of modularism is that it gives developers full stack flexibility over how they create applications. Because there's many applications that require their own execution environments that aren't easily or economically possible on chains like Ethereum or Solana. And those customizability allows allows developers to create user experiences that might not be possible with a shared smart contract environment. I think one cool example of that is, for example, there's a chain called Pay, which is like a payments application that has a really good user experience, and that's not that they had to build it as a rollup because they weren't able to build it using a shared smart contract environment because of two things. They had to use like special ZK cryptography, implement special ZK cryptography to make the payments private, and that's cryptography that might be expensive from a gas perspective to compute on Ethereum or Solana, for example, because they don't have the opcodes, and also they have like very fast latency, and having a sequencer or the centralized sequencer allows them to have very fast latency that might not be possible otherwise.
Okay, so you're saying that developers would, at least a wide class of developers would prefer a modular stack because it gives them more freedom, more flexibility, more expressiveness, so on and so forth. So Anurag, you were early to the modular thesis as well, not as early as the CIA hacker, but but very, very early to modular as well. So what's your thesis for why we need a modular stack and why, let's say, I mean, every time I talk to Anatol, he says that we're going to just handle everybody's traffic. So why do we need modular blockchains?
Yeah, I've been in the crypto space since 2017. The first product that we started off really was this plasma solution that we were trying to build, which was like the first off-chain scaling solution for Ethereum. Then, of course, rollups came into the picture and all that, right? Like, I mean, essentially, the thing is, like Solana or monolithic blockchains essentially follow that big block or bigger blockchain sort of a thesis, right? Like that is for the first generation of blockchains. Like Ethereum, after Ethereum, there was this long list of chains that wanted to make better versions of Ethereum, whether these were big blocks, faster blocks, less cost, for example, and so on. And so, of course, Solana did a lot of great work, parallelization, and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, in general, like, of course, Ethereum took the more modular sort of approach in the sense that they didn't want to scale the base chain. Like, I come from a very simple thesis in the sense that if you look at apps on the internet do not live on one single big supercomputer. Yeah. They live on separate servers, are scaled independently based on demand. I think the same thing is going to happen with blockchains. Of course, it needs to be trust minimized. These different components need to share security zones and stuff like that. I mean, not getting into the weeds. But really, I mean, 1,000 chains composed well should work better than one big chain. That is really my thesis.
To come back to your question, Ajit, should we care about modular or monolithic chains? It depends who you are, right? If you're a developer or if you're a builder, you will want to make sure like you get the best components. But if you're a user, which is probably like where we all want to pay attention to, or we are all paying attention to, you don't want to care. This is why we see also a lot of the initiatives from account abstractions and many other projects which are trying to abstract this. So maybe at some point the developers will find solutions where it's going to abstract all of this.
I'm going to contextualize this, right? So you come from Ethereum, we were at Consensus together, then you went to work for dYdX, the guys who abandoned our great Ethereum chain to build their own. So I'll forgive you for that. But so there is clearly some value in the app chain thesis, and then why did you guys build your own Cosmos app chain and not just stay on Starknet or something? If the modular thesis is going so well, you guys could have stayed on Starknet, right? Or StarkX?
I think it was a decision made partially by the engineering team, which was at some point frustrated to have a dependency on the progress of one roadmap. If you go into general purpose blockchain, the project behind the general purpose blockchain is trying to accommodate NFTs, smart contracts, DA, and all kind of things. And you come with your very specific demands for your very specific app, and you realize eventually you have to queue, and the team is busy, and it's not coming at the pace you like. And when you have the chance to have like the momentum of dYdX, at some point you're like, why are we waiting someone else to be delivering something to enable the business further? So I think that's what triggered really the move to the app chain, so you can get in control of the full stack, and you can really accelerate.
So what you're saying is that underlying the modular thesis, there is this, the history of app chains, right? Where you essentially want to create your own execution context where you have your own quality of service guarantees, you have your own parameters like KYC and so on and so forth. So, and that requires people to build their own app chains. Mert, you come from the other side of this, so I don't know which side you're on, but so Solana thesis is quite different, right? So when we think of like an integrated or monolithic chain, we think of Solana. So what's
yeah, and by the way, it's integrated, not monolithic. So look, I mean, the modular versus monolithic thing, the reason why we keep having these debates is because it doesn't map back to reality. And like it's actually already been conflated so far before I even got the chance to talk, which was the conflation of like modular with like app chains. But like the real dichotomies are app specific versus general purpose, and then L1 versus L2.
Yep.
Did a post with John Sharp about this, where we kind of go over it in detail. Modular versus monolithic is kind of like, I mean, I think some of us, or most of us probably know that modular kind of came out from more of a brand marketing play. And like, I understand what it's trying to do, and it makes sense, but like trying to map it to something like how monolithic architectures are in Web 2 does not map to Web 3. So the reason why we call Solana integrated is because the software components within the L1 are not tightly coupled. They're actually still interchangeable. So for example, Solana is going to separate out execution and consensus, which will actually allow it to add something like...
Which is what you're talking about when you say network extensions.
No, so this would be, that's a whole different thing. That's a weird Kyle Samani special. But in terms of like separating execution and consensus, once you do that, you can start doing things like sending samples of blocks and start increasing the DA throughput or the scaling of the DA layer. And then in terms of like, so for example, you can have, Solana does a bunch of things that are enshrined within the L1. That's a better way to think about it, as opposed to modular tends to outsource it. So like, I think of it as like building a Windows computer versus like a Mac computer. Whereas like, you're still building a computer, but like with Windows, there's kind of different suppliers for different parts of the computer. Whereas with Apple, Apple just makes everything in-house, which has its benefits, but also has its obviously cons. And so the real thing that actually matters, which is actually real, is the use cases, right? So if you have something like, a very niche indie game or something, it does not need global state, right? It does not need to be on Solana. It can just be on its own app chain. It can be part of another L2. It can be, you have to work backwards from the use case that exists and then find the best solution for it. So like Solana, totally basically just really likes the idea of price discovery, low latency, and kind of atomic composability. And the idea behind that is that allows for better DeFi. Now that's a thesis. It might not be correct, but that's kind of what it's optimizing for. And so not everything makes sense to build on every architecture. So again, you just have to work backwards from the use case.
Yeah, I was hoping for a little bit more spice there, but
Yeah, just also quickly to chime in, right? Like, I mean, it would seem intuitively like that modular, very, outsourcing all the work outside, but that's the current state, right? Like, I mean, essentially, there's no reason why you cannot enshrine more and more of the basic infrastructure that is required to sustain, let's say, a roll-up sort of feature at the base layer, for example, right? Like, I mean, there's things that Ethereum's talking about, other players like us, Celestia, all are working on, for example. And I mean, of course, we just begun, right? Like, I mean, blockchains, Solana has been around for probably 6 years, maybe more.
3.5 to 4.
Sorry?
3.5 to 4.
I think the first raise was 6 years ago. Mainnet is, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, even 4 years is quite long. So I would say let the modular infrastructure settle in. I think it will be much more opinionated and not so hands-off. There will be interop, sequencer coordination, a lot of basic info.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some point of disagreement, and I'm not seeing it. I like to provoke disagreement. It's more.
So
fun
I'll give you an
way.
example. So one of the things that's different about Solana is the storage and account model.
Yeah.
So like compute is cheap, meaning transactions are cheap, but like storing data is expensive, right? Because
Yeah.
otherwise you can just wreck the validators with a lot of transactions, and they have to store state. And so we, with Helios, with Light Protocol, we ship something called ZK compression, and it's directly on the L1. It just uses the L1, and basically it puts the transactions onto the ledger, and then just statelessly replays them, and then exposes it to be like a stateless accumulator, much like Ethereum's endgame with like stateless like vertical clients and stuff. And so that was all within Solana. And so like then people started saying like, oh, well, like, you know, is Solana modular? And it's like, you know, all good software is
Yeah.
modular anyways. It's
Yeah,
just,
you even have those impure network extensions, and you know, like now ephemeral rollups are coming with magic block and stuff. So is Solana becoming modular anyway, while claiming not to be so?
I just really reject that premise because again, the software at the base layer was always modular because it's a very overlord term. In software, good systems are modular. You don't want to just
Well, if you
tightly
read
couple everything.
Mustafa's paper, right, I think it's very, very clear as to what he's talking about. So there is, sorry, go ahead, Mustafa.
Yeah, I mean,
Why don't you speak for yourself?
by modular, we specifically mean separating consensus from execution. But I think, like, fundamentally, like, we've had kind of like what it boils down to, or like, why Celestia started pushing it from a marketing perspective is because we kind of wanted to reject this idea that one single synchronous chain is like the end and be all of crypto.
Yeah, so
that's like the fundamental thing that we reject, effectively, because like everyone has, Solana might be the final chain, I don't know, but we like there's so many L1s that everyone all the L1s think that they're the end game. So like in practice, the market, like we already live in a multi-chain ecosystem in practice. Like the market has decided that actually there will be multiple chains and there will be multiple bridges. You have Solana will connect to Ethereum with wormhole. All these chains will coexist. That's what the market has decided.
So that's the substantive difference, right? So please correct my words, but Anatoly talks about like the single globally synchronized state machine that synchronizes at the speed of light. So essentially there is just one giant state machine with synchronous composability. So, you know, in Cosmos also there have been many flavors of this debate with synchronous versus async composability around the interchain thesis. So it's kind of like that. So I think what the modular thesis fundamentally rejects that notion that you're going to have a single globally synchronized
I mean, it's more like we think that there will be multiple. There's a good, like Solana is a great chain with a good use case, and like I think the idea of having a single chain that tries to be like a decentralized NYSE or NASDAQ is actually a great idea, but it's more like that chain will coexist in a multi-chain ecosystem. And
so it kind of becomes a Cosmos app chain, which is what I sometimes troll you about. So, which brings us to, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's just correct. So like, one of the biggest misconceptions is like Solana's approach is like, there will be no other chain but me, like a crazy X or something. Like, it's not the case. I mean, it's always in the context of like NASDAQ or like, I mean, Tolly now calls it the financial computer. It's like some use cases like price discovery and like different types of, I don't know, shitcoins or something, perhaps benefit more from that sort of architecture. But like I said earlier, it's about the use case. Like a small indie game or like something like Pay, which I'm an investor in, by the way, those don't need a global state machine. Like not everything does. It's just about once there's a use case,
so
what's the architecture
I have a question
that solves
for
it?
you, because we are in this in a Cosmos event. How will that interoperate with the rest of the, you know, with other Cosmos app chains or with, let's say, rollups on Celestia or Avail or with dYdX? How will Solana interoperate with all these other chains?
Well, actually, we work with dYdX. Helios does, and like Polaris, which is like osmosis, and some EVM teams as well. I think it's just like, you know, it's not too unlike, I don't know, international trade in a sense, where like some people, let's say they want to do cross-chain swaps because they like the coins on one chain or like the liquidity on one chain or something, and they just need that as part of their application. It's like, yeah, then you can kind of, Solana should be interoperable. Like the point is not to be closed off.
So Cosmos people tend to be very emotional about IBC, right? It's kind of how we do things around here.
Yeah, and we're also, I've been approached by quite a few teams actually, which is kind of weird because it's supposed to be a standard. Like 3 teams maybe about kind of building that on Solana, which you need light clients for, which we're working on. And so like, we're all open to it. I mean, I was on a Polaris space with Lily, who's the head of Solana Foundation. The misconception is just that, like what I said, which is like, we're closed off, it's only this chain that exists and must exist, otherwise you're sinning, and the Pope will like, expedite you.
So let's go a step further, right, and try to make it a bit more tangible. So I think part of the criticism that Cosmos folks get, in particular, or now Ethereum folks get, is that we tend to build in a vacuum, with some kind of a research vacuum, and that sort of narrative also goes around from a lot of young people who are very active in the Solana ecosystem, that we tend to just build like Anoma or one of these just for the sake of research, and it just goes on and on with no user in sight. So what sort of use cases, I know about dYdX, will we see modular chains or modular stacks like Avail and Celestia support better than, let's say, Solana? Mustafa and then Anurag, what sort of applications do we think
I mean,
we'll be able to show?
Like Solana had this great tagline, like only possible on Solana. So I kind of like to also think like what's only possible on Celestia or like only possible on different ecosystems. And I think for modular, it's specifically about trying like people building weird things that are hard to build using some shared execution environment. Like when Ethereum built the EVM, or when I totally designed the SVM, you might like it's designed in a specific way that's for certain weird use cases, it's hard to do. It's hard to implement economically. Like the EVM and Solana have kind of like weird constraints. Like Solana has like this 1.3 kilobyte transaction limit, or certain cryptography might not be efficient. So I think for me, for building stuff on Celestia or building stuff as a rollup, it's specifically for those weird use cases that are trying to do weird stuff that need to define their own execution environment. Like Pay is an example of that. It's like a payments app that has a specific sequencing paradigm and uses specific cryptography to make the ZK cryptography to make the payments private preserving. There's some other examples of that. Like there's like these on-chain games. Like someone created like Curio created this 0.5-second tick engine where they managed to put a real-time strategy game on chain, and they did that by modifying the EVM and embedding some game engine as an opcode in the EVM, which is kind of really cool. So it's just like doing these weird things that people haven't, like a base layer with a specific smart contract environment might not have predicted.
So that's the build whatever idea, right?
Yeah.
We don't know what you're going to build. There you go. Anurag?
Yeah, I think, so I've been spending a lot of time on the ground, especially in Southeast Asia and others, right? Like I've actually also been dropping into super team events. Solana does a great job on the ground, by the way.
Yeah.
And so the question I've been kind of getting is, like what new things should we build with all this stuff, right? Like, I mean, they've already seen all the DeFi stuff, the payment stuff, NFT stuff, and all of that, right? Like, I mean, it's very hard for new people who come in, especially the younger folks, who are very much used to, like, if you move outside of crypto, they're very much used to a very API-centric, bring your business logic in, build a business over that sort of a thing. And that thing is missing a lot in crypto in general. And so really the idea is, can we be more opinionated and provide more higher level abstractions, for example? So I mean, things like, for example, Lens is doing a open social sort of a thing. And that kind of a thing I can get behind, right? Like, I mean, in terms of, if you kind of look at the most valuable companies in the world, all of these are platforms, right? Like, I mean, look at Google, Amazon, Facebook, Uber, Airbnb. And so really, like if you look at a Lens, it's trying to do unbundle social. If you look at other similar projects, they're trying to unbundle a particular business vertical. Like, so I think we have to, of course, there's a lot of infrastructure that is being built, still being built, but we also need to be more opinionated on what this can be applied with. Otherwise, like if you actually go to the ground.
Yeah, we are in that sort of a phase of crypto or Web3 where, Shriram is building his services, you guys are building your DA layers, and John is building his Initia. So we're just building a whole bunch of infrastructure with no real, I mean, I can't say that about dYdX, you guys know what you're building, right? And but it's like someone else will figure out what to do for the user. It's not our problem. That sounds, is that the modular thesis? I mean, like, yeah, it's not our problem, someone else will figure it out? Anurag and
I don't think so. In general, see, again, it's a phasing thing, right? Like, I mean, something like we wanted to build at the low level infrastructure, like something like database sampling didn't exist in production, right? Like, without which you cannot think of building this multi-roll-up sort of thing on top, right? Like, and all this effort has to go in parallel, right? Like, so again, I come back to Solana, right? Like, I mean, I think Super Team doing a fantastic job. You go drop into one of these events, listen to the kids, the kind of experience that
it's awesome.
You know, like, so this has to be replicated, right? Like, and you have to give people more opinionated problems, and it cannot be just you know, like build whatever you want, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take sides on that one. I think
one thing Ajit people should be building on and maybe trying to spend more time thinking of is how do we distribute the Web3 products we are all building. So if you are at the infrastructure level, maybe distribution is a little bit easier. If you are closer to the app level, how do you bring your products where the users are? I see so many teams, and we are part of this kind of trend, and I'm working on trying to shape it in another way.
But Charles, your chain is not a modular chain. It's kind of like, it's just one integrated stack for trading perps.
Yeah, but still,
so
with our own chain, we need to think like, okay, do we just want the people to come to our shop and our chain, or do we want basically our chain to become like a piece of infrastructure for trading, and do we want to essentially bring dYdX where the users are? And many people think we are competing with the other DeFi protocol. I'm not competing with the other DeFi protocol. It's a tiny market. I'm competing with CeFi.
So if your app chain works perfectly fine and it's kind of relatively integrated, why do we need modular chains? It seems to do a perfectly fine job. Sorry, Mustafa, over to you. Why, if dYdX works perfectly fine, why do we need the modular chains? Why not build another osmosis or, sorry, go ahead, Mustafa, Martin.
I mean, the reason is because the question doesn't make sense. It does not matter what the architecture is called. It just needs to solve the problem that exists. So for example, Polymarket, okay, great app, useful, people use it. Most people probably that use it, the election people probably don't know what Polygon is. And they don't need to, it's okay. The app just needs to work and then solve a problem in some way.
But then we don't even need a blockchain, right? We might have just put it on Amazon QLDB and...
Well, like, ideally the blockchain enables things that weren't possible before, otherwise there's no point. But like, I remember in 2021, when everybody was going crazy about like trading cards for NBA Top Shot, that was on Flow. I mean, I don't really know Flow, anything about it, but like no one cared about what the app was or the blockchain was called. I mean, we care because we build the blockchains themselves, but fundamentally it's about the use case and working backwards. That's the only thing.
I think that's a bit of a simplistic view to some extent. Sorry, I'm the one debating now, which wasn't kind of my role. But what I've seen with Cosmos app chains is that dYdX is very successful, but a lot of chains were not very successful and they didn't really have a lot of economic security. So IBC was kind of unreliable because on the receiving end you had a chain that was not particularly secure.
I think dYdX is an interesting example of that, right? Like dYdX started out as a roll-up. So it kind of like benefited from this modular paradigm, and then kind of moves to a chain, but and that's fine, right? Like dYdX was able to do that because of the specific use case, but they had a lot of economic security already to switch to a chain.
That's right, but 1,000 other Cosmos chains did not have enough economic security, like UMI and
exactly, and that's where modularity fits in.
That's
because with rollups, you don't need to have a secure validator set for economic security because you're inheriting security from the base layer. Ideally, if the
and that was our bull case for Ethereum because Ethereum, the token works beautifully. It's economically secure, so you can deploy rollups on it. So you kind of solved that problem by creating a base layer that's economically secure, right?
Yeah. Also, I mean, of course, Charles can correct me, but dYdX also moved because Starkex wasn't as flexible as they wanted it to be. If Starkex was, I mean, they were focusing on Starknet and stuff like that, right? Like, but so I think if Starkex would have been more pliant, I don't think this shift would have happened.
I got it. One thing which was enabled by the migration away from Ethereum to the Cosmos SDK for dYdX was much more freedom and and space to create and reinvent the token economics. And that's very, very important. That's at the heart of any business. Should it be
Right.
on-chain, off-chain, hybrid?
And that works because you have a token that accrues a lot of MEV, so it's, you know,
So
it's a
when you
successful
build
app,
your
so
own
you can have
blockchain,
your own
and
app
maybe
chain.
when you're partially modular and or not, when you go into one like monolithic chain which hosts everyone, you have
Which
a
is what
dependency
Hayden
on
is
the
doing
token
now with
economics
Uniswap,
of the
right.
of the general purpose blockchain you're going to be hosted by, right? When you build your own blockchain, it takes responsibility, it takes challenge in security of the chain, all these things. But you get also like more space to twist the token economics and revamp them. We're going to probably revamp the token economics of dYdX in the coming weeks.
That brings us to what Mert was referring to in John Charbonneau's paper, right? So if you have a successful app like Hayden's app, Uniswap, then you want your own app chain. If you don't have a very successful app, then you want to rely on someone else's shared economic security, right? Like Celestia or Avail or Ethereum or something or the other. So there is this thing, and then if you have a successful app chain like Osmosis, then you want to host other apps like this lending thing, Mars or something else. But if if that doesn't work, then you go back to. So there is a Charbonneau loop, which I'm a big fan of.
The same way you start your business on Shopify and maybe eventually go on your own server on AWS, and if you're really big, you start to have your own server, bare metal somewhere. I think it's an evolution, and if you have the chance to be growing fast, you can kind of jump steps. Right?
So it doesn't look like anyone really disagrees with the modular thesis around here, Mert, unless you do.
I mean, fundamentally, the modular thesis, as it was defined, is about separating out execution consensus and all these
DA,
parts.
that's right.
And I think that makes sense. I never disagreed with that part. I disagreed with the framing it of it being against monolithic, where monolithic is not defined, or maybe it's defined in like how Ethereum used to work back in the day, but it's not really how most modern L1s work in practice today. They're modular, but they're integrated. They bring things in-house. It's kind of more like it.
That's a very interesting way to look at it, Mustafa.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the debate was originally more about like this cultural thing, where I know you say that for Solana, like you see Solana as coexisting with multiple chains, but I feel like there was very much a culture, and there still is a culture of like, if you have a monolithic chain, then your position is like, my chain is the end game, and we don't have a multi-chain ecosystem. I feel like that's the general, like, and that's like so we've been stuck in this like layer one loop where like every cycle there's these new layer ones, and they kind of like, they see themselves as the end game. Whereas modularity is supposed to be like a shifting from like the zero-sum mindset to a positive-sum mindset, where adding more infrastructure or adding more chains should not be seen as your chain or your infrastructure is the end game, but more like your infrastructure adds to components that developers can use. And I know you said that that's not how you see Solana is, but I feel like isn't that like how Anatoly kind of sees it to some extent?
I mean, Anatoly is certainly, he kind of has the engineer's mind where he's like, we can actually scale for the entire world. I disagree, but again, it's an ecosystem of multiple people that work on it. I mean, he just sells phones.
Okay, I'm just going to tweet that Mert disagrees.
I actually have to build on it.
Tweet it straight away.
But there's another point here,
Let's
which
light a fire.
I think is interesting about Mustafa's point, which is the culture aspect in like the zero sum and like closed offness, right? Because that also happens in modularity to some extent. In where I see it is Ethereum, where it's like, you must use ETH as money, you must settle on Ethereum, you must use ETH or EigenDA for DA.
I support that.
Right? And then, but then
not
what
the
happens,
EigenDA part, but the ETH part.
Right? And it's like, well, why not? I mean, you could also use Celestia DA or like Avail DA, like all these, you can use Arbitrum, but then the optimism guys will get upset, and then it's like the OP stuff. So like, I think that also exists in other modular.
Hey, we're going to go to Thailand and like give each other a hug, and it'll all be fine.
No, I think some of this also can be explained very simple, right? There used to be a time when, there is still a time when people used to launch blockchains to become an Ethereum killer.
Yep.
Now,
That's still going on, by the way.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But now, Solana is the new Ethereum, right? Like, so everyone wants to be a soul killer, for example. And so, really, I think the point that Solana guys are being beaten with the modular stick is also really a positioning play.
Right. So I think what I'm hearing is a very interesting, it's like this hybrid model where there are chains like dYdX and Solana that have enough economic security, some differentiated use cases and experiences and applications. And then you have these modular chains like Avail, Celestia, Ethereum, and others. And you have these app chains and rollups built on top. But all of these, like these two different types of architectures where you have integrated or monolithic chains interoperating with L2s, interoperating with sovereign rollups on sovereign like DA layers. So we are sort of saying, look, we don't know which way it's going to go, but there is a place for both types of architectures. Is that the compromise we are making, or are we taking a more opinionated stance that no, it's either going to be this way or that way?
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the stance. The way I always phrased it is like, to maximize the probability of success for a crypto future, you need to ensure that people are experimenting with different design spaces. You need to exhaust all paths, because we don't know what the killer use cases will be. I mean, stablecoins is one, maybe prediction markets is one, DeFi is one. There's going to be others. And so if we all go in collectively on one architecture, and then maybe that architecture has some weird weakness that we just didn't see coming. Because like, these things are always easy to say looking back, but once as you're building them, it's very hard to predict, right? And so for a successful future, you need to exhaust all paths. It's kind of how I look at it.
So I'm missing one person in this panel, my Sriram. So Sriram shows up in every panel where he's not, because he talks about this thing called the verifiable cloud, right? So that's a thing that Gavin and the Jam guys have also spoken about, and I think Anurag referred to a bit of that, which is right now we have Web 2 is cloud-based architectures, and these things scale horizontally. Blockchains scale fairly poorly, right? So but now with modular DAs, we have a far more interesting and scalable way of creating these, and we are starting to solve problems of shared security. We are starting to solve problems of interoperability, like with Initia's interwoven rollups and this and that. So I guess now what's the next step in the evolution, right? So Sriram and I think Polkadot guys talk about this idea of somehow creating these architectures that provide verifiability, right? Like cryptographic or crypto-economic verifiability, which means someone actually has a stake in making a commitment that they're making, credible commitments. But you're creating this sort of linear scalability, horizontal scalability, where if you add more nodes or more infrastructure, you don't slow the whole damn thing down, right? So which is very different from, let's say, blockchains, where if you add more nodes, you slow things down. So are we actually going towards a cloud future eventually, which is, which is funny because people, sorry, I'm loud thinking here. Some of the Ethereum guys used to refer to Solana as the cloud, and that was derogatory. Now I think we're talking about verifiable clouds, which is, look, Web3 needs the same sort of apps that Web2 has, but they need to be verifiable, as in, we don't want to rely on a centralized intermediary. We want to be able to create any arbitrary application, like whatever, but we want verifiability. Is that where we are going with all of this?
Do you pay attention to Urbit or Keynote?
Who?
Urbit, U-R-B-I-T.
Oh, yes.
So that's maybe something I'm paying a little bit of attention when I have bandwidth to that, thinking like maybe the future of all this.
They were building an operating system of sorts with the token.
I mean, it's a weird story. It's a rabbit hole of itself. But I suggest anyone who have weeks to put into it to put some time there. But eventually, I'm not an engineer myself, but it's just thinking you're gonna run your own personal server and you're gonna come to services or blockchains with your own data, and you're gonna run locally quite a few things. And the internet stack is not like bricks after another with some legacy on top of each other, but just thinking, okay, we all restart from a blank sheet. I think the original architecture is probably being twisted by some forks and stuff, but there is something to pay attention to.
Yeah.
Thinking that we're going to have our own server, and we had a demonstration during the dYdX day yesterday at Cosmoverse where Brian from Chorus One was essentially deploying the dYdX app on an Urbit planet.
Right.
An Urbit planet is like an online server, which is a personal server. So you were basically running your own front end and calling the blockchain under.
That's
so I'm not sure
interesting.
I'm answering your questions, but that's kind of.
So is modular also an interim step, towards something bigger?
So I think there's some interesting things to be said about verifiability. Like first, I have two things to say. Like first of all, I don't agree that restaking is a verifiable cloud. To me, that's all the opposite of verifiability. Because if you're relying on a crypto economic committee, that's not verifiable. Verifiable means that you can, like end users can verify the state of the chain and the transactions without having to rely or trust on some third-party committee. So I don't really understand how restaking is a verifiable cloud. To me, that's the opposite.
That's a good challenge.
But the second point I want to make, I think the more interesting point is in terms of like making blockchains verifiable. I mean, the interesting point is like monolithic chains like Solana and modular chains like Ethereum and Celestia. If you think about it, like there's an argument that the end game for those chains actually look very the same. It's just like the path to get there is very different, and I think various people have made that argument before. But the idea, and like Vitalik has a blog post about the end game, and then I told you guys also this end game architecture. But at the end of the day, it looks very similar in the sense that you have like a high throughput chain, and the block productions of those chains might be somewhat centralized, either in the sense that there's big block producers, or that you need very high hardware requirements, like in Solana. But the end user, and even in Celestia, for example, we want to have very big blocks, so it will be expensive to be a validator. But the end game is that even though the block production might be expensive, verifiability should be cheap for the end user. And that's where things like verifiable light clients come in.
That's right.
That's why Celestia has data availability sampling and fraud proofs and ZK proofs. And that's why like people are...
Basically, most of the terminology, and by the way, my tweets say I'm against naming them network extensions, so I'm just still naming the other side.
Tweet.
So basically, the idea is most of the terminology in crypto comes from an EVM-centric place, right? Because most of the research is done there. I mean, Solana literally does not do research, except for like random blog posts on helis.dev/blog. And basically, the terminology sometimes is very Ethereum-centric. And so when you have something like a ZK compression on Solana, which is like everything still happens on the L1, but it trades state space for ledger space. That's like a super weird word and concept because it doesn't exist on Ethereum because state and data and logic are decoupled on Solana. And then people like Adam Cochran will be like, this is an L2. And I'll be like, no, we built it. It's not an L2. Everything is on the L1. Execution is on L1. It's not what you think. And so there's certain things like this, like Neon EVM is another, which is basically it's a node that converts EVM code into SVM code. And then somebody would be like, oh, that's a L 1.5 or like something like that. And so there's a lot of these weird systems that don't map to the Ethereum world model. And those things, you don't want to call them L2s because they're not L2s objectively. Now, you can if you want, because maybe you don't care, you're just a user or something. That's fine. But then there are actual L2s on Solana, right? Like there's sovereign rollups like Zeta, who's using I believe the Sovereign Labs SDK to use Solana as kind of the main layer. So that does exist. But like some of them are completely different from that. And so what do you call which, et cetera? Tolly says that if execution is still on the L1, then it's not parasitic, and therefore it's not technically an L2 or something. But then people have different motivations for labeling these things. And to me, the point of a label is that it's descriptive and specific and describes what's happening. And when you blanket label everything as a network extension, it might be an L2, it might not be an L2. You don't know. You just made it more confusing.
I would love for someone to take the opposite side of this. If anyone wants to, Mustafa, Anurag.
I mean, I think, okay, I agree with it, but to play devil's advocate, to play like a contrarian take to, oh yeah, it's just whatever has applications, whatever, or like do whatever you need to build applications. Contrarian take is, I guess this is why like Solana got a lot of early criticism for being quote unquote centralized, is that like if you hyper focus on just like, let's say, oh, just use whatever you need for your application, then it's like, where do you draw the boundary between just saying, let's just use a Web2 database, right? Like Polymarket could in theory be like a MySQL database with a single, like it could be a centralized exchange masquerading as a MySQL database that feels like a blockchain, but is actually just a centralized betting exchange where you can deposit USDC, and users would not be one hell difference. So I think the other line, the contrarian take to that is, well, actually, we should care about labeling these things and users should care about what these things actually are, because that's what differentiates Web3 from Web2. Because like the web, what users should care about what specific properties that these Web3 applications have that they can't see immediately, be like from their eyes, like things like what are the security properties, what are the censorship resistant properties, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, so I actually think we're saying the same thing. The reason I don't like the name network extensions is it's too broad and it homogenizes everything underneath. Like something that's not an L2 or is an L2 is going to have different characteristics for trust and risk.
Yeah.
And if you just call it a network extension, you don't know what you're getting.
I mean,
so I'm in favor of calling them what they are in granular terms.
Yeah, so I'll take the other side of that, which is, when I read Delphi's report on how many different types of rollups were there, I was like, do I have to worry about this stuff now? I might as well just, go back to using something else. If I have to worry about how many different types of rollups are there and how many trust assumptions are being made, and with the bridge and with the rollup, and I shouldn't have to worry about this, right? I'm just probably grandma on a mobile phone. So I think there are both sides of this debate. You're saying that maybe the user should know what trust assumptions they are making. There's value in that for sure. There is also value in, users don't particularly want to know. They just want to know that their money is safe. Anurag or Charles, do you have a view on this? And then we can summarize and close, I think. Are we out
on
of
the
time?
messaging on the security risks, I mean, there is always like the L2-bit police, for example, to kind of
That's right.
succinctly
Yeah.
bring out what, I mean, the messaging is not for users in general, right? Like, I mean, so there is always going to be some sort of L2-bit police or network extensions beat police.
And they are unbiased, right?
They are, I mean, they are objectively, by far I would say, pretty...
Relatively unbiased.
So there is always going to be that, right? Like, and there's always going to be like a clear laying out. I mean, just as in the real world, I mean, there are, you have audits done, you have certifications done, for example, you attest to whatever it is. In this is much more cryptographic, cryptoeconomic, for example, and so
that's right.
So it's the same thing. Users don't really need to like get into the
we never read the terms and conditions on a website.
Of course, I mean, it's going to be L2-bit being the like unofficial de facto certifier of this, for example, and. But yeah, in general, of course, you don't have to design your infra so that people can rug your smart contract of like bridge funds, for example, and so on.
Yeah. Okay, so I think the debate, the goal of this debate wasn't to settle the case or come to a conclusion, but I think it was more to sort of create for our esteemed panelists probably the 4 best experts I can find on what's really going on in the space of Web3 architecture. So sometimes when we focus on blockchains, or whichever token we love, whether it's Ethereum, Solana, something or the other, we kind of miss where this whole thing is going. And I think the work that Mustafa and team have done, and that Avail, Anurag and team and others have followed is and kind of are continue to build on is kind of a breakthrough disruptive innovation in terms of all the problems we've been trying to solve for 10 years, right? Like shared security, interoperability, and then also the UX of it, which I think Solana obviously leads right now. So I also agree with Mert, which is, okay, at the end of the day, we have to deliver utility and applications and not just more blockchains. Otherwise, what's all this for? Then from a developer perspective, obviously, there is value in knowing what you're building on because developers do care how AWS, which AWS services they're using, what the terms and conditions are, what liabilities they're signing up for. So at some point, these things will start to, merge, and then this idea of verifiability. And I think there was a great challenge from Mustafa about what sort of verifiability are we talking about. I think end-user verifiability, light clients are incredibly valuable. And I think will fundamentally define, because I still use Infura and Mert's RPC provider. So hopefully with light clients, I won't have to use them. So there's a lot of value that's been created in the last year or so with modular architectures that will start to come in and show real impact in the next couple of years, just like Solana, right? With Serum, Solana, I think the first application that got my attention was Serum because you just couldn't do it on Ethereum. So I think hopefully at some point we can create applications that you can only build on, Celestia's stack or a Whale stack, or things you can only build by composing dYdX and Solana with one of these app chains. So very exciting times. Also a lot of, and thanks to Mustafa, Mert, Anurag, and Charles for enlightening us. And hopefully, I tried to provoke you guys. It wasn't very successful.
Thank you.
But thank you so much for taking the bait once in a while.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our final panel of today. What an amazing way to conclude our final track of app chains. We still have so much more to come tomorrow, so please make sure we'll be back here. We'll be starting on this stage at 10 a.m. It will also be Bitcoin Day, and we will be having our workshops as usual. The executive